The hero of our tale is a young man named Makoto. Whenever the topic of other worlds comes up, Makoto always imagined that anyone reincarnated there would be gifted with heroic powers, then set off on adventures alongside a dazzling cast of beautiful heroines that many dream of. But upon arrival, Makoto quickly learns he's just an unlucky protagonist. Not only does he cross paths with girls who seem to bring nothing but trouble, but his journey is riddled with traps and hardships. One ordinary day after school, Makoto heads to practice at the archery club. That evening at home, he dives into stories of other worlds from a book his father wrote. Yet, as he drifts to his sleep, Makoto is suddenly summoned by Tsuki, the moon god. The deity reveals that Makoto is about to be sent to another world as a warrior. Shocked, Makoto feels a surge of confusion. The moon god shares a secret. Makoto's parents originally came from this other realm. Long ago, they made a pact with a goddess, promising to sacrifice something precious. If Makoto refuses to go, one of his older sisters will have to take his place. Without hesitation, Makoto agrees to the journey. To ease his worries, the moon god promises to destroy all the embarrassing male magazines in his room and sends a letter to his parents informing them of his departure. Before he leaves, the god grants him a sliver of power. But before Makoto can even say thanks, the goddess summons him. The moon god warns Makoto that she's wildly unpredictable. True to form, upon seeing Makoto, she bursts out laughing like a madwoman, mocking his looks and ordering him to disappear from her sight. Regarding the pact, she declares she'll find a more handsome hero to replace him. Furious but powerless, Makoto watches as she refuses to grant him even a shred of strength, only the ability to understand the languages of non-human races, condemning him to a life of hardship among monsters. Finally, she tosses Makoto aside like a worthless insect. Thankfully, the moon god arrives just in time using magic to hold him back. The god explains that in his old world, Makoto never received divine protection, but here in the other world, the small gift he received can help him grow stronger. Yet the god also warns Makoto to tread carefully. He only has one fragile life. After some encouraging words, the moon god promises they will meet again, then vanishes. Makoto falls unharmed to the very edge of this strange new world, a place of harsh endings and new beginnings. With no time to waste, Makoto sets off after 3 days of weary walking, his stomach grumbling emptily. Around him, only his footsteps and the whisper of the wind break the silence. Luckily, the moon god's blessing keeps him alive amid this desolate wilderness. The day he reunited with Yu then vanished. Makoto fell into the abyss below without a scratch. Yet, this is the edge of another world. He must set off quickly. After 3 days of wandering with a starving stomach, Makoto found nothing around him except the echo of his own footsteps and the whispering wind. Luckily, Makoto was blessed with the moon god's protection, allowing him to survive. Just then, he heard a girl's desperate scream nearby. Excited, the young man dashed toward the sound, eager to help. Arriving, Makoto saw a 2-headed wolf cornering a girl with a pig's face against the wall. Without hesitation, he shouted at the beast and charged. To everyone's shock, a single flying kick from Makoto cleaved the wolf in two. The girl watched his raw power with fear. Seeing this, Makoto reassured her he was just a kind-hearted human. But judging by the wolf's fate, she knew this young man was anything but gentle. Thanks to his ability to communicate with different races, Makoto spoke calmly with her. After introductions, he learned her name was Emma, a highland orc. Emma was heading toward the mountain peak to offer herself as a sacrifice to a god named Shin. According to her story, Emma's kindness touched Makoto deeply, stirring a desire to help save her people. Emma invited Makoto back to her tribe, treating him to a hearty meal. But the neighbours whispered about Makoto, saying his face was rough, nothing like a human's. Amazed by Emma's magic as she moved objects, Makoto admitted he knew nothing about spells and asked her to teach him. Emma began guiding Makoto through the basics of magic. First, she chanted a simple incantation to summon a flame. Inspired, Makoto tried it himself and unexpectedly conjured a fire even larger than hers. When he shot the flame forward, it tore a huge hole in the wall. Emma, curious about his strength, wondered what level he was. Makoto had no clue, so Emma fetched a scroll to assess his magic level. The villagers gathered, eager to see just how powerful Makoto was. But when the reading came back, Emma announced he was only level 1, much to Makoto's embarrassment. The next morning, Emma found only a letter from Makoto in his room. In the letter, Makoto vowed to repay Emma's genuine kindness by confronting the god Shin himself. Emma had prepared a list of simple spells for him to practice. First, Makoto summoned a massive flame, then shaped it into a bow and arrow. Standing before a gate, he aimed and fired. His arrow exploded, obliterating the gate. Thinking he had destroyed someone's home, Makoto rushed to apologize. But there he found sinister demon tribe members lying motionless. They had disguised themselves as Shin to force the orcs to offer tributes. They warned Makoto that attacking would surely anger Shin. Suddenly, a red mist surrounded him, and Shin appeared as a colossal dragon god. Makoto's eyes widened in shock. Before he could react, Shin launched relentless attacks, forcing Makoto to dodge desperately. The red mist obscured his vision, but thanks to the moon god's power, Makoto sensed Shin's strikes and narrowly avoided deadly bites. Then he countered with fiery magic. Shin arrogantly assumed the fireballs were mere annoyances until a burn mark appeared on her dragon scales. Makoto's fists followed with crushing blows, overwhelming Shin. A powerful uppercut left the dragon god reeling, but Shin wasn't defeated yet. She conjured a cube to trap Makoto. In a flash, Makoto found himself in an illusion, reunited with Haskwa, a junior member of his archery club, who confessed her feelings. Flustered, Makoto froze. Outside, Shin discovered Makoto was from another world and eagerly demanded stories from his past. Still stunned, Makoto realized the scene was too familiar. He recalled rejecting Haskwa before leaving her in tears. This illusion was a trick. Gathering his strength, Makoto broke free, enhancing his fists with fire magic to shatter the space and escape. Surprisingly, Shin now behaved like a docile pet, no longer hostile. Shin introduced herself as the undefeated supreme dragon god, eager to form a contract with Makoto, fascinated by his memories from another world. Hearing this, Makoto panicked. The dragon had seen all his darkest secrets. With no choice, he agreed to hide his truths by forming the bond. Initially, Shin wished to become Makoto's friend, but his overwhelming power shifted their relationship into master and servant. When the ritual ended, Shin transformed into a girl dressed in traditional Japanese attire. Through the battle, Makoto learned Shin's powers: space manipulation, memory reading, and masterful illusions. This new form surprised Makoto. He had expected to ride a giant dragon. Shin explained her appearance depended on Makoto, her superior. Also, her fascination with samurai inspired her outfit, though its revealing nature left Makoto awkward about where to look. Then Shin summoned a misty portal to her illusionary realm, inviting Makoto inside. Though she crafted this place, she hadn't named it. Everything here bent to her will. Makoto noticed familiar plants and fruits from his old world. Using divine magic, he confirmed the space was vast and surrounded by Shin's fog. Confident that Shin's realm was a safe haven, away from the malicious goddess, Makoto dreamed of building a city within. But first, he had to clear the misunderstanding between Shin and Emma's orc tribe. As they stepped out of the portal, Emma rushed over, worried Makoto might fight Shin. Makoto used fierce determination to break free from Shin's illusions. Then he empowered his hands with fire magic, shattering the space around him to escape. But Shin, now docile like a loyal dog, showed no desire to fight Makoto anymore. She claimed to be praised as the supreme dragon god, invincible under heaven, and wished to form a contract with him, fascinated by his memories from another world. Hearing this, Makoto felt a surge of panic. This dragon had seen all his darkest secrets. With no choice, he agreed to the pact to keep his past hidden. Initially, Shin sought a friendship contract, but Makoto's overwhelming strength shifted their bond into master and servant. When the ritual ended, Shin transformed into a girl clad in traditional Japanese attire. From the battle, Makoto uncovered many of Shin's powers: spatial manipulation and the ability to read memories. She was also a master of illusions. Yet this new form surprised Makoto. He had imagined riding atop a colossal dragon after the contract. Shin explained her form depends on Makoto, her superior, and that she's currently obsessed with samurai, hence her outfit. Though the attire was a bit revealing, leaving Makoto unsure where to look, Shin soon cloaked them in mist to open a fantastical portal. She ruled, inviting Makoto inside. Though crafted by Shin herself, this realm had no name yet, but everything here obeyed her will. Makoto noticed the flora and fauna, fruits and plants mirrored those from his old world. Using divine magic, he confirmed this illusionary space was vast and shrouded by Shin's mist. Makoto realized that within this realm, the troublesome goddess couldn't harm him. With this sanctuary, Makoto dreamed of building a city within this illusion. But first, he needed to clear the misunderstanding between Shin and Emma's orc tribe. 2 battles lay ahead, but for now, Makoto found a brief respite, a moment to breathe beneath the enigmatic mists of a world where gods and mortals intertwine. In this strange place, strength, trust, and secrets dance on a delicate thread. If you've ever felt trapped between worlds powerless, yet burning with hope, remember Makoto's journey. Sometimes survival isn't about brute force. It's about forging unexpected bonds and daring to dream of a new home. As the figure stepped out from the space gate, Emma rushed over in a flurry, her heart pounding with worry for Makoto. She silently begged him not to engage in battle with Shin anymore. But Emma's eyes widened in shock when she realized the girl standing beside Makoto was none other than Shin herself. Witnessing Makoto's overwhelming power, Shin had fallen deeply for him and sealed a contract. Still skeptical, Emma watched as Shin tossed a few dragon scales that had flaked off during their fierce fight. Emma's village threw a grand feast to welcome Makoto and Shin, with Emma herself expressing her gratitude to Makoto for saving her and the village. Meanwhile, Shin recounted to the village chief how Makoto had vanquished the demon tribe to avenge the girls who were sacrificed. Taking the opportunity, Shin extended an invitation for the entire village to relocate to the land she had created. The next morning, the villagers packed their belongings to move to their new home, a place within the illusionary space that Makoto dreamed of transforming into a city. Though Makoto knew the environment was perfect, he feared wild beasts might lurk there. Yet, a tiny girl who looked just like... By morning, the entire village was ready to pack up and move to their new home, a place within the illusion realm where Makoto dreamed of building a city. Though Makoto knew the environment was perfect, he feared wild beasts might lurk. Yet, a tiny girl who looked exactly like Shin promised to protect the villagers. Makoto panicked, thinking Shin had a daughter, but it was only her clone. When Makoto called for another vote, everyone agreed to the move. So Shin shrouded the village in mist and transported them into the illusion realm itself, trusting that Emma's tribe would help the city flourish. From that day on, everyone joined hands to build the city. Meanwhile, Makoto kept training to master all elemental magics. Shin, on the other hand, used her ability to read memories to replay the movies Makoto had watched. Makoto had to order her not to pry into his memories anymore, but he knew she had already uncovered many of his embarrassing secrets. With no other choice, Makoto agreed to let Shin watch movies daily. The backlog was so huge that Shin devised a way to record memories. She even aimed to create a television to watch them anytime. Before this, Shin recorded some memories of Makoto with his family. Seeing his parents' photo, Makoto suddenly recalled they came from another world. This sparked his decision to journey across parallel worlds in search of them. Meanwhile, a dwarf tribesman was being chased by a giant black spider, and Makoto was teaching villagers how to chop trees properly. They were building a house for Makoto. Holding a gam knife, Makoto infused it with his power to enhance it. With a single precise strike, the ancient tree was felled at its base. Then, with surprising ease, he moved the massive log, leaving everyone in awe. Makoto could also effortlessly heal their wounds. He was amazed to discover that the powers granted by the moon god didn't use magic at all. No wonder Shin couldn't pinpoint his location during their fight, but when Makoto got hurt, he couldn't heal himself. Just then, Makoto realized Shin was carrying the dwarf tribesman back. She told him someone was attacking her illusion realm now, and that attacker was ravenous. Because of Makoto's wound, the enemy would be drawn to them. No sooner had she finished than the giant black spider shattered the space and lunged at Makoto, who panicked. Learning Shin and the spider knew each other, Makoto wanted to step back to avoid fighting, but Shin said she was holding the dwarf, so Makoto had to act. The spider kept shooting webs relentlessly, forcing Makoto to curl up and flee. According to the dwarf, this ancient spider monster was cursed with insatiable hunger, devouring anything in its sight. Shin had fought it before and knew if it got injured, it would retreat. Seeing it as just a giant insect, Makoto decided to battle fire against it. When the spider attacked, Makoto sliced off one of its legs, landing a crucial blow. Then, with swift resolve, Makoto kindled a fiery blaze into his dagger, readying for the next strike. Yet the spider lunged, pressing close, forcing him to swing his blade in desperate defense. Astonishingly, the spider's leg regrew, as if unscathed even after Makoto had slashed off countless limbs. But those limbs healed in seconds, turning the tide. Makoto summoned a flaming bow, aiming straight at the spider's face, followed by a spear of fire descending from above. Yet strangely, each blow seemed to thrill the spider, its satisfaction growing with every strike, sending chills down Makoto's spine. The spider absorbed Makoto's magic, accelerating its recovery. Nearby, the dwarf watched in awe, puzzled by Makoto's mysterious strength. Makoto then unleashed a barrage of fiery spears, piercing the spider's body, but it healed instantly and countered with new brutal moves. In a careless moment, the spider's leg pierced Makoto deeply, leaving him gravely wounded. The spider's cold, mocking stare ignited a fierce resolve in Makoto. Summoning every ounce of strength, he exploded outward, blowing everything around him to dust, channeling his magic. Makoto forged a blazing gun, relentlessly reloading and firing at the spider. Shin, standing nearby, realized Makoto had held back his true power all along, sparing her and the illusionary city's delicate space. Finally, Makoto crafted a water bow, aiming true. The spider was blasted far away, leaving Shin and the dwarf wide-eyed with shock. But Makoto, drained from the battle, collapsed unconscious. The spider swiftly recovered, ensnaring Makoto in silk threads. Then, in a surprising embrace, it thanked Makoto for the first time it had truly feasted on magic. The spider even wished to stay by his side forever, until Shin struck it in the face, recalling their past acquaintance. Shin greeted the black spider warmly, revealing their unusual bond. By forming a contract with Makoto, Shin gained human form to serve her master, eager to attend Makoto day and night, sparking jealousy in the spider. So, the black spider also made a pact with Makoto, becoming his loyal servant. Like Shin, she transformed into a stunning young woman. Upon awakening, Makoto was surprised to find his wounds healed, and a charming girl by his side, but her smile unsettled him deeply. Earlier, Shin and Emma had tended to Makoto's body. The black-haired girl confessed everything, revealing herself as the spider Makoto had battled. She pledged her soul and body to Makoto, seeking a contract. Yet Makoto was bewildered, knowing contracts require mutual consent. When reuniting with the Shin, Makoto realized she had cunningly orchestrated the contract. The dwarf elder named Belen arrived to greet Makoto. According to Shin, Belen's tribe had forged many divine weapons and owed Makoto their salvation from disaster. Belen thanked Makoto for helping the black spider lift her curse and regain human form. Yet Makoto sensed Jin had lied to keep peace. Belen sought Makoto's permission for his tribe to dwell in Illusionary City, which Makoto granted without hesitation. Sin set a condition: everyone must aid in building and developing the city, and recognize Makoto as its lord. Upon Belen's approval, Shin gifted superior dragon scales for the tribe to forge weapons. Driven to follow clues left by his parents, Makoto often ventured beyond the city to the human town. Today, Shin had an urgent request: Makoto must name her and the black-haired girl. Annoyed at being summoned for such a trivial task, Makoto faced Shin's demand for a cool, powerful name. Struggling for ideas, he watched Shin's disappointment grow to tears. Finally, Makoto named Shin Tomoe after the bravest female samurai, a name that uplifted her spirit and strengthened her magic. The black-haired girl also wanted a beautiful name. After pondering, Makoto chose Mio, blending her past with his water magic affinity. Mio beamed, feeling an essential part of her master. All the races gathered in Illusionary City, where Tomoe and Mio announced their new names. They also called on the citizens to bestow Makoto with a new title. Feeling bothered, Makoto said they could just call him by his name, but respecting their wishes, he accepted the title Young Lord for simplicity. The dwarf elder approached to request an audience. Observing Makoto's human-like appearance alongside two powerful female attendants, he wondered if Makoto had been chosen by the goddess to rule this world. Yet, at the mention of the goddess, Makoto's bitterness flared. She had insulted him and cast him to the world's depths. Tomoe proudly revealed she had brought her lizard tribe to serve Makoto. These fierce warriors wielded wind and water powers. Mio's tribe was equally numerous, gifted with healing abilities like hers. But none dared speak until Mio threatened to eat them alive, prompting them to greet Makoto. Now, with many races settled in the city, Makoto entrusted Tomoe and Mio to organize housing while he set out for the human town eager to meet people. The desires of the people inspired Makoto to adopt the title Young Master for ease of address. At that moment, the dwarf clan leader arrived requesting permission to meet Makoto. Observing Makoto's human-like appearance alongside his two powerful female companions, the leader wondered if Makoto had been appointed by the goddess to govern this world. But just mentioning the goddess stirred bitterness in Makoto, who recalled how she had insulted him and cast him to the world's depths. Tomoe proudly revealed she had brought her lizard tribe warriors to serve Makoto. These fierce fighters wielded the dual elements of wind and water. At the same time, Mio's tribe was equally numerous and possessed healing powers just like Mio herself. Yet no one dared speak a word until Mio threatened to eat them, prompting them to greet Makoto properly. With multiple races now inhabiting Makoto City, he entrusted Tomoe and Mio with arranging accommodations for everyone. Meanwhile, Makoto set off toward the human town, eager to meet other humans. Along the way, he spotted a nearby town and noticed a beautiful blonde girl. But when Makoto approached, she mistook him for a monster and fled in terror. But none dared to speak a single word until Mio threatened to devour them. Only then did they approach Makoto to greet him. Now, Makoto's city had blossomed into a vibrant mosaic of races, so he entrusted Tomoe and Mio with the task of arranging housing for the newcomers. Meanwhile, Makoto prepared to set off toward the human town. Driven by a burning desire to meet humans, Makoto noticed a nearby town on his journey. There he spotted a stunning blonde girl, but as he approached, she screamed, mistaking him for a monster, and fled barefoot. Though puzzled, Makoto reassured himself it was just a misunderstanding. As Makoto neared the town, he saw many readying weapons to confront him. Though he tried to communicate, his words fell on deaf ears, no one understood a thing. Suddenly, arrows rained down, forcing Makoto to flee for his life. A chilling realization struck him. This was the curse of that goddess. Long ago, she allowed him only to understand monster tongues, not human speech. Returning to the city, Makoto felt a heavy sadness and envied Emma, who could speak freely with humans. Emma guessed it might be Makoto's intimidating appearance scaring them off. Even Tomoe couldn't help but laugh, teasing Makoto's not exactly a heartthrob. Despite the teasing, Makoto's struggle to connect with humans revealed a deeper truth. Sometimes appearances cast shadows over hearts, longing for friendship. Though Makoto's looks were a bit rough around the edges, Emma saw deeper the real culprit was a leak of dark magic radiating from within him. To human eyes, he resembled nothing less than a demon king. Determined to change this, Makoto began crafting gear to suppress his magic, guided by Emma's wisdom. To hide his face, Makoto would wear a mask, a silent shield against prejudice. But learning human language proved a mountain too steep, leaving him lost on how to begin. Days later, the dwarf blacksmith presented Makoto with a magic ring, meant to absorb his leaking power, but when worn, it shattered like glass. Undeterred, the blacksmith forged a new ring, yet after a month of training with Mio, Makoto still couldn't speak human words fluidly, so he resorted to writing spells to communicate. Just then, the blacksmith arrived with the improved ring, designed to trap and compress Makoto's escaping magic. Relief flooded Makoto's heart. With hope renewed, Makoto set off for the human town this time, accompanied by Tomoe dressed as a proud samurai, and Mio clad in traditional Japanese attire. When Makoto complimented her outfit's beauty, Mio promised she'd wear it forever, no changes needed. Masquerading as a fruit merchant, Makoto passed through the city gates. Inside, a mysterious girl began trailing them. Makoto noticed the town's inhabitants all looked strikingly handsome and beautiful, deepening his silent lament about his own rugged face. Soon, they reached the Adventurers Guild Hall, but the receptionist eyed Makoto with suspicion. Luckily, Tomoe and Mio stepped in to prevent any trouble. The receptionist explained that adventurers rise through ranks. By completing missions, Makoto's group would start at the bottom rankee. Makoto noticed the highest-ranked adventurer was an SS-level warrior with a level of 444. But after Tomoe's assessment, her true level was revealed to be over 1,320, while Mio's soared even higher, over 500. This left Tomoe bitter. How could she be ranked below Mio? The receptionist confirmed Tomoe and Mio were the guild's top-tier fighters, with the third strongest being Sophia, a level 920 adventurer, nicknamed the Dragon Slayer. Sophia had once defeated a high-ranking dragon god named Lanier, though Tomoe dismissed Lanier as a mere fool. Eager to prove himself, Makoto requested a level check only to be crushed by the truth he was still at level 1. Everyone saw him as a mere child, a hanger-on with no real worth. Later, the trio sought lodging, but the innkeeper demanded a staggering 6 gold coins per night, leaving Makoto speechless. It wasn't until Tomoe revealed a glimpse of her power that the price dropped to a more reasonable 2 coins. Everyone agreed the town's prices were exorbitant, even buying a simple bottle of water drained their pockets. The harsh reality of this new world pressed down on them, but their journey was only just beginning. Tomoe was thrilled, thinking this would be the perfect mission for a samurai like her to purge evil and protect the innocent. But tonight, Makoto had a different plan. He asked her to guard the merchandise at home because he sensed a shadow trailing them since they entered the town. Following his orders, Tomoe stayed vigilant, watching for any sign of the enemy. Meanwhile, Mio was over the moon enjoying a private dinner with Makoto. Just then, the little girl who had been secretly following them appeared. Suspicious of a child wandering alone so late, Makoto entrusted Mio with the task of approaching her to offer help. But Mio's fierce expression scared the girl into silence. So Makoto stepped in lightly, tapping Mio to calm her down, then gently asked the girl what she was doing here. The girl clung tightly to Makoto, whispering she had a favor to ask. As they stayed close, a sinister figure watched them from the shadows. When they returned to the inn, the girl introduced herself as Rinon, accompanied by an older sister she considered family. But a month ago, her sister vanished in this very town, and Rinon had been kicked out, left homeless. Hearing Rinon's story, Makoto's suspicion about the town deepened. Meanwhile, Tomoe caught sight of some thieves creeping toward the cargo, though she deliberately held back her strength to keep them alive for questioning. A single kick sent one sprawling face first. Her katana gleamed sharp enough to fell 2 enemies in one swift strike. Luckily, one thief survived, so Tomoe charged and knocked him out. Back at the inn, Makoto scolded Tomoe for her rough approach. She'd nearly wiped out the whole gang, and hadn't even checked if they were male or female. Only when Rinon entered the room did Makoto relent. He shared Rinon's tale with Tomoe, and Rinon handed Makoto a portrait she had drawn of her sister. Seeing the image stirred a quiet sorrow in Makoto's heart. Just then, Mia returned to the inn after cleaning up the thieves' mess. Opening the door, she found Makoto examining the memories of the surviving thief. After reviewing, Makoto realized these thieves were adventurers from the town, and it was likely Rinon's sister was held captive by them. So, Makoto ordered his subordinates to find Rinon's sister immediately. His eyes revealed how crucial this rescue was to him. With no other choice, Mio and Tomoe had to head out into the night at once. As the 2 girls left, Makoto studied the portrait again. Rinon's sister bore a striking resemblance to Makoto's junior, Hasegawa. Mio guessed Makoto must know the woman, but Tomoe, having sifted through Makoto's memories, knew better. Makoto had no ties to anyone in this world. When Mio learned Tomoe had delved into Makoto's memories, jealousy flickered in her eyes, but dawn was near and the mission demanded focus. Makoto reassured Rinon that her sister would be saved, and Rinon helped him load the cargo cart. On their way to the market, Rinon recalled her sister's dark past. Toa had borrowed heavily from unscrupulous adventurers, forcing her into dangerous quests to repay debts. Fearing Toa might die before clearing the debts, these villains hatched a plan to hold her captive, making Rinon work off the debt. Toa was now imprisoned in a gang's dungeon. Though her family boasted many skilled adventurers, they had fallen in battle against monsters. Determined to restore her family's honor, Toa had ventured to this remote land, but fell into a cruel trap, becoming a test subject for dark magic. Fortunately, Mio and Tomoe arrived just in time, using healing magic to save Toa. Mio smashed open the prison door and tossed Toa a change of clothes. But outside, they confronted the gang leader, Ai, the strongest adventurer in town. Meanwhile, Makoto and Rinon sold all the magical fruits, earning 500 gold coins. On the way back, Rinon spotted a gang member waiting for her, and hurriedly parted from Makoto to meet him. Using tracking magic, Makoto saw Rinon being interrogated, and forced to reveal that he had just sold the fruits. The gang ordered Rinon to steal all of Makoto's money, promising her sister's release in return. Watching this, Makoto decided that this corrupt town needed a reckoning. Ai's henchmen gathered to regroup with him. Tomoe taunted Ai, calling him a coward who hides behind others to do his dirty work. Ai accused the 2 girls of faking their level, claiming over 1,000 to grab high-ranking quests. He invited them to join his gang, but when he learned they were loyal to Makoto, he mocked Makoto as a pathetic level 1. Enraged, the girls charged forward, fists flying. Yet I, a wealthy man, with powerful gear, activated a barrier that blocked physical attacks, shrugging off their blows. Outside the inn, Rinon sat defeated. She couldn't betray Makoto by stealing from him. The innkeeper mistook Rinon for a thief and kicked her out. Luckily, Makoto appeared just in time, declaring Rinon a precious friend and vowing to never forgive those who pushed her to the edge. He urged Mio and Tomoe to punish the villains. Ai's minions swarmed Tomoe, but she unleashed a devastating punch that shattered his barrier and staggered him. The henchmen were thrown flying across the lair. Mio confronted Ai, delivering a barrage of slaps that left his face a mess. Then, Tomoe trapped the mastermind behind Rinon's hardships in an illusion scrambling his mind. With Ai's gang defeated, many imprisoned adventurers were freed. The girls even destroyed Ai's base, plunging the town into chaos. Though battered and bruised, Ai managed to seize Toa with a weapon, but Mio and Tomoe charged in, delivering a powerful blow that sent him flying skyward. In this whirlwind of courage and friendship, the night's darkness began to lift. Sometimes it's not just strength, but the bonds we forge that shatter the shadows. If you've ever felt powerless, like Rinon or Makoto, remember, hope can ignite even in the deepest night. Thanks for joining me on this journey. As the battle ended, the two girls couldn't resist competing over who defeated more enemies. Neither willing to back down, they unleashed their skills in a dazzling display, turning the once peaceful town into their chaotic playground. The destruction was swift and absolute. When Toa returned safe and sound, Rinon's joy was palpable. Makoto, however, noticed Toa's awkward face, and clumsy nature mirrored Hua's perfectly. Yet seeing that his two subordinates had nearly razed the entire town, Makoto asked Mio to spin some webs, dazzling the pair once again. Then, with a sharp twang, Makoto shot arrows that sent both girls soaring sky-high, a poetic punishment for their reckless deeds. Leaving the ruined town behind, Makoto's group arrived at a nearby tavern where Tomoe used her powers to alter the memories of seasoned adventurers, making them believe a monster horde had attacked. Some even thought Mio and Tomoe had bravely driven off the beasts, thanks to their legendary levels over 1,000. Earlier, Makoto had registered their details at the old tavern, but since it was destroyed, he had to start the registration process anew. He knew the town's devastation was the work of Tomoe and Mio's overwhelming power. To keep the peace, Makoto spun a tale telling Tomoe that ancient samurais wandered the lands to level up. Luckily, Tomoe believed him, and set off to grind levels herself. In truth, Makoto hoped to separate Tomoe and Mio, so they'd cause less havoc together. To re-register as adventurers, Makoto and his group aimed for a city called Jig. On the way, Rinon mistakenly thought Mio and Makoto were lovers, filling her with joy. So when Makoto ordered them to clear monsters blocking their path, Mio's excitement only grew. With a mere flick of her hand, Mio wiped out a swarm of bees, leaving none alive. Her display left everyone on the carriage in awe. Makoto, not one to hoard monster loot, handed it all over to Toa, but his constant glances at Toa's body left Mio and Rinon speechless. After a day's travel, the group gathered for dinner, and by morning they resumed their hunt to reach the city ahead. Thanks to Mio and Makoto, they collected valuable spoils. This time, however, a group of rare, dangerous monsters stood in their way. To protect the precious loot, Toa hoped Mio would go easy on the beasts. Annoyed by the request, Mio passed the task to her master Makoto. With only level 1, Makoto's reputation was shaky, some doubted his strength, and even Toa thought him weak, which stung his pride deeply. Yet, Makoto's precise aim targeted the monster's weak points. One by one, he felled them all, surprising everyone. But as the group frantically gathered materials, no one bothered to praise him. Soon after, they crossed a mountain pass to reach Jig City, but Makoto's level stubbornly remained at 1. Despite his triumph, the world refused to acknowledge Makoto's growth. The sting of invisibility weighed heavy, yet beneath it all, a quiet determination burned a lone light in a world that hadn't yet seen his true strength. The journey continued, the group's bond tested by trials and triumphs alike. Makoto's resolve whispered a promise someday the world would see not just the level, but the heart behind the arrow. As Makoto glanced over the list of quests, his eyes caught a special mission to collect the eyes of the rare Trobi for a merchant guild named R. Brand. Coincidentally, his group had just gathered plenty of these rare materials, so Makoto suggested everyone share some of their bounty with him. It was time for the group to part ways, and a heavy sadness settled over them all. Sensing this, Makoto quickly proposed throwing a grand feast before their farewell. To keep in touch, Towa saved Makoto's information through his adventurer's card, a card so advanced it could even project city maps and monster data. After Towa found a restaurant, she called Makoto to join them. As they stepped inside, hungry bellies started growling instantly. Makoto was nearly mesmerized. The meat served reminded him of dishes he'd only read about in manga. Unable to resist, he devoured a hot piece right away, tears of joy threatening to fall. While Makoto's delight reached new heights, the others just saw it as common fare. During the feast, Makoto befriended an elf girl named Laura. After watching him effortlessly slay a monster, she admired his incredible archery skills. Next was Hazan, a master alchemist. Seeing Hazan's friendly closeness with Makoto sparked a pang of jealousy in Mio's heart. Finally, there was Ran, a dwarf girl who assumed a skilled archer like Makoto must be physically strong. She challenged him to an arm wrestling match to prove it. The contest barely began before Ran was easily defeated, the first loss of her life. Amazed by Makoto's strength, she couldn't help but praise him. Mio, ever the thoughtful friend, ordered heaps of meat to fuel Makoto's energy, while Makoto expressed heartfelt thanks to Towa for leading him to such a delicious meal. In a quiet moment, Towa warned Makoto about his current quest. Rumors had spread that anyone working for the R-Brand Guild faced misfortune. After the feast, Makoto headed to the carriage to collect his materials, fearing they might be stolen again like in the town before. He told Mio to return to their room ahead of him, and he would come back later. Mio felt relieved, just the two of them in the room without Tomoe. Yet strangely, the room had 2 beds. If she wanted to share a bed with Makoto, she'd need to remove one. But before she could, Makoto returned with the materials and immediately crashed onto a bed, leaving Mio speechless. The next morning, Makoto created a misty portal back to the illusory space. It had been days since his last appearance, and Tomoe's clone missed him dearly. Only Emma showed dissatisfaction, finding Makoto's easygoing nature unbefitting a true master. Emma briefed Makoto on the city's progress. The elf and lizard folk tribes were building homes on the hills, clearing farmland, while the dwarves crafted custom gear just for Makoto. The ogre residents erected a massive castle, intended as Makoto's mansion, and a gathering place for everyone. Makoto worried such a grand project would take too long, but Emma had devised a construction plan based on his memories. Makoto then realized Tomoe had stored many of his memories within her power. At that moment, the dwarf clan leader rushed to meet Makoto. Though elderly, he radiated vitality and invited Makoto to examine the superb armors his artisans had just finished. But Makoto declined, disappointing the group. Now, a merchant, Makoto wished for a cloak instead, a garment he had his eye on. Coincidentally, the cloak's designer was also the craftsman behind the magical ring that absorbed mana for him. The cloak boasted incredible mana absorption resistance to physical and magical damage, and could turn red to enhance mobility. Makoto wanted to wear the cloak forever, but it couldn't withstand his mana, and tore almost immediately. The dwarf promised to forge a stronger version just for him. Meanwhile, Mio's subordinates practiced transforming into humans, but couldn't maintain the form long yet. Makoto also taught them how to identify safe foods in the illusory space, cautioning that reckless harvesting could be dangerous. The next morning, Makoto set off alone for Jig City, following his map to find the R-Brand Guild and deliver the materials. The exchange went smoothly, and Makoto thought the mission was complete until meeting the guild representative Patrick. Patrick questioned Makoto thoroughly. He was used to great adventurers, but had never heard of Makoto before. Makoto humbly said he was only an E-rank adventurer, and this was his first mission since becoming an adventurer. He also revealed his business ambitions to join the Merchant Guild. Patrick was disappointed, suspecting Makoto's goal was personal gain. Patrick explained that Trobies were fierce rare monsters that low-ranked adventurers like Makoto shouldn't face. Yet Makoto produced the collected eyes, astonishing Patrick and earning his apology for doubting him. It turned out the guild was seeking these eyes to craft a special magic potion that could cure a curse afflicting Patrick's wife and child. Years ago, a sorcerer had cast a level 8 curse on them, but no one knew how to break it. The Merchants Guild representative Patrick grilled Makoto with questions. He was acquainted with many skilled adventurers, but had never met Makoto before. Makoto modestly admitted he was only a lowly E-rank adventurer, and this was his first mission since becoming one. He also revealed he was engaged in trade, hoping to join the Merchants Guild someday. Patrick's expression dropped, suspecting Makoto's goal was mere wealth building through connections. Patrick explained that giant wasps were fierce, rare monsters far beyond the strength of a low-level adventurer like Makoto. Yet Makoto produced wasp eyes collected from these creatures, leaving Patrick stunned into apology for doubting him earlier. It turned out Patrick was searching for these eyes to craft a special magic potion that could cure his wife and child's curse. Previously, a sorcerer had cast an 8th-level curse on Patrick's family. Though the sorcerer was caught, no one knew how to dispel the curse. Hearing this, Makoto eagerly offered to help create the cure, bringing along his alchemist friend to save time and effort. Makoto had gathered enough wasp eyes to make medicine for both victims. Patrick and his servants rejoiced, hopeful for a miracle. After the preparations, Makoto bid farewell to Patrick and headed to register for the Merchants Guild. But entry wasn't so simple. Makoto had to pass 2 crucial tests. The first was a written exam covering the guild's handbook knowledge. The second required gathering rare monster materials. Finally, Makoto had to prove his financial means to qualify as a merchant. To purchase the guild handbook, Makoto had to spend 2 gold coins. After reading it, he gained valuable insights. Meanwhile, Tomoe's clone hurried home with treasured memories of Makoto. Upon arrival, she found everyone busy at work. Mio was recording Makoto's memories from his past world. Emma reminded Tomoe to help the team, or else threatened to reveal her secret crab snack stash to Makoto. Emma believed preserving Makoto's memories would aid the city's future growth, but Tomoe was lazy, preferring to watch movies instead of working. Tomoe then asked about the night Mio spent with the young master. Mio blushed, admitting they shared a room all night, though Makoto had gone to bed first, so nothing happened. Meanwhile, Makoto dined at a humble town restaurant, overhearing rumours that the red-eyed wasps in the forest had vanished, suspected to be the work of a giant emperor crab. Unbeknownst to him, a secret group trailed Makoto. The restaurant served only a bland drink to Makoto, making him long for the flavourful cuisine of the illusionary city. Back at the city, Tomoe's clone directed the fruit harvesters. Seizing a chance, she stealthily snatched a fruit for herself. At that moment, Makoto returned. Makoto was left speechless. The content was laughably simple. Frustrated, he demanded to take the exam right away. Minutes later, he sat in the testing room, diving into the written test. To his surprise, the questions were nothing more than elementary math problems. Designed for grade schoolers. For a high schooler like Makoto, this was child's play. He finished in half the allotted time, submitting a perfect score that left the proctor stunned. This was nothing short of a miracle. Next up was the supply test, where fate dealt Makoto a tough hand. During his task, he had to hunt down 4 incredibly rare ingredients within just 3 days. The proctor patted Makoto's shoulder, convinced his luck was cursed. Only adventurers at level 50 could claim such prizes. Yet Makoto surprised them all. He produced even rarer items, leaving the proctor's jaw on the floor again. When asked, Makoto revealed he had received these treasures from a group of adventurers hitching a ride on a carriage. The proctor admired Makoto deeply, granting him a pass without further exams. The receptionist then announced that Makoto's membership card would be ready the next day. Exhausted from the trials, Makoto sought a hearty meal to fill his empty stomach. Meanwhile, Tomoe was out leveling up, effortlessly slaying monsters no matter their size. The next morning, Tomoe returned to the illusionary space, carrying a colossal emperor crab as a feast for her comrades. Yet she dared not tell Makoto about this bounty. Once the crab was boiled, Tomoe sliced it with her sword, and everyone around marvelled they had never tasted anything so delicious. But as Tomoe savoured the meal, she was jolted by news Mio had just entered her memory vault. Afraid that Mio might steal precious memories, Tomoe rushed home. Upon arrival, she found everyone still hard at work with Mio recording Makoto's memories from his past world. Treasure troves of memories pressed Tomoe to rush home immediately. Yet, upon arrival, she found everyone still hard at work, and Mio busy recording Makoto's memories from his past life. Seeing Tomoe return, Emma urged her to lend a hand or else threatened to spill the secret of her sneaky crab snacking to Makoto. Emma explained that preserving Makoto's memories would help the city flourish in the future, but Tomoe was lazy, preferring to watch movies over work. Taking advantage of the moment, Tomoe asked about the night Mio spent with their master. Blushing, Mio confessed that they shared the same room all night, but Makoto had gone to bed early, so nothing untoward happened. Meanwhile, Makoto had slipped into a local restaurant for dinner. There, Makoto overheard whispers that the red-eyed bees in the forest had vanished. The culprit, a giant emperor crab, they suspected. Unbeknownst to him, a shadowy group trailed Makoto, hidden in plain sight. The restaurant, a modest establishment, served him a bland drink he couldn't stomach, making him long for the vibrant flavors of the city. Meanwhile, Tomoe's spirit clone directed the harvesters gathering fruit. When they took a break, she slyly stole a piece to snack on just as Makoto returned. Hearing this, Makoto knows he must quickly uncover the root cause or his business will suffer. Plans are underway to sell goods from the illusion world outside, but buyers don't grasp their true value, making sales tough. So Makoto decides to gift merchandise to select adventurers to spread his name far and wide, easing future trades. While explaining this to Tomoe's clone, she suddenly shouts in his ear. It turns out Tomoe contacted Makoto, telepathically summoning him home immediately. The moment he arrives, Makoto is speechless, seeing the two girls embroiled in a loud quarrel. Mio, eager to unlock Makoto's exciting memories, demands Tomoe hand them all over, or she'll devour the painstakingly recorded films Tomoe captured. After the butler fills him in, Makoto grasps the situation, but their bickering won't stop, so he yells sharply, finally silencing them. First, Makoto scolds Tomoe for sneaking home to steal food and binge-watch movies. Then, Mio confesses her fascination with the anime Makoto once enjoyed, pleading for permission to watch. Makoto agrees, but warns her not to exceed 180 minutes daily, lest she get hooked. With peace restored, the trio heads back to their inn to rest. Makoto notices only 2 beds, but the girls have already claimed them, revealing. They conspired to force him to share a bed, seeing as he's still just a shy boy around girls. Ever sharp, Makoto opts to crash on the sofa instead. Just then, Makoto receives a message from Han the alchemist, who has agreed to join him on a potion-making quest. Before he knows it, the 2 girls have fallen asleep, chatting dreamily about his anime. The next morning, Han arrives to accompany Makoto to the wealthy merchant guild brand. Yet once again, a group of older adventurers dog Makoto's steps, plotting to rally forces to block his mission. It's Makoto's first time at this opulent guild, making Han visibly nervous. The guildmaster is a famed figure, and Han fears angering him. When the master appears, Han promptly stands to greet him with utmost respect. The room for brewing the antidote is prepped by the butler. The first step involves processing raw ingredients and mixing them together, so Han begins casting magic to start the potion. But his incantation references a certain goddess, which irks Makoto. So Makoto steps in using Emma's taught spell to complete the task for Han, who hasn't even finished his chant. According to the butler, the initial ingredient is a rare flower called ambrosia, but since it's nearly impossible to find, they substitute the eyes of the monstrous bees which specialize in collecting nectar from that flower. Makoto decides he'll gather plenty of ambrosia flowers later to sell for profit. After crafting the first vial, the butler quickly hands over 2 more to the guildmaster. Makoto and Han swiftly finish them, but Han's clumsiness causes him to drop both. Makoto rushes to save the precious potions, even shielding them with his body crashing into the wall. He promises himself to give Han a few punches later for being so careless. Back in Patrick's room, the group finds him injured. His wife fiercely resisted, preventing him from giving her the medicine. Han guesses it's a level 8 curse sealed with a spell blocking her from taking the antidote. Initially, the curse caused her hydrophobia, but it worsened into a fear of light. Her eyes glow blood red, and her hair has thinned to a startling degree. Makoto volunteers to restrain Patrick's wife while Han brews another vial. Everyone trusts Makoto, his strength and agility unmatched. At the wife's door, Makoto warns no one to act rashly. She bursts out, charging Makoto with blinding speed, catching even him off guard. Thanks to his judo training with his sister, Makoto nimbly dodges and uses a swift kick to knock her down. While she's incapacitated, Patrick swiftly administers the medicine, restoring her to normal. The next victims are Patrick's daughters. Entering the room, Makoto spots one clinging to the wall like a ghost. Again, Makoto restrains the young lady, allowing Patrick to give her the cure. But when Han brings the last vial, he trips just like before. Thankfully, Butler Morris shields the potion with a cloth, saving it. The last daughter, still lucid, urges Makoto to flee, but he steadies her and helps Patrick finish the treatment. The next batch of tasks was swiftly completed by Makoto and Han within minutes. However, Han's clumsiness caused him to startle and drop both vials of medicine. Seeing this, Makoto sprang into action using his own body to catch the falling bottles, risking himself to save the precious cure despite the danger. Makoto collided with the wall ahead, promising himself he'd punch the trickster a few times later to teach him caution. Returning to Patrick's room, everyone was shocked to find him injured. It turned out his wife had fiercely resisted, making it impossible for him to administer the medicine. Hyan guessed this was a cursed spell of level 8, blocking even the act of taking medicine, leaving Patrick helpless. At first, the curse only triggered his wife's hydrophobia, but over time she developed photophobia as well. Her eyes glowed blood red and her hair had thinned so much it even annoyed Makoto. Hearing this, Makoto volunteered to handle restraining Patrick's wife, while Hyan was tasked with brewing another batch of the medicine. Everyone trusted Makoto, knowing his strength and extraordinary agility. At the door to Patrick's wife's room, Makoto warned everyone not to act rashly. Suddenly, she burst out, charging straight at Makoto with lightning-fast speed that even caught him off guard. But Makoto's frequent judo practice with his sister gave him the edge to dodge skillfully. With nimble footwork, Makoto deftly swept her legs, sending her crashing to the ground. As she lay immobilized, Patrick quickly poured medicine into her mouth, restoring her to her original self. The other two victims were Patrick's daughters. Upon entering their room, Makoto saw one hanging on the wall like a ghost. Once again, he subdued the young lady, allowing Patrick to administer the medicine with ease. But when Hyan brought the final vial, he stumbled just like before. Fortunately, the butler Morris caught it just in time, keeping the medicine safe. The last victim, still conscious, urged Makoto to run away, but Makoto stayed firm, restraining her and helping Patrick finish the cure. With Patrick's wife and daughters safe, he expressed his deepest gratitude to Makoto, and also to the goddess, which made Makoto roll his eyes in silent disbelief. As Makoto left the mansion, Mio and Tomoe arrived on the scene. At that moment, all three were ambushed by a fire-wielding enemy. Seeing Tomoe and Mio unable to dodge, Makoto feared they'd be burned alive. But with a simple flick of their hands, the flames vanished. It turned out they hadn't even bothered to dodge. They wanted to size up their enemy's strength. Tomoe also realized these attackers had been tailing her since the inn. Suddenly, a band of adventurers appeared surrounding Makoto's group. Their leader Lam schemed to recruit Tomoe and Mio into his ranks. Unexpectedly, Mio agreed to follow Lam for 10 gold coins. Tomoe was furious, thinking Mio had betrayed the team for money. But, in truth, Mio was following Makoto's advice and avoiding the battle because, if both girls fought, their rivalry would spiral out of control. Makoto sensed Lam's ties to the Rembrandt Merchant Guild and warned Tomoe to be gentle. He needed a confession. When the adventurers charged, Tomoe dodged every strike, refusing to fight back. She was waiting for Makoto to step in. It was like a scene straight out of a samurai film. Makoto was speechless. This girl was clearly addicted to movies. Finally, Makoto made his move, and only then did Tomoe spring into action. Soon, the adventurers lay defeated as Tomoe mimicked samurai techniques, striking down foes with her sword's back, not missing a single shot. Lam's group was crushed, and he desperately begged Mio for help. Even Lam's own comrade fled, using teleportation magic, terrified. But Makoto charged forward, sending her rolling across the ground. Only Lam remained, drawing his sword for a final stand. Lam's attacks couldn't land on Tomoe, who swiftly knocked him down. Thanks to her ability to read memories, Tomoe knew Lam protected a group of orphans. She held back, refusing to strike him further. Makoto discovered that Lam was the one who cursed Patrick's family. Makoto forced Lam to reveal everything. Lam confessed he once met a sorcerer in a tavern. Both despised Patrick's merchant guild for stealing adventurers' jobs, forcing many into deadly quests. The sorcerer cursed Patrick's family, hoping to change his mind. No one expected the curse to be so dangerous. Tomoe believed Lam's truthfulness, so Makoto spared him. However, Mio demanded all of Lam's money since he promised to pay her back in a few days. Lam went to Patrick's guild to apologize. Out of respect for Makoto, Patrick forgave him. His wife and children had fully recovered, no longer in danger. Lam promised Patrick he would never be an adventurer again. Hearing this, Makoto wanted to give Lam a farewell gift. He asked Tomoe to deliver it personally. Tomoe saw Lam as a good man trying to protect the orphans. Lam was impressed by Tomoe's strong team. Tomoe handed Lam a katana, forged by the dwarves, a priceless treasure. She knew well that once they parted ways, Lamb would likely sell the sword for money, but the gesture was heartfelt. This farewell gift symbolized more than metal. It was a spark of hope, a silent promise between warriors. Even if Lamb sold the katana, the bond they shared would remain unbroken. So Tomo persuaded Lamb to take on the task of gathering information for her. She even handed Lamb a pouch of gold up front to build trust. Eventually, Lamb believed Tomoe and agreed to work under her guidance. But secretly, Lamb was keeping an eye on Patrick and discovered that he was a man driven by ruthless ambition. Patrick was so wary that he even kept Makoto under close watch, knowing the young man was building his own merchant guild. Tomoe guessed that this mysterious sorcerer was yet another victim caught in Patrick's web of greed. After completing their mission, Makoto's group returned to the illusion realm to rest. But Emma had some troubling news to report, sparking a bad feeling in Makoto's gut. It turned out that the soldiers had lost all will to fight. After several training sessions with Tomoe, Mio saw this and urged her to stop pushing the soldiers so hard. Instead, she suggested they enjoy good food and relaxation. Mio even offered to spar with Tomoe herself, giving her a light workout to aid digestion. Meanwhile, Makoto wanted to personally check on the soldiers' condition, so he invited Mio to visit the ant tribe and the spider tribe, while Tomoe would assess the lizard tribe's strength. The ant tribe was busy with farming and construction, so when it came time to train with Makoto's group, their enthusiasm was low. More than once before they could even strike, Makoto's arrows found their mark. And if they managed to block Makoto's blows, the group was quickly overpowered afterward. They were now wondering if the lizard tribe's power could challenge Makoto's group. Makoto overheard the ant tribe's conversation and knew the situation was serious. Still, he and Mio had to admit the ant tribe's crops were impressively fresh and tasty. Tomoe's own tribe, however, was no better. The lizard tribe's fighting ability was painfully weak. Makoto learned that tribes often hid their true combat skills from each other, which might explain why their powers hadn't grown. Inspired by this, Tomoe suddenly came up with a brilliant idea. She ordered all residents of the illusion realm to gather and have each tribe select their strongest warriors for a friendly but fierce tournament. The first battle would pit the ant tribe's champion against the lizard tribe's warrior. Tomoe allowed them to unleash their full arsenal. At the signal, the lizard warrior struck first, aggressively launching an attack. The ant warrior responded with a protective wall to push him back, then swung a mighty club that shattered the arena floor. Makoto was amazed by their combat skills. The lizard warrior wielded wind magic to keep the opponent on the defensive, but the ant warrior, with a sturdy build, eventually overpowered the lizard foe. The match ended with the ant tribe claiming victory, yet Tomoe remarked that both sides were disappointingly weak. Their strength was far below what Tomoe expected, nothing worth boasting about. They couldn't even reach a fraction of her standards, and it left her feeling deeply frustrated. Makoto stood nearby, somewhat ignored by Tomoe's relentless critique. Still, he knew her intentions were for the best, so he dared not argue. Tomoe decided to hold weekly individual matches to better gauge each person's abilities and rank them. She insisted that all tribes participate, even the spider and dwarf tribes, so everyone would have to prove their strength. Makoto needed elite warriors to protect the illusion realm, and this was the first step. The tribes were worried their combat secrets would be exposed, but Tomoe dismissed their fears, saying only the weak had anything to hide. After her fiery samurai-style speech, Makoto added his hopes that through these group trainings everyone would support each other's growth. Every tribe harbored untapped potential. Finally, Tomoe reminded everyone to train hard for the upcoming tournament. The next morning, Mio and Tomoe returned to the guild hall to assess their levels. Mio's rank remained unchanged, while Tomoe had only slightly advanced. She was frustrated. All her grinding seemed pointless compared to Mio's steady progress. Meanwhile, Makoto received word from the receptionist that many of the top-ranked adventurers had quit, leaving the guild critically understaffed. Realizing this was partly his fault for driving Lamb away, Makoto promised to help by training the remaining adventurers. He then asked Tomoe for her assistance. Tomoe's task was to train Toa's group, helping them grow stronger so they could take on guild duties. When the young master asked, Tomoe readily agreed. She sensed that Toa resembled someone important from Makoto's past life, so she was determined to train him quickly to ease Makoto's worries. The very next day, Tomoe introduced Toa's group to a harsh reality training wasn't just physical. She took them into a forest to battle high-level gorillas. True to form, Toa's group attacked weakly, barely scratching the beasts. Tomoe had to trap the gorillas in a cage before seriously coaching them. At first, Tomoe scolded them for lacking any strategy if they fought. Like this, the gorillas would devour them in no time. But she knew Han was a skilled mage specializing in earth and water magic, so she crafted a simple plan. Han would create a swamp beneath the gorillas using his magic. Next, he'd pour a paralyzing toxin to immobilize the beasts, giving Lisa a clear shot to pick them off one by one. Although most gorillas fell, Tomoe warned the group not to let their guard down as the survivors tried to free themselves by sacrificing their comrades. Tomoe wasted no time training Toa's group intensely, so Makoto could feel at ease. The next day, Tomoe showed Toa's team what real hell looked like. Beyond physical training, she led them into a forest to battle high-level gorillas in a brutal test of survival. Like scratching an itch for a troop of monkeys, Tomoe had to create a cage to trap them and start training the team. At first, Tomoe scolded everyone for attacking without any strategy. If they kept fighting like this, they'd soon be monkey chow. But Tomoe knew Han was a skilled mage mastering earth and water magic, so she crafted a simple yet brilliant plan. First, Han would conjure a swamp beneath the monkeys' feet, using his earth and water magic. Then he'd pour a paralyzing toxin to immobilize them, giving Lisa a perfect chance to pick off each one with precision. Though most monkeys fell, Tomoe warned everyone not to get careless. The survivors were desperately trying to free their comrades from the swamp. Now it was Jan's turn, charging headfirst with his spear, while Toa used thief skills to vanish and circle behind for the finishing blow. According to Tomoe, this tactic would save the team a lot of magical energy. After all these monkeys were living creatures, Tomoe only needed to craft a small water prison to end the last one. Toa's group fought tirelessly in the gorilla forest until evening, though Han sometimes slipped up and got poisoned by the monkeys himself. After clearing one gorilla den, Tomoe reminded the team to keep training. They needed to gain experience and grow stronger until the guild recognized them as the city's mightiest adventurers. Currently, about 100 gorillas still roamed the forest, so Tomoe assigned Toa's group the mission to handle them tonight on their own. She planned to reach the guild hall first and wait for their return. The receptionist's face turned pale hearing Tomoe's story. This forest had claimed many adventurer lives. Still, Toa's group returned victorious with spoils from the gorilla den. Exhausted and battered, their weary limbs told the tale of relentless effort, and Tomoe's heart swelled with pride. She announced that Toa's team had exceeded her expectations, earning them newfound respect among the guild. Meanwhile, Makoto asked Mio to search for a rare medicinal flower called ambrosia. After Patrick's incident, he believed this flower could fetch a fortune. Mio's investigations revealed that ambrosia bloomed deep within the Tanakh forest. Meanwhile, Makoto had to prepare a shop for his new business. He approached Patrick about renting a storefront. Luck smiled as Patrick had a perfect place in mind and asked his butler to arrange it. Patrick, a seasoned businessman, understood Makoto's ambitions wouldn't be easy. Earlier, Makoto and his team discussed that renting land from the government meant constant surveillance, so Makoto decided to lease a shop from the Merchant Guild for free rein. That's why he turned to Patrick for help. Thankfully, Patrick's shop was in a neutral city outside any nation's control. Makoto only needed to wait a bit while Patrick arranged everything. Finally, their negotiation ended smoothly, sparking Makoto's hope for his Merchant Guild's bright future. Mio, accompanied by a comrade, ventured into the Tanakh forest. Conveniently, a group of adventurers appeared nearby, watching them from afar. These were two half-human girls who despised humans in the forest. The smaller one, Eris, sneered at the adventurers, calling them puny thieves. Her companion Aqua swiftly knocked them down face first. Meanwhile, back at the guild, Makoto and friends prepared a grand feast to celebrate the opening of his Merchant Guild. From the outside world, Tomoe's avatar busily arranged the party with care. Makoto smiled warmly, gently ruffling her head to thank her. Tomoe's avatar, linked with hers, could feel the affection in that touch. Mio brought Makoto a special delicacy from Jig, intending to feed him. But Makoto just ate it himself, ruining her plan. Seeing this, Tomoe pulled Mio away, letting Makoto mingle with his people. Enter Akina, a spider tribe girl who could now fully transform into human form. After their journey to the Tanilla forest, Akina secured the coordinates of the ambrosia flower. She planned to bring back some blossoms, but found the forest already guarded. Akina also shared that thanks to Makoto, her spider tribe was gradually adapting to the illusory space. Her comrades gave their all to support this change. Akina spent most of her time with Mio, and today the two stopped by local food stalls to bring back treats for Makoto. The journey continues weaving bonds and hopes in a world where every step echoes with destiny. Reporting in Makoto, the lizard tribe warrior has grown remarkably stronger after his recent sparring sessions with the brain tribe. Lately, he's even been trading punches with Tomoe gearing up for the upcoming Illusion Space Tournament. During the Belen party, they checked in on Makoto's status in Jigtown, and Belen admitted he's itching to venture out on an adventure with him. Hearing this, Makoto assumed Belen wanted to escape the confines of illusion space to breathe fresh air, but Belen laughed it off, saying that to him, this place is paradise. It's just that he's curious about the latest weapons trending outside. Seeing this, Makoto gladly appointed Belen as the caretaker of his shop in Jig City, and Belen was overjoyed to be entrusted with such responsibility. Next up, Makoto received a report from a Brain Tribe member who is about to take on a mission, leading adventurers into Makoto's Phantom City. This city is Makoto's secret channel for smuggling items from illusion space to the outside world through these adventurers. The Brain Tribe member was thrilled to support Makoto's business endeavors. Meanwhile, Mio and Tomo waited for Makoto's return to update him, but suddenly they lost all traces of his presence. Panic gripped them, fearing something terrible had happened. Only when Makoto's presence flickered back did they breathe a collective sigh of relief and rush to meet him. Found practicing archery on a newly created training ground, Makoto's safe arrival brought tears to Mio's eyes as she ran up and hugged him tightly. Confused by Mio's panic, Makoto was soon joined by Tomoe, who began questioning him about his archery training. While Makoto thought nothing serious was amiss, Tomoe's anxious demeanor told a different story. Makoto explained that whenever he focuses intensely, his consciousness seems to scatter into the surrounding environment. Tomoe and Mio revealed this might be why they couldn't sense him during those moments, because only death disperses consciousness like that. It was as if Makoto was flirting with death every time he trained so hard. At that moment, Mio noticed Makoto's mana surged dramatically far beyond the fixed limits any human could reach despite training. Makoto realized his ring had silently absorbed vast amounts of mana. Tomoe confidently declared that Makoto's cycle of death and rebirth was the source of this explosive power, now rivaling even the demon lord of their world. His mana level had reached the divine tier akin to a goddess. This overwhelming power was also expanding illusion space itself. Tomoe warned Makoto that if the goddess found out, she would hunt him down without mercy. Makoto grimaced, recalling just how unbearable her temperament was. Tomoe proposed their best move was to swiftly complete Makoto's mana-absorbing armor, allowing him to conceal his power when venturing outside. She also urged Makoto to escort the tearful Mio home, as she was nearly out of tears. The next day, Makoto resumed work, preparing to open his shop, but felt drained from the previous day's ordeal. Turns out, Mio wanted to personally attend to Makoto every night to spare him from archery practice. Makoto, aware that Tomoe masterminded this plan, gently advised Mio to rest in her own room. On his way, Makoto spotted a flying bag darting by, chased by a young demi-human who had just lost it. Makoto approached to introduce himself and was stunned to see the demi-human's face mirrored his own. Suddenly, a flirtatious woman appeared attempting to seduce Makoto, and he realized he had wandered into a red light district. Luckily, two maids swooped in to rescue him from being claimed by others. Back at the inn, the maids tossed Makoto onto the bed with fierce expressions, even weaving spider webs all over the room to trap him. They teased that Makoto always acted like an innocent virgin, but dared to come here to hire women. It was unforgivable. Mio wondered whether Makoto found them insufficiently appealing. Embarrassed, Makoto blurted out that he didn't like them prompting the maids to glare fiercely and vow to steal his virginity. Makoto quickly used ice magic to restrain them and slipped through a mist gate back to illusion space. Emma heard Makoto's calls and found him stuck in a tree tangled in webs, instantly understanding what had happened. Coincidentally, Makoto's magical armor was finally complete. Emma reminded him to try it on. It was designed to absorb mana effortlessly and allow nimble movement even while carrying heavy gear. Meanwhile, the dwarf craftsman was busy forging more armor sets for Makoto's special occasions. Mio arrived to apologize for the previous night, hoping to ease Makoto's annoyance. Makoto felt only slight awkwardness, but no anger. Suddenly, Makoto remembered a tribe guarding the ambrosia flower and planned to negotiate bringing one back. Since it could take time, Mio insisted on handling it herself. Fearing Mio might resort to force, Makoto insisted on accompanying her. On their way, Makoto sensed adventurers tailing them, so he asked Mio to conjure webs to block their path. With the unwanted company deterred, they swiftly reached the ambrosia flower's habitat. Makoto recalled how, as a child, he used to hold his sister's hand to prevent her from falling in flower gardens. This time he took Mio's hand, making her so happy she nearly lost her mind. She wished this moment could stretch into eternity until two women guarding the forest appeared and ordered them out. Makoto slipped through the mist gate, back into the illusion realm. Hearing his name, Emma spotted him stuck in a tree tangled in webs. Seeing his state and the silk, Emma instantly grasped what had happened. Fortunately, Makoto's magical armor was complete, so Emma urged him to try it on. This armor could absorb mana effortlessly, allowing Makoto to move freely despite carrying heavy gear. Meanwhile, the dwarf smith was crafting more suits for Makoto's special occasions. Just then, Mio arrived to apologize for last night, hoping to ease the tension. Makoto felt a bit awkward, but held no grudge. Suddenly, Makoto remembered the race guarding the ambrosia flower and planned to negotiate for a sample. Though this would take time, Mio insisted on handling it herself. Makoto suspected she might use force, so he insisted she come along. Approaching the forest, Makoto noticed adventurers tailing them, so he asked Mio to conjure webs to block their path. With the trail blocked, the adventurers couldn't disturb them. Makoto and Mio quickly reached the ambrosia's habitat. Memories flooded back. Makoto used to hold his sister's hand walking through flower gardens to keep her steady, so now he gently held Mio's hand, making her deliriously happy. Mio wished this moment could last forever, but two women guarding the forest appeared, ordering them out. Their joyful time shattered. Mio's anger spilled as dark mana surged uncontrollably, alerting the adventurers. The adventurers sensed Mio's mana and rushed over. Seeing the abundance of ambrosia flowers, they demanded to take them all. Aqua accused Makoto's group of thievery, and Eris vowed to wipe out all intruders, unleashing ice magic that forced Makoto to flee with Mio. Makoto was dumbfounded when he recognized one adventurer as the courtesan sister from last night. Eris and Aqua's relentless assault left the adventurers unable to dodge, so Makoto activated a protective barrier to shield them, while Mio remained enraged. At that moment, Tomoe telepathically contacted Makoto, but refused to help since he was busy having fun with Mio. Makoto had to promise to pursue Japanese culture before she'd act. Tomoe suggested Makoto lure the adventurers into the illusion city, and for Mio just feed her favorite dish to calm her down. Later, Makoto used fire magic too. Once satiated, Mio declared she was battle-ready. She unleashed shadow magic, devouring all of Eris's mana, leaving her powerless to cast spells. Makoto then blinded the two other girls with a flash before unleashing fire magic to destroy the weapons in their hands. Just then, Tomoe appeared to greet the adventurers into the Phantom City, while Makoto kept the two girls dazzled, explaining he was here only for trade talks. Luckily, they trusted him, agreeing to lead him to the village. Upon entering, Makoto sensed the place was guarded by a familiar barrier. Eris revealed that the strangers had been personally invited by her, and Makoto realized those strangers had already been eliminated by Eris. Meeting the village elders. Mio first mistook them for elves until the village chief's son appeared, revealing they were actually forest demons, the ancient ancestors of the elves. The forest demons had created and ruled the forest for millennia. He also warned that the dragon's protective barrier over the village was weakening, urging the elders to stay vigilant. Makoto guessed this barrier was the one Tomoe herself had erected. Aqua and Eris explained the village was preparing a grand feast to welcome Makoto, but first they wanted to introduce him to their master. To their surprise, the master burst through a wooden wall to meet Makoto and Mio. Makoto noted that the master was as eccentric as his two disciples. The master introduced himself as Mondo and shook Makoto's hand, only to hold on far too long, sending shivers down Makoto's spine. Mio's jealousy flared, and she promptly tossed Mondo out of the house, furious that he'd held Makoto's hand for 32 seconds, while Mio had only managed 31 seconds herself. After being thrown out, Mondo laughed heartily, thrilled to have met such powerful individuals. Meanwhile, the second disciple mistook Mondo's laughter for a concussion-induced psychological breakdown. Meanwhile, Makoto ordered Mio to tail the village chief's son and Mondo, both of whom gave off suspicious vibes. Master Mondo introduced himself and shook Makoto's hand but lingered too long, giving Makoto goosebumps. Mio, jealous, promptly threw Mondo out because he held Makoto's hand for 32 seconds, 1 second longer than she had. After being tossed, Mondo laughed heartily, thrilled to meet such strong warriors. But his second disciple mistook the laughter for an injury and suffered a mental breakdown. Meanwhile, Makoto instructed Mio to tail the village chief's son, and Mondo, suspecting something off. Mio was thrilled to be trusted, but sensed Makoto's unease growing. While tailing Mondo, Mio detected strange mana around him. He seemed possessed. The chief's son Aiden was secretly communicating outside through telepathy. Eavesdropping revealed the other side was the demon clan. Mio reported that Mondo was possessed, and Aiden conspiring with demons. Makoto then called Mio home to summon Tomoe for urgent help. That night, the village held a solemn feast. Makoto noticed Mondo whispering with Aiden, then suddenly Mondo grabbed Aiden's neck, draining his mana. From Mondo's body emerged a terrifying lich monster. When Makoto confronted him, Lick declared that Aiden must die for his betrayal and alliance with the demon clan. But Lick's true goal was a direct challenge to Makoto's strength. Without hesitation, Lick unleashed a devastating spell designed to annihilate both Makoto and the entire village. Yet, Makoto didn't flinch. His body was immune to Lick's dark magic. In fact, he countered using Mio's own spell, swallowing every attack Lick hurled. When Lick finally collapsed, Makoto calmly said he had many questions to ask him. Just then, Tomoe arrived at the village, and Makoto asked her to bring Lick back to the illusion realm for interrogation. Witnessing Makoto's feat, the village elders suspected he was no mere merchant, but a monster in disguise. But when Tomoe appeared and greeted the elders, a wave of reverence swept through the crowd. It turned out that years ago, Tomoe had answered their prayers by creating a protective barrier around the village. The elders bowed deeply, even more stunned to learn that Tomoe was now Makoto's loyal subordinate. Makoto and Tomoe returned to the illusion realm to interrogate Lick. He confessed that his possession of Mondo was a ploy to study the power of the Forest Demon clan. His true ambition was to become a supreme human of this world. Curious about Makoto's magic, he asked about the spell that swallowed his attacks. Makoto shared that it was dark magic, an all-consuming force that devours enemy spells. But Lick revealed that such magic demands an immense reserve of mana, making it difficult to wield. Frustrated, Lick accused Makoto of lying. Seeing this, the two women drew their swords to his chin, forcing him into obedience. Makoto didn't scold Lick. Instead, he wanted him to teach magic, since Makoto had only learned a handful of spells from Emma's notes. Lick was disappointed, expecting Makoto to be more knowledgeable. Tomoe advised Makoto to recruit Lick as an ally, noting Lick's vast knowledge of multiple worlds. Lick admitted that becoming a supreme human was his ticket to freely travel between worlds. This sparked a glimmer of hope in Makoto to return to his original world. But Tomoe warned that very few achieve this, and those who do become permanent residents of other worlds like Makoto's parents, never returning. Moreover, the chances of survival during such travel are slim. Tomoe urged Lick not to take reckless risks. Hearing this, Lick's disappointment was palpable. Years of effort seemed meaningless. Tomoe then suggested Lick forge a contract to serve Makoto, knowing Makoto desperately needed the magical knowledge Lick possessed. Meanwhile, the adventurer group was resting in a house within the illusion city, but showed scorn for the local races, even plotting to steal precious artifacts crafted by the dwarves. At that moment, young Tomoe and one of Mio's subordinates were storing treasures in the vault, unaware that the adventurers planned to strike. The contract between Makoto and Lick was successfully sealed. To everyone's surprise, the once grizzled Lick transformed into a strikingly handsome young man. He expressed gratitude for joining Makoto's side. Tomoe took on the task of teaching him the duties of a subordinate. But suddenly, Tomoe felt a sharp pain soon after a massive explosion erupted nearby, worsening her injuries. Before anyone could grasp the situation, Tomoe collapsed unconscious. Makoto rushed to Mio for help to stop Tomoe's bleeding while he and Lick headed toward the explosion's origin. Along the way, Lick grew exhausted, struggling to adjust to his new body. Fortunately, he could still cast magic from a distance, healing others, without physically reaching them. Arriving at the scene, Makoto's heart sank, seeing one of Mio's subordinates gravely wounded. Although their race naturally heals this comrade remained unconscious, Makoto recalled the helplessness he felt as a child when his pet passed away. Nearby Lick reported another injured person close to Makoto's position. Together, they combined their magic to save him. After their joint efforts, the wounded man finally regained consciousness. Makoto noticed the area was saturated with his own mana. A young girl then appeared bringing items that Makoto had previously entrusted to her brother from the ogre clan, who had once guided adventurers to this city. It seemed that brother had perished. Makoto ventured to the explosion's center to investigate further. The place was devastated, only scattered traces of dispersed mana remained. Tomoe's clone and the ogre brother had been caught in the blast, losing their lives. Suddenly, Makoto glimpsed memories of a blonde female adventurer he had met before, a woman filled with hatred for demi-humans and boundless greed. That woman and her accomplices had stormed the weapon vault to plunder the dwarves' treasures. The citizens of Illusion City fiercely resisted. In the chaotic struggle, she threw a ring infused with Makoto's mana. Though young Tomoe tried to trap it in a water prison to contain its power, her efforts failed. The resulting explosion was catastrophic, wiping out many around. Because Tomoe's clone was linked to her, she suffered severe injuries. The rogue adventurer survived by fleeing swiftly to Jig City with the stolen weapons. But before she could escape, a mysterious mist transported Makoto to the scene. The two combined healing magic to save him first. After Makoto and the Lich's relentless efforts, he finally awoke. Makoto sensed his mana filling the air as a young girl arrived carrying the tribe elder's belongings from before. It was Makoto who assigned him the task of leading adventurers to this city. It seems he no longer lives, so Makoto ventured to the heart of the explosion to investigate further. The city now lies in ruins, with only scattered traces of magical energy from Tomoe's clone and the Skull Clan brother remaining. This proves they were both caught in the blast and lost their lives. Suddenly, Makoto glimpsed the memory of the blonde female adventurer from before. Turns out she harbored a deep hatred for demi-humans. Alongside that, an insatiable greed drove her and her comrades to storm the dwarf clan's weapon vault, stealing their treasured artifacts. The citizens of Illusion City stood their ground, fiercely resisting their theft. Amid the chaos, she held a ring infused with Makoto's immense magic. Though little Tomoe cast a water prison spell to suppress its effect, it was all for naught. The result was a terrifying explosion that wiped out everyone nearby. Because her clone was linked to Tomoe, she suffered grave injuries. The female adventurer, however, survived and fled to Jig City with the stolen weapons. But before she could escape, a mist enveloped Makoto and brought him to the scene. After the death of his people, Makoto's patience snapped. He saw her survival as a cruel twist of fate and vowed to take her life, making her pay for her sins. Though she claimed to be a high-rank adventurer, Makoto didn't care. Drawing the dagger gifted by the Skull Clan brother, he mercilessly ended her life, ignoring her desperate pleas. This was Makoto's first time taking a life, so guilt weighed heavily on him. He knew death was a sorrowful thing from his past world. The next morning, Illusion City's residents held a solemn funeral for the victims of the previous night. Everyone mourned deeply for their loss. Makoto could only blame his own naivety. His ignorance of this world's people had led to this tragedy. Soon after, Makoto visited Tomoe while she was recovering from her wounds. He gave the Skull Clan brother the name Tsuki to make it easier for everyone to address him. Besides that, Makoto shared with Tomoe that he had glimpsed the memories of the shadow adventurer the night before, an ability only Tomoe possessed. This sparked Makoto's curiosity. Had he somehow transformed into a dragon or a spider? Seeing Makoto's innocent wonder, Tomoe couldn't help but burst into laughter and said that Makoto's ability came from the special bond they shared. Only when the two trusted and connected deeply could Makoto wield her power. Hearing this, Mio radiated a shadowy magic of jealousy, clearly envious. She teased that Tomoe was just lucky, but next time Makoto would definitely unlock her own strength. Spotting Mio's competitive spark, Tomoe got out of bed to throw down a verbal gauntlet, and the two immediately argued over who had the truest, closest bond with Makoto. Meanwhile, Makoto was thrilled to see them back to their usual selves after the recent chaos. Determined to protect Illusion City, Makoto decided to build a wall around it, a fortress to shield its residents. Next, he enlisted the lizard tribe to ramp up patrols, while the dwarf tribe was tasked with disguising themselves as adventurers to gather intelligence in town. Makoto prayed that such tragedies would never happen again. He also asked the dwarves to build a storage for scrap and hazardous items that needed disposal. Safety measures followed a fire prevention system, and explosion-proof structures were put in place. The dwarves were also charged with strict weapon control guarding against the greed of dark adventurers. That afternoon, Makoto visited the families of the victims to offer his apologies. But, to his surprise, they saw him as their savior, their beacon of hope. They pledged to fight and sacrifice for the safety of Illusion City. Deeply moved, Makoto expressed his heartfelt thanks to them all. On his way back, Makoto's mind swelled with thoughts about the future of Illusion City. The next morning, he set off to meet Patrick, ready to discuss a bold plan he wanted to travel to the Academy City to absorb all the knowledge this world had to offer. Coincidentally, that city was independent, not belonging to any nation, allowing Makoto the freedom to trade as he pleased. He handed over the shop's operations to his subordinates, trusting them fully. Upon hearing Makoto's ambitions, Patrick readily agreed to assist him on this journey. Had the freedom to trade on his own while delegating shop duties to his subordinate Patrick. Hearing Makoto's wishes, Patrick readily agreed to help him reach his destination smoothly. Their bond had grown close, allowing Makoto to reveal his face to Patrick. As expected, after seeing Makoto, Patrick and the butler couldn't help but burst into laughter. Patrick even joked that Makoto seemed cursed like his wife and children once were. Makoto then shared news of his upcoming trip to the Academy City, though this time only Tsuki was allowed to accompany him, sparking jealousy from two girls. Makoto explained that Tsuki was a magic researcher, making him perfect for the journey. The reason Makoto had to go was to uncover what the female adventurer had done to corrupt so many others. Additionally, Makoto needed to learn about the races of this world and his parents' origins, so he had to put aside his duties in illusion space and set out. Before leaving Makoto also, the breakups for those two girls became treasured memories for Makoto, echoes from his old world that they both cherished and loved to revisit. Receiving this gift, both felt an overwhelming happiness. Meanwhile, Tomoe was planning to recruit the Forest Demon tribe into the illusionary realm, and Mio was set to take over managing the city and Makoto's shop. The next morning, everyone gathered to send Makoto off. To reach the Academy City, Makoto would teleport using a magic circle. But the goddess had already found him, abruptly shifting him to a different location. According to Patrick, this spot lay right in the heart of a brutal war between humanity and the demon tribe. Tsuki reported back to the girls that their master had vanished without explanation. As Makoto struggled to grasp his situation, a fierce warrior named Sophia suddenly charged at him from behind. By her side was a divine dragon disguised as a human named Lena. Despite dodging Sophia's massive sword, Makoto lost 2 fingers, realizing his enemy was no ordinary opponent. He reminded himself to stay calm and seek a way to fight back. Sophia and Lena knew Makoto was the goddess's summoning, and when they spoke of her, Makoto's frustration only deepened. To make matters worse, she had teleported him to a place where he couldn't call for backup. Sophia lunged again, forcing Makoto to erect a defensive barrier. To stand a chance, Makoto tended to his wounded hand, but first demanded to know why Sophia wanted his life. She revealed they were warriors serving the demon tribe, and this land was a battleground where humans clashed with demons. Since Makoto was the goddess's envoy, they were ordered to kill him on sight. The grim truth dawned: he was trapped in a war not his own. Though he could escape back to the illusionary realm, his foes would surely follow. With no choice, Makoto changed his armor's color to boost agility and braced for Sophia's next move. He unleashed a fiery barrage, but Sophia countered by forging sword walls that hemmed him in, blocking his every step. Makoto's attacks were easily parried by Sophia and Lena, who even created floating platforms for Sophia to dance through the air. Closing in, Sophia swung her blade, shattering Makoto's barrier. Luckily, his armor absorbed the blow. Lena claimed Makoto's strength came only from the goddess's protection, prompting Sophia to use a magical ring that stripped away all his defenses. But Makoto retorted that the goddess had never shielded him, and he had no clue why she sent him here. Hearing this, Sophia and Lena thought he was bluffing to save his life. Before finishing him off, they introduced themselves, Sophia, the strongest human adventurer known as the Dragon Slayer, and Lena, a divine sword dragon, like Tomoe. Makoto humbly claimed he was just a merchant. Sophia scoffed, dismissing his words and eager to end him, confident that without the goddess's protection, a single strike would fell him. Burning with anger, Makoto removed his rings to unleash his true power. The surge of magic made Sophia and Lena falter, fear creeping into their eyes. Makoto detonated a colossal explosion, blasting both foes away. Using magic, he pinpointed their location and drew a crossbow crafted by the dwarf tribe. He fired a missile straight at them. Caught off guard, Sophia and Lena scrambled to defend, but Makoto's shot was overwhelming. Not stopping there, Makoto launched a massive water element arrow that left Lena stunned by his power. The two had to unite their defenses to block the assault, but Makoto's arrow shattered their shield, freezing Lena in place. Sophia escaped just in time, charging into close combat and unleashing a whirlwind slash that made Makoto doubt if he could dodge. Yet his crossbow sliced through Sophia's greatsword, surprising her and earning Makoto's respect for the dwarf-crafted weapon's sheer might. In a sudden move, Sophia grabbed Makoto and leapt into the sky. Once high enough, she dropped him, mirroring the goddess's earlier treatment. Along the way, she conjured countless swords to block his fall. But Makoto unleashed flames, obliterating every blade in his path. Sophia thought she had finished him off yet. Makoto's firestorm raged on, culminating in a massive water element arrow bursting downward. The surrounding space trembled violently, forcing soldiers from both sides to scatter. At the arrow's center, a vast lake formed. Though Sophia and Lena survived, Sophia lost her armor, and Lena lost a leg. Awakening, Makoto was startled to find two female attendants beside him. They had brought him back to the illusionary realm to heal. Patrick reported that a red-armored demon had devastated the battlefield, while Makoto recounted his battle with Sophia and Lena. Tsuki guessed the goddess forced Makoto into the demon war by teleporting him there. Mio, furious with the goddess's treatment of Makoto, vowed to accompany him to the Academy City alongside Tomoe, fearing the goddess might cause more trouble. Makoto, however, wanted to keep his two powerful attendants secret for now, which made them both secretly joyful. Tomoe introduced Makoto to a new little clone, a girl forged from Makoto's ring magic, mixed with Tomoe's power. She affectionately called Makoto father, driving Mio wild with jealousy. Makoto named the clone Simo. Back in the illusionary realm, the forest demon tribe underwent harsh training. Makoto's blade sliced through Sophia's massive greatsword with shocking precision, leaving her stunned. Even he had to admit the dwarven weapon was ridiculously powerful. Seizing the moment, Sophia grabbed Makoto, leaping into the sky. Once high above, she dropped him like a vengeful goddess. Below, she conjured a rain of swords, threatening to pin him down. But Makoto unleashed a torrent of flame, incinerating everything before him. Sophia thought he was done for, yet the firestorm raged on. To top it off, Makoto fired a colossal water arrow pulsating with magic. As it struck, the very air trembled, a breathtaking spectacle of power and will clashing in the heavens. The clash was fierce soldiers on both sides recoiled and fled, while at the epicenter of the arrow's strike lay a vast pool of water. Though the other two were still alive, Sophia's armor was shattered, and Lena had lost a leg. Makoto awoke with a start, only to find two female attendants lying beside him. It turned out they had brought him back to the illusionary realm to heal his wounds. Meanwhile, Patrick received news that a demon clad in red armor had obliterated the entire battlefield. Makoto was recounting the fierce war to everyone gathered, his voice heavy with the weight of the ordeal. After this ordeal, Tomoe and Mio vowed to accompany Makoto to the Academy City, fearing the goddess might stir up trouble once more. Yet Makoto hesitated to reveal his two female attendants to the goddess, as for both were powerful and precious to him. Hearing this, Tomoe and Mio's hearts swelled with joy. Tomoe also introduced Makoto to a new little clone, a being born from the magic within Makoto's ring and Tomoe's own power. Tomoe claimed this clone as her child with Makoto, and the little girl even called Makoto father, driving Mio into a whirlwind of jealousy. Makoto named this new clone Kumo. Back in the illusory realm, the demon tribe faced rigorous training, but unable to endure the harshness, Eris wanted to give up altogether. Yet the bananas in that realm were so delicious that Eris ate until her mouth was full. Now, Makoto's illusion city had been rebuilt grandly after the previous explosion. His shop in Jig City opened its doors to customers, though the townsfolk showed disdain upon learning it was run by a demon. To prove them wrong, Makoto offered all services free of charge that day. First, Belen reforged a sword for an adventurer, and then Mio used it to slice fruits grown in the illusory realm before inviting everyone to share. Eris also introduced a rare high-grade healing potion exclusive to that place. The warmth and enthusiasm of the shop gradually won over the city's residents. To celebrate, Toa's adventurer group arrived to congratulate Makoto's grand opening. Everyone was filled with joy and satisfaction as the celebration unfolded. Eris's attempt at making soup was a disaster. Mio peeled just a tiny bit of potato, filling the rest with killer celery. The resulting dish poisoned everyone. The roasted chicken turned so tough it felt like eating bricks. Mio even poured machine oil into the banana cake, rendering it unthinkably hard. The demon tribe loved bananas, so they vowed to finish them all, but soon the three were practically ready for a funeral. Tomoe reasoned that premium ingredients don't always guarantee delicious food. Everyone's tastes differ wildly. Some crave salted meat, others only bananas. She advised Mio to travel far and wide, gathering culinary wisdom. Inspired, Mio resolved to set off on a cooking journey to prove herself. Meanwhile, the others celebrated, relieved to have survived Mio's deadly dishes. At the same time, Makoto closed in on the bandits' hideout nestled in a desolate mountain. First, he cast a sound-sealing barrier, silencing all voices within. Confused, the bandit leader couldn't grasp what was happening, as his comrades fell one by one, struck down by Makoto's precise arrows. Though hesitant to interfere in human affairs, Makoto's heart urged him to punish these ruthless thieves. Only Makoto still carried a heavy burden on his shoulders. The war between humans and demons raged on, leaving scars on both sides. Once Makoto's anger exploded, driving him to attack Sophia alongside Lena. Unaware, Makoto unleashed a torrent of magical power in peril, devastating the surrounding land. On the battlefield, warriors from his own world appeared, sparking his hope to soon meet them again. Makoto also longed to uncover his parents' origins in this realm. Quietly, he sent an apology to Hasegawa for bringing tears to her eyes, promising to change and become a better man. At that moment, Emma announced the grand opening party was ready. Seeing her, Makoto remembered she was the spark that ignited his journey in this world. Through her, he met many who painted his days with bright, cherished memories. Though trials came and went, Makoto found life in this strange realm wasn't so bad, except when his two maids bickered fiercely. Months passed since his arrival in this harsh world, and thanks to the goddess's interference, Makoto faced countless dangers. Luckily, he found trustworthy friends always ready to stand by him. Determined, Makoto chose to become a merchant, building a new life here while pursuing the mystery of where his parents once lived. Now, Makoto travels with his maid Shiki to the Academy City, where he plans to continue his trade and absorb the world's knowledge. After being teleported to the battlefield by the goddess, Makoto decided to walk there safely. On the way, Shiki scouts out local eateries and inns, always hunting for comfort to avoid wrath from Makoto's two wives. Meanwhile, Mio stays home trying to master cooking and become a capable wife. But after tasting Mio's dishes, everyone around fell unconscious from food poisoning. Tomoe joked it was lucky their master didn't eat, or he'd be out cold too. Turns out Mio was experimenting with curry recipes from Makoto's memories, yet somehow she cooked up a terrifying blue concoction. After fainting and waking, everyone realized it was a rare emerald ore. Since Mio's spider race eats anything she tossed, everything into the pot, even the ore. She even swallowed the handle, leaving Tomoe speechless. Tomoe explained that most here, including Makoto, can't eat ore, it's not food. So she pulled out some bread and asked Mio to toast it, but Mio blasted it with hellfire instead. Even the bread seemed to vanish into thin air as Makoto savoured the rare slim meat delicacy from this other world. He couldn't help but admit to the shop owner that this dish was absolutely divine. Hearing Makoto's praise, the owner sensed a capable adventurer in him and decided to entrust Makoto with the task of hunting down slim creatures for him. But Makoto revealed he was a merchant on his way to the Academy City. The adventurers in the tavern caught wind of this and quickly hatched a sinister plan against Makoto. So he tossed a gold coin to the owner and retreated to his room to rest. As he stepped outside, townsfolk whispered about Makoto's less-than-handsome face. Since he had removed his mask, he had no choice but to accept their harsh words, knowing well some had fled at the sight of him before. After a while, Makoto arrived at the guild to accept a quest, but being at the lowest rank, they refused to assign him any high-level tasks. Just then, a frantic girl named Lana burst in. She told of a fierce band of over 100 bandits threatening her village. Though she promised a hefty reward, no one dared face them since the guild was short on hands. Lana felt heartbroken and cursed the goddess for not answering her pleas. Only a group of unscrupulous adventurers offered help, but with strings attached. In despair, Lana fled outside in tears. Seeing her plight, Makoto wanted to lend a hand, but sensed 3 men tailing him since the tavern. Moreover, 4 shady adventurers had followed Lana and captured her, ready to make her their pawn. Makoto rushed to Lana's side and unleashed a whirlwind, slamming all 4 into the wall. One thug mistook him for a demon at first, but Makoto wasted no words and flattened him alongside his cronies. After clearing the thugs, Makoto assured Lana he was human, not a monster. Then he used healing magic on her, leaving her stunned. Makoto silently thanked the moon god for granting him such power. Lana introduced Makoto to her companion, a gentle werewolf named Ito. Surprised by Ito's kind nature, Makoto asked about the bandits. Lana described them as ruthless marauders who pillage and slaughter at will, leaving her village on the brink of annihilation. Ito blamed himself for being too weak to protect their home. Makoto recalled his past battles against evil and resolved to purge Lana's village of these villains. Once he learned the village's location, he carried both Lana and Ito on a swift flight there. The villagers panicked, mistaking Makoto for a monster rather than the merchant he claimed to be. Lana hurried inside to warn the people, while Makoto noticed Ito's protective gaze on her. Hoping Ito would shield Lana with all his might, Makoto sensed the bandits had just raided the village, injuring many. He decided to head toward the mountain where the bandits were hiding. Ito wondered why Makoto was so driven. Makoto revealed the bandits called themselves Moon Over the Ruins, the same name as a song he cherished from his old world. Fueled by that connection, Makoto vowed to teach them a lesson. Meanwhile, Mio had prepared the finest ingredients for a feast, but disaster struck everyone, suffered food poisoning. Fearful they might be victims of assassination from her strange dishes, thanks to Emma's medicine they survived the ordeal. Today's menu included salted chicken skewers and soup, but Mio had peeled just a sliver of potato for the soup, the rest was deadly watercress. Eating it made everyone sick. The roasted chicken was so tough it felt like they were biting into tombstones. Mio even used machine lubricant oil in the banana cake, turning it into an indescribably hard brick. Since the Forest Demon tribe loved bananas, they reluctantly finished the cake to avoid wasting food, only to be buried alongside 3 banana bunches. Tomori observed that expensive ingredients alone don't guarantee delicious food. Everyone's taste buds differ. Some prefer salted meat, others just bananas. He advised Mio to travel the world, expanding her culinary knowledge. Inspired, Mio decided to embark on a cooking journey to prove herself. Around them, everyone celebrated escaping Mio's lethal cooking. Back on the battlefield, Makoto stealthily approached the bandits' mountain hideout. First, he cast a silence barrier, muting all sounds and cutting off their communication. The bandit leader was confused while his men were swiftly picked off one by Makoto's arrows. Though Makoto wished to avoid deep involvement in human affairs, his heart urged him to punish these wicked bandits. He deliberately missed fatal shots, hoping to spare lives. When the leader charged at him, his attacks were ineffective. Seeing the bandits' overwhelming numbers, Makoto switched tactics to fire magic skills Emma had taught him since his arrival. Once clumsy with flames, he now wielded them with deadly precision. Transforming an arrow into blazing fire, Makoto unleashed a single shot that turned the surroundings to ash. The bandit leader begged for mercy, which Makoto granted on one condition: they must never use the name Moon Over the Ruins again. When the villagers arrived, they found the defeated bandits gathered together. Lana believed her prayers had been answered by the goddess. Despite his reluctance to kill Makoto, intentionally aimed to miss fatal spots. When the bandit leader lunged to attack, it was futile. Seeing his numbers dwindle, Makoto switched to fire magic, an art Emma had taught him upon his arrival here. Once clumsy with flames, Makoto now wielded them like a master, transforming his arrow into a blazing projectile that ignited everything it touched. The the bandit leader begged for mercy, which Makoto granted on the condition they never again call themselves the Moon on the Wasteland. When villagers arrived, they found the bandits corralled together, their defeat clear. Lana believed their prayers had been answered by the goddess's intervention. Meanwhile, Makoto and Shiki returned to the inn, where Tsuki learned that the nation's heroes were fiercely protected by their country. They say that taste is a personal symphony, no two palates alike. Some crave salted meat, others only bananas. So Tomoe advised Mio to travel far and wide to elevate her culinary wisdom. Inspired, Mio decided to embark on a journey to master cooking and show the world her growth. Around her, the mood lightened, everyone relieved to escape Mio's once deadly dishes. Meanwhile, Makoto crept closer to the bandits' hideout nestled in a desolate mountain. First, he cast a barrier to silence all sounds around, cutting off their ability to communicate by voice. The leader was confused, while his subordinates were one by one felled by Makoto's precise arrow shots. Though Makoto had no desire to meddle in human affairs, his heart urged him to punish these cruel bandits. Not wishing to kill, he deliberately missed lethal strikes. When the leader saw Makoto, he lunged to attack, but his efforts were futile. Seeing the bandits still numerous, Makoto shifted tactics, unleashing fire magic, an art Emma had taught him upon arrival in this world. Once unable to control it now, he wielded it with mastery. His arrow blazed with flame, striking true and setting the surroundings ablaze in a single shot. The leader, scorched and desperate, begged for mercy. Makoto agreed, but warned them never to call themselves Moon of the Ruined City again. When the villagers arrived, they found the bandits bound and helpless. Lan Na believed their goddess had answered her prayers, intervening on their behalf. At that moment, Makoto and Shiki were returning to their inn. Shiki caught wind that the heroes were fully protected by their nation, fueling his anger at the injustice Makoto faced from this world. Makoto recalled how the goddess once chose other champions to replace him, seemingly condemning them to the same demon war that had once engulfed him. Now Makoto longed to meet these new warriors before being transported to another realm. Before that, Makoto was just a high school boy with a senior named Hibiki who often asked him to run errands. Hibiki saw Makoto as an ordinary youth, yet he somehow made it into an all-girls archery club, which sparked her envy. His life seemed full of excitement, while hers was painfully dull. Every achievement she earned felt hollow. Hibiki's jealousy was tinged with admiration, knowing Makoto's world was vibrant compared to her own grey reality. Makoto was eagerly anticipating meeting them before being transported to another world. Back then, Makoto was just a high school boy. At his school, there was a senior named Hibiki who often asked him to run errands. Hibiki saw Makoto as an ordinary-looking guy, yet somehow he managed to join the archery club, which was filled entirely with girls. Sometimes she felt a twinge of jealousy because Makoto's life was so vibrant, while hers was utterly dull. Every achievement Hibiki had so far came easily, requiring no real effort, leaving her feeling bored and empty. Then, out of nowhere, a goddess summoned Hibiki. The goddess revealed her world was under threat from vicious demons and offered Hibiki the power of a hero, sending her to the other world to protect humanity. At first, Hibiki refused, wishing to return to her mundane life. But the goddess knew Hibiki's heart was starving for meaning. She promised that in this new world, Hibiki could finally live with the passion she'd always craved. Hearing this, Hibiki agreed, and the goddess bestowed upon her mighty magic, exceptional physical strength, and a divine weapon shaped like a silver belt. Shortly after the king of Limia received the goddess's prophecy, she would grant his kingdom a hero to fight the demons. Meanwhile, Hibiki was sent down to the cheers of her kingdom's people. In stark contrast, Makoto was dropped at the edge of the world, greeted by no demons and no fanfare. After days in the new world, Hibiki delved into its history, learning that humans had once pushed demons to barren lands, but in the last decade, demons were reclaiming lost territories. Only 2 human nations now held the front line. Hibiki also discovered that the neighbouring Bronya Empire had likewise been gifted a hero by the goddess, stirring unease in her homeland. She feared that once the war ended, tensions between the 2 nations would worsen. Within Hibiki's silver belt dwelled a wolf spirit, a guardian she called out to whenever loneliness crept in. The next morning, Hibiki was summoned to the guild to pick teammates for the hero squad, where most present were seasoned mercenaries. She caught sight of a dark-skinned girl with white hair named Navan. the strongest among them. Hibiki sought Navan's sword training, but Navan initially rejected her, doubting Hibiki's power. Only after Hibiki's heartfelt persuasion did Navan relent. Meanwhile, Makoto's first ally was a colossal blue dragon who loved wearing traditional Japanese garb. Once the hero squad was formed, they were tasked with protecting a nun. But shock struck the group as they found her surrounded by demon wolves creatures who fed on magic to grow stronger. Once their warrior team was formed, they were assigned a mission to protect a nun, but shock hit them like lightning. They found her surrounded by a pack of spectral wolves, creatures who thrived on devouring spiritual energy to grow stronger. Since there were 4 wolves, Navan quickly devised a plan. Each member would take down one wolf swiftly before they could summon reinforcements. Yet Hibiki, who had never taken a life before, hesitated deeply. Then Navan and the others sprang into action. They swiftly ended the beasts one by one, but Hibiki faltered, unable to finish off the last wolf. That moment of hesitation allowed the creature to cry out, calling a horde of monsters charging toward them. The team fought fiercely, but the monsters were relentless, merciless in their assault. Seeing his comrades in peril, Hibiki realized that he bore the heaviest blame. No longer holding back, he plunged into battle, cutting down each monster with fierce determination, yelling to rally his friends that a true warrior would end this fight. After the monsters were vanquished, Navan came to encourage Hibiki. Then, to their surprise, the nun Chia asked to join the warrior team. At first, the group feared this might provoke her homeland, but Chia boldly cut her beautiful hair to show her resolve, making it clear she had severed ties and wished to fight alongside them against the demon horde. Seeing Chia's unwavering determination, Hibiki happily welcomed her, though he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for her sacrifice in cutting that lovely hair. Now, with Chia on their side, Hibiki hoped she would teach him magic. From then on, their team claimed many victories over the demon forces. But when they faced the black spider Mio, all their strength faltered. Cursed with an insatiable hunger for everything from humans to objects, Mio was a nightmare. On their way to battle, Hibiki's squad unexpectedly clashed with her. Navan charged forward with her sword but couldn't pierce Mio's spider-like skin. Even magic proved useless. Mio's resistance to spells was formidable. Only after Chia empowered Navan with a boost could she sever one of Mio's legs. But Mio's regenerative powers were terrifying. Her leg grew back instantly. Then, using her webs, Mio trapped Navan and struck a critical blow. Luck was on their side, however. Hibiki arrived just in time to rescue Navan and allow her to recover. Mio's next attack decimated the entire team. Only Hibiki and his wolf spirit companion remained standing. But soon even Hibiki was overwhelmed and knocked unconscious. When he awoke, his wolf spirit was still alive, and though the team was badly wounded, no one had died. This was Hibiki's first crushing defeat. Next time they met the black spider, he vowed he would not fall again. Meanwhile, the goddess summoned another handsome youth named Tomoki. At school, Tomoki was bullied relentlessly by the boys, only saved by the girls' intervention. Ashamed, Tomoki withdrew from school to hide away playing games. All he wanted was to be the hero of a reincarnation novel. Then suddenly the goddess summoned him. Still confused, Tomoki learned that another world was threatened by demons, and she granted him the power of a warrior with a mission to save humanity. Tomoki was ecstatic, thinking it was all a dream. The goddess also bestowed upon him a magical eye ability, one that could charm anyone he gazed upon, along with many other cheat skills straight out of an isekai story. His body even became immortal at night, and he gained a cool new look. Tomoki promised to fulfill his role as a warrior. Soon, he was taken to the palace of the Ronya Empire, where he met Princess Lily, the Empire's second princess. Knowing Tomoki was sent by the goddess Lily, wanted a private chat to understand him better. At that moment, a royal female knight appeared, catching Tomoki's attention. It was his first time seeing such a warrior. Unintentionally, Tomoki's magical eye activated, making the knight fall head over heels instantly. Lily noticed and quickly urged Tomoki to undergo skill and level assessment. After a grueling day of tests, Tomoki was exhausted. Lily learned from the examiners about his charm skill and became visibly uneasy. She then introduced Tomoki to a female alchemist named Tsuki, but during their conversation, Tsuki also fell victim to Tomoki's magic eye. Thankfully, Lily stayed nearby to prevent them from sneaking off for a secret rendezvous. The next morning, while strolling, Tomoki met Mora, a petite dragon summoner who led the beast-taming class. As they talked, Mora's village's tragic demon attack came to light, and she too was charmed by Tomoki's gaze. That night, Tomoki asked Lily's permission to form a team with the 3 girls he'd met. Lily agreed. After all, they were all enchanted by him. Yet she knew Tomoki's charm was still unstable, so that very night, she tried to seduce him to control his powers. Lily's true goal was to harness Tomoki's warrior strength to annihilate the demon forces. Meanwhile, Makoto was no less busy. He was locked in a passionate kiss with Mio. From then on, Tomoki's team racked up victories against the demon legions. Mora was small in stature, but the top beast tamer in her class. After chatting, Tomoki learned that Mora's village had been attacked by demons. Sitting beside Tomoki, Mora accidentally caught the demon's eye curse, which made her fall head over heels for him. That night, Tomoki asked Lily's permission to form a team with the 3 girls he had met. Lily immediately agreed. After all, those 3 were already under his spell. But Lily knew Tomoki's magic eye of enchantment was still imperfect. So that night, she played her own seductive game to test and control him, for her ultimate goal was to wield the hero's power to annihilate the demon clan. While those 2 were locked in a passionate dance of desire, Makoto was no less bold, receiving a fiery kiss from Mio. From that day on, Tomoki's team racked up countless victories against the demon army, and in the upcoming battle, Tomoki would fight alongside Hibiki's squad. Their mission: reclaim the Stellar Fortress currently seized by the demons. Hibiki acknowledged the battle's brutal difficulty. Before the attack, both sides would convene to strategize, and Hibiki was eager to meet Tomoki, both heroes hailing from Earth. Soon, Hibiki's group met Princess Lily and Tomoki. According to the princess, this assault had backing from many nations. Though these countries often bickered, their combined forces now outnumbered the demon army 5-1. Tomoki told Hibiki his team preferred fighting under the cloak of night, so the attack was set for darkness. Moreover, Tomoki treated the battle like a thrilling boss raid, unfazed and ready. Hibiki then wondered if she and Tomoki had crossed paths in their old world. After some thought, she realized Tomoki had once been a model, and revealing this past made him visibly uncomfortable. Coming from many countries, although these nations usually have their disputes, their combined forces are now 5 times stronger than the demon tribe's army. Tomoki also informed Hibiki that his team prefers to fight at night, so the attack would be launched then. Besides, Tomoki treats this battle like a game-level boss fight, showing no sign of worry. Hibiki wondered if she and Tomoki had met before in their previous world, and after some effort she recalled that Tomoki used to be a model. Revealing this past made Tomoki visibly uncomfortable, so Hibiki had to apologize. But Tomoki refused to forgive, and even acted arrogant, boasting he had reached level 605, while Hibiki was only at 430. From now on, whenever they meet, Hibiki must address him as Lord. Hearing this, Hibiki was left speechless, too stunned to respond, as her mind raced about the upcoming battle. That night she tossed and turned, unable to sleep until Navan noticed, and sat beside her to share a heartfelt conversation. Hibiki revealed she was born into a comfortable life where effort could achieve anything, but since arriving in this world she had finally tasted failure. This was also the first time she found someone close enough to lean on and talk with Navan. Even though tough trials awaited, Hibiki expressed joy at stepping into this new world. Now was the time for the 2 of them to get some rest before the battle. The next night, Tomoki stood before the entire army, calling for the goddess's blessing. After his proclamation, the troops yelled in unison and charged toward the fortress. Meanwhile, a demon queen general named Rona received news of the attack and decided to confront the goddess's army herself. As Hibiki's group approached the Death Fortress, they reminded each other to be extremely cautious. Many heroes' teams had fallen there, but Tomoki remained confident, ordering his soldiers forward. After fierce fighting, Tomoki's troops wiped out the demon forces ahead. Hibiki wondered why the enemy's resistance seemed so weak. To stay safe, Hibiki instructed the mages in the team to prepare defensive spells. Suddenly, Rona unleashed a massive magical formation beneath the human army's feet. With a thunderous explosion, the ground collapsed, trapping the entire force in a demon ambush. Luckily, Mejiwi quickly used flight magic to lift the members of Hibiki's team. Tomoki himself had a pair of flying shoes, allowing him to hover above the chaos. Seeing this, Rona launched an attack against Tomoki, but he immediately defended with his divine spear. Meanwhile, Tomoki's teammates struggled to carry each other on makeshift flying shoes crafted by Tsuki. Then, Mora summoned a dragon to support Tomoki. To keep everyone safe, Hibiki warned the mages to ready their defensive spells. At that moment, Rona unleashed a massive magic circle beneath the human army. A sudden explosion shattered the ground, swallowing the troops into the demon's trap. Luckily, Major Ui quickly cast a flying spell to lift Hibiki's team members into the air while Tomoki, who wore flying shoes, stayed aloft. Seeing this, Rona attacked Tomoki with a magic blast, but he swiftly blocked it with his divine spear. Meanwhile, Tomoki's teammates struggled to carry each other on makeshift flying shoes crafted by Tsuki. Then, Mora summoned a dragon to aid Tomoki, who mounted the beast and launched powerful spear strikes against the fortress. But Rona claimed the stronghold wouldn't fall so easily. As Tomoki breached the walls, he commanded his team to follow and support him. Suddenly, a giant demon general appeared. Without hesitation, Tomoki charged, but his first strike barely fazed the behemoth. Only with the next stab did he sever one of the giant's arms. At that moment, Hibiki joined the fray, attacking the giant to back up Tomoki. The giant grudgingly acknowledged Hibiki as a true hero since she dared to state her name boldly. His severed arm healed as if by magic, reminding one of the Spider Clan's resilience. Then, the giant wielded a strange ring that erased the goddess's protection from both heroes, leaving Hibiki and Tomoki drained and vulnerable. Tomoki understood that without divine power, their strength would wane dangerously. It wasn't until the next brutal strike that Tomoki managed to shatter one of the giant's arms. At that moment, Hibiki appeared, launching an assault on the colossal foe to back up Tomoki. The giant surprisingly acknowledged Hibiki's bravery. She had the guts to call him by name. Meanwhile, the giant's arm regenerated fully, as if he belonged to the Spider Clan. Then the giant unleashed a strange ring that wiped away the goddess's protection from both warriors' bodies. Without that divine shield, Hibiki and Tomoki's strength drained visibly. Tomoki realized something chilling. Without the goddess's power, he was nothing but a useless relic. One hit from the giant, and it would be the end. So, with a heavy heart, Tomoki ordered his team to retreat, urging Hibiki to head back to base. Warriors couldn't afford to die here. But Hibiki refused to be labeled a coward, unwilling to think only of herself. She chose to stay and fight, buying time for the soldiers to escape safely. The giant never expected Tomoki to turn tail and flee. Now his only opponents were Hibiki's squad. Out of respect for Hibiki, he challenged her to prove the strength of a true warrior. Meanwhile, the goddess seethed with frustration, seeing her army filled with weaklings. Just then, the goddess spotted Makoto Hibiki's teammate, who had battled the giant till dawn without landing a single blow. Even when Hibiki tried to strike, she couldn't even draw her sword. The result, Hibiki was hit by a crushing punch that sent her flying. Not only Hibiki, but her comrades were pummeled mercilessly by the giant's fists, leaving them utterly helpless. Hibiki's spirit was breaking under the weight of despair. Meanwhile, Rona contacted Sophia and Lancer, learning they were preparing to assault the human army. Suddenly, a golden pillar of light erupted on the battlefield, stunning everyone. It was the goddess's power. Hibiki's team felt a flicker of hope. But that light was a summons for Makoto, who was immediately attacked by Sophia upon arrival. Back with Hibiki and her squad, they were utterly exhausted. Sensing this, Navan instructed Yu to prepare a special magical item, aiming to protect Hibiki because she was the kingdom's future. Yu understood Navan's intentions and felt a pang of sorrow, but Navan smiled brightly, undeterred. First, Yu cast a powerful support spell on Navan, then handed her a magical artifact called the Rose Mark. Once activated, Navan's body transformed into a blooming flower. She charged at the dark general, carving fatal slashes into his body, urging her comrades to follow and support her. Thanks to the Rose Mark, Navan's power surged beyond limits. She tore off the giant's arm, which he couldn't regenerate in time. Everyone watched in awe as Navan fought fiercely. Even she was surprised the Dark General could still stand. Only by defeating him could humanity take a giant leap forward. Navan pressed on, striking the general's neck. In desperation, he unleashed his full power to face her until the bitter end. Seeing the general's grotesque transformation, Navan quickly ordered her team to fall back. She shouted a warning to U, who used teleportation magic to gather the group. U announced he would use a swift spell to evacuate them. But Navan stayed behind. Hibiki begged U to halt the magic. A teammate explained that the rose mark drained Nevin's life force to boost her power, meaning she would die after using it. Yet Nevin showed no regret. With her amazing comrades beside her, sacrificing herself gave her life meaning. With that, she leapt onto the general's hand, unleashing the flames of annihilation, burning herself to ashes. Hibiki's heart shattered witnessing Nevin's sacrifice to save them all. Meanwhile, Lily felt satisfied her demonic servant's courage had preserved her life. Outside the battlefield, Rona tried to awaken the petrified Dark General who had survived Nevin's attack. Rona reported Sophia and Lancer had been defeated by a powerful figure none other than Makoto. Now Makoto was being cared for by two devoted maidens, with Mio even risking everything to use regeneration magic to restore him. Makoto's journey to the Academy City was nearing its end. That night, Tomoe and Mio decided to leave the illusionary space to embark on their own adventures. Mio would head to the port city of Koran to learn culinary arts and gather ingredients Makoto liked. Meanwhile, Tomoe took on the task of investigating the battlefield where Makoto fought Sophia. Both understood they would feel lonely without Makoto eagerly awaiting his swift return from the Academy City. In the meantime, Makoto was scouting the market for trade opportunities when he noticed a girl being harassed by 4 youths. Curious, he approached to ask what was wrong. Suddenly, one of the boys shoved her and called her rude. Makoto told them to stop, but his words were just letters floating in the air ignored by the group. When the leader spotted Makoto, he insulted him as an idiot, failing to recognize his uniform. Tsuki, overhearing this, got fired up and begged Makoto to let him handle it right there. Makoto realized Tsuki was just as hot-headed as his 2 wives. Luckily, Tsuki listened and went off to chase them away. But the boys weren't backing down. They started casting low-level spells to intimidate Tsuki. Seeing them floating mid-air, Tsuki and Makoto couldn't help but laugh. With just a simple earth spell, Tsuki sent all 4 soaring sky-high, frightening the girl even more. Makoto then used corrosion magic to dissolve the earth pillars, trapping Tsuki. He turned to the girl, urging her to leave quickly. But she wanted to thank Makoto and invited him to try the delicious hot pot she was serving. Makoto invited Tsuki to join later and see if it was really that good. Meanwhile, the 4 youths were still stuck in the air, unable to come down. Tsuki couldn't be bothered to save them and just hoped they'd live happily in their next life. But Makoto ordered him to use wind magic to bring them down. The leader, humiliated, slunk away with his gang. Makoto remained unfazed. Haunted by the piercing gaze of that mysterious girl, Makoto and Shiki set off to find an inn to rest on their way. Along the journey, Makoto reveals his plan to take an entrance exam to be officially recognized as a city resident. But Shiki drops a bombshell. The test is actually a teacher recruitment exam, not a simple entrance trial. Makoto's paperwork from Patrick clearly states otherwise, leaving him utterly speechless. It turns out Morris, the aging butler, has faltering eyesight and confused the documents, forcing Makoto to participate in the upcoming teacher selection exam against his will. Before long, the exam day arrives at the city's central academy. Upon arrival, Makoto tries asking staff if there are any office jobs available. The staff's response: a biting insult, calling Makoto ugly and demanding words sharp enough to sting. Shiki, watching nearby, fumed and instantly unleashed a spell to drain the man's soul. Thankfully, Makoto stepped in just in time to stop the chaos. Otherwise, that poor employee would have ended up a dust skeleton. Just then, the Academy's representative appears, apologizing sincerely for the staff's rude behavior. No matter Makoto's status, disrespect was unacceptable. Sensing Makoto's potential, the woman softens, and after reviewing his credentials is surprised to see he comes highly recommended by Merchant Patrick. She offers Makoto the freedom to choose his exam content. Before Makoto can respond, Shiki boldly picks the most challenging exam type for him, demanding even practical trials over theory. Makoto is left speechless. After all, he's the one taking the test, not Shiki. Makoto soon learns the exam spans 3 grueling days. If it becomes too much, a single token lets candidates quit. Fighting one another is forbidden. The goal: collect 3 orbs each radiating a different hue. The exam zone is also crawling with monsters, so survival depends on your wits and will. With the rules laid bare, Makoto is teleported to the testing grounds. Using his senses, he detects an abundance of food and water nearby, a stark contrast to when the goddess once flung him to the world's depths. The candidates scatter, each venturing their own way. Makoto wastes no time, and quickly locates the first orb. According to the instructions, he must deal just the right amount of damage for the orb to stop and be collected. Sounds simple, right? But one light punch shatters the red orb into pieces. The yellow orb breaks after a single fire spell from Makoto. Even the blue orb crumbles under the tip of his arrow. Makoto realizes his power is overwhelming and tries to tone it down. Collecting the orb seems straight forward, but Makoto's light punch shattered the red orb into fragments. Then, a mere spark of his fire magic destroyed the yellow orb. Even the elusive blue orb shattered when struck by his arrow. Realizing his power was too overwhelming, Makoto decided to tone it down. Yet touching the red orb again caused it to break instantly. Frustrated, Makoto ended up sleeping beside a bush empty-handed. Annoyed, he created a painful barrier that shocked anyone who touched it. The next morning, several gorillas were found knocked out by the trap. Makoto tried to sense the other candidates, but found no one nearby, assuming they had already passed the test. Determined, he pressed on to collect the blue orb, this time dialing back his power. But shooting too weakly meant missing the orb, which could teleport around, making it nearly impossible to target. Makoto's frustration boiled over, wanting to burn the entire test site down. Then, calming himself, he imagined the orb in his mind and fired an arrow that grazed it perfectly, finally capturing the pristine blue orb. Ecstatic, Makoto's spirit soared. So, Makoto set off again on his quest, this time determined to gather the elusive blue orb first. But there was a catch: he had to dampen his power significantly to do it. If he shot too softly, the orb would slip through his grasp, darting like a ghost across the battlefield, impossible to pin down. The frustration burned hot inside him. He wanted to scorch this whole test away in anger, but then calm returned and Makoto focused on a new strategy. He imagined the orb in his mind's eye loosed an arrow that just grazed it, and like magic, he captured the blue orb perfectly intact. Joy surged within him like a victorious roar. Suddenly, Makoto sensed someone else lurking in the test area, but the presence flickered and vanished as quickly as it appeared. Undeterred, he resumed his task. First weakening himself with a barrier spell, he conjured a tiny flame and flicked it gently. The yellow orb was struck and caught in an instant. As he enjoyed his hard-earned meal, Makoto again felt that morning intruder's presence. He guessed the guy was a latecomer to the test, but the next morning revealed a twist: the intruder had been knocked out cold by Makoto's barrier. When he woke, he cloaked himself in invisibility magic, evading Makoto's detection. Makoto intended to keep his distance, but the intruder lunged, pinning him down. Yet, in a flash, Makoto snapped the man's sword staff in two. But the weapon was laced with poison, and a sting of shame crept over Makoto. The assassin bristled with fury, his precious weapon destroyed. Turns out this man had been terrorizing other candidates into quitting. Now baffled by Makoto's resilience to poison, he demanded answers. Makoto promised to share his antidote secret if the assassin revealed who sent him. But the assassin insisted he only followed orders and didn't know his employer. Makoto tried to send him away so he could continue the test, but the assassin's legs were paralyzed by Makoto's magic. Confused and trapped, the assassin couldn't run. Makoto took a running start and kicked him clean out of the testing zone. Because of that early morning assassin, Makoto lost control of his mana, shattering all the red orbs. The young man could only sit there crying, but luckily Makoto still had his trusty fish-cutting knife. With it, he finally captured the last red orb. After 3 grueling days, tears of joy streamed down Makoto's face as he completed the impossible test. Returning to the academy, he found 3 other candidates waiting while the proctor assumed Makoto had quit like the rest. But Makoto proudly showed his results. He was the first in the academy to collect all 3 coloured orbs. From that day, Makoto became a temporary teacher at the academy, now dreaming of savouring chicken hot pot at the girls' shop he'd visited before. Meanwhile, his 2 wives were off adventuring, and the proctor reported to a high-ranking official that Makoto had topped the recent test. The next morning, Makoto secured a business license to open his own store. The academy also sent him an invitation to discuss his new duties. But before that, he stopped by Luria's hot pot restaurant again, indulging in his favourite chicken hot pot as usual. After many visits, Shiki had unknowingly become addicted to the hot pot, and their laughter with Luria stirred a pang of jealousy in a young man nearby. Luria served Shiki a creamy hot pot dish he adored, and watching him mix ice cream into the broth made Makoto cringe. Shiki even devoured the entire hot pot, making Makoto worry he might soon develop diabetes. Taking the chance, Makoto told Luria that he was now working at the academy. After leaving, Makoto headed to the academy to discuss his work. Teachers here earn 10 coins per student, and most aim to gather as many students as possible. But Makoto chose to teach fewer than 10 students to ensure quality instruction. At that moment, a full-time teacher named Bright arrived to interview Makoto. Bright was a theory-focused teacher. Hearing Makoto's wish to prioritize practice, he promised to transfer his top 10 students, those who could perform advanced magic, like flight or divine communication, to Makoto's class. Makoto immediately recalled the rowdy students from before, realizing they must be among the elite if they could fly. Bright eagerly awaited Makoto's teaching debut at the academy. Upon arriving at the academy library, Makoto met the librarian Eva. He asked her to find books on spell languages, but took a step back when she called him by his real name. Eva explained she learned his true name from the proctor and revealed she was Luria's older sister, working at the same hot pot shop Makoto frequented. Thinking it over, Makoto noticed the sisters looked alike, though Luria's cheeks were rounder. Eva seemed a bit jealous, and her smile carried a dark edge similar to Mio's. Meanwhile, Mio was training to cook in a coastal town, but struggled on her first day, wildly swinging knives like a novice. Her teacher had to start from basics, teaching how to slice vegetables paper thin. Mio's slow grasp left her teacher speechless. Back at the academy, Bright handed over his 10 students to Makoto, but they mistook Makoto for a demon upon seeing his face. Hearing their harsh words stung Makoto's pride, so he decided to act as a strict teacher to discipline them. Soon, the students stepped through the teleport gate to meet Makoto. When the students saw the handsome Shiki, the girls swooned like lovesick fools. Makoto, though their official teacher, felt like an alien. This was his first time stepping into the role. Makoto tried imitating Tomoe's training style, starting by asking each student about their mastery of magic attributes. After hearing their reports, he concluded none could wield multiple attributes simultaneously. Makoto declared that without effort, they'd remain B-rank mages. The class bristled; they had earned their place through sheer skill. But Makoto knew such weakness meant death on the battlefield. He demanded each learn at least 3 magic attributes. One student doubted whether Makoto himself could manage that, joking he was some kind of mage saint. Taking up the challenge, Makoto decided to spar with Shiki, so the class could judge, and just seeing Shiki's staff, everyone sensed his formidable power. The sorcerer radiated overwhelming power, while Makoto held back, hiding every ounce of strength. Doubts from the students hung thick in the air. As the battle ignited, Shiki engulfed his staff in flame and lunged at Makoto with lightning speed, yet Makoto was ready, conjuring a magical barrier just in time to block the assault. Every strike Shiki launched bore the mark of Mio and Tomoe's rigorous training, explaining his agile, sharp movements. But Makoto responded with a simple fire spell, pushing Shiki back. The students watched, mouths agape, unable to believe this was a duel between masters of magic. Shiki shifted tactics, summoning earth magic, only for Makoto to fire an arrow that shattered the earthen wall. The shot sent tremors through the air, an undeniable clash of power and precision. Yet the battle was far from over. The two unleashed a whirlwind of elemental magic, pushing each other's limits. Makoto even combined water and fire in a daring dual attack, but Shiki skillfully dispelled it. Shiki admitted with respect that the staff made by the dwarf was incredibly sturdy. Not wanting the duel to drag on, they channeled their magic into a final, explosive showdown. Shiki wielding radiant light, Makoto cloaked in shadow magic, reminiscent of Mio's style. When their spells collided, the resulting blast rocked the ground, leaving some students lightly injured. The verdict was clear when Shiki conceded defeat to Makoto. But fearing the students might be too intimidated and flee, Makoto wisely ended the lesson early and urged Shiki to be gentle with the students' fragile spirits. Just as Makoto predicted, some students were so scared they nearly lost control, while others, inspired by him, pledged to join his class. Among them, a lightly injured girl felt a spark of hope, believing she might be forgotten, yet Shiki's caring inquiry melted her heart. A simple healing salve mended her wounds, and being face to face with such a handsome teacher left her cheeks flushed. After the lesson, Makoto vowed to ease up on mimicking Tomoe's intense style to avoid scaring his students. Meanwhile, Tomoe was investigating the battlefield, questioning a wounded soldier. She learned that a demon had fired an arrow that devastated the area. Peering into the soldier's memories, Tomoe's admiration for Makoto's power only deepened upon discovering he was the one who created the giant lake. Since the last class, only 5 students remain under Makoto's tutelage, mostly nobles, each with their own unique strengths. Izumo, a young man, wondered aloud how Makoto could recite spells so smoothly. Makoto clarified that while he couldn't speak normally, casting spells was still within his grasp. Before class began, Makoto reviewed all the basic theories everyone had learned, then planned to test each student's limits through combat. Seeing their nervousness, he reassured them to fight with confidence after all. He ran a large shop selling healing potions and mana restoratives. The battle erupted as everyone unleashed their magical abilities until exhaustion. Abelia, one of the students, even vomited a dazzling rainbow after struggling against Shiki. Casper, realizing Jin was out of strength to fight Makoto, used his remaining mana to heal him. Each clash, each spell was more than just combat. It was a testament to growth, trust, and the burning desire to protect and overcome. These fights were not just about power, but about the spirit that fuels it. In this crucible of magic and will, the students learned what it truly meant to stand firm, to push beyond fear, and to believe in the bonds forged through fire and shadow. Makoto's journey was no longer solitary. It was a shared saga of strength, heart, and unyielding resolve. Makoto knew the strategy was sound, entrusting offensive power to the mages, but despite that, Jin still ended up flat on his face after their first grueling training session. Every student was nursing aches and bruises, and Makoto wasn't done. He assigned more homework and ordered each of them to submit reports on their personal weaknesses. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but whisper, Makoto was truly a devil of a teacher. Meanwhile, Illume, the top student of the neighbouring class, was secretly boosting his physical and magical power with a forbidden magical drug. On the way back, he brushed past Makoto and Shiki, burning with jealousy upon learning Makoto had just become an academy instructor. After the lesson, Makoto had already grasped each student's strengths in combat practice, and couldn't deny this group held remarkable potential. Jin, ever watchful of his comrades' conditions, was the natural choice for team captain. Yum, on the other hand, was interrogating the assassin, who had just been kicked flying by Makoto, who also shattered Yum's dragon scale sword. But Yum refused to hear explanations and instead vowed to eliminate Makoto. Once Makoto became a teacher in the academy city, he opened a branch store there. But when Aqua and Eris were assigned to work under him, Makoto demanded an urgent swap. Those two were a handful. After much pleading and tears, he relented, but made sure to thoroughly brief them on every kind of potion in the shop. The store would operate until midnight, so they'd work shifts, and when they saw how easy the work was, the sisters were downright thrilled. Yet Makoto couldn't shake the worry. What kind of chaos would these troublemakers stir up? Lately, Makoto felt drained every time he came to the academy. It turned out some female students were vying to become his third wife, even knowing Makoto's looks left much to be desired. Not wanting constant harassment, Makoto simply agreed to their requests, reasoning that marriage was usually one man, one woman. Just then, Eva appeared, mocking Makoto as a naive virgin boy. She said the girls here followed anyone they could exploit. Hearing this, Makoto thought his 2 wives back home were downright angelic. Meanwhile, Tomoe and Lam were investigating the battlefield when Lam received news that the assassin Sophia often used a ring capable of sealing a goddess's power. But Tomoe had no information on this ring yet. Suddenly, Tomoe noticed someone untailing Lam. Outside, it was Princess Lily, with the warrior Tomoki and Mora. They were following Lam because of the katana he carried. Upon seeing Tomoe dressed as a samurai, Tomoki immediately recognized her, but his rude tone rubbed Tomoe the wrong way. Even Lily's introduction of Tomoki as a warrior failed to impress her. Yet Tomoki insisted on seeing Tomoe's katana up close. When he held it, frustration flooded him as he couldn't draw the sword. Tomoe snatched it back, claiming only she could wield it. With just a light pull, the sword emitted a spectral bone aura that stunned Tomoki. Busy with other matters, Tomoe didn't want to entertain Lily's group anymore. But Lily insisted on buying Tomoe's katana at a high price, hoping to use it to fight the demon tribe. Tomoe refused, knowing Lily's true aim was to learn the dwarves' weapon crafting secrets. Left with no choice, Tomoki tried to use his hypnotic magic eyes on Lam to coerce him into surrendering the sword. However, a glare from Tomoe made Lam freeze in fear, silencing any further words. Tomoki then tried to use his magic eyes on Tomoe herself, demanding she serve his purposes. But the spell failed utterly, and Tomoe called him a lowlife, with disgusting eyes declaring she served only her master Makoto for life. At that moment, Mora realized Tomoe was a high-class divine dragon. She tried to control Tomoe by manipulating dragons, but Tomoe's overwhelming power shattered Mora's magic staff and nullified the hypnotic spell on Lamb. Enraged, Tomoki struck Lamb with a divine weapon, seriously wounding him. Witnessing this, Tomoe cursed Tomoki as hopelessly useless, a remark that stung him deeply. He retaliated by attacking her. But Tomoe vanished into a bone mist, warning Lily that if Tomoki acted foolishly again, he would lose his life. Still, Tomoki's desire for Tomoe burned fiercely. He vowed to find a way to claim her. Lamb felt weak and helpless after falling under the hypnotic spell, so Tomoe decided to recruit him as a servant to train him further. Meanwhile, Mio was gathering seaweed to practice cooking, tasting some with delight to quell her hunger. Suddenly, Hibiki's wolf spirit charged at Mio, knocking her down and soaking her clothes. Furious Mio vowed to make the wolf her lunch. Fortunately, Hibiki arrived just in time to save her beloved companion and checked if Mio was hurt. Mio was surprised by his genuine concern. Hibiki took full responsibility and made his spirit apologize to Mio. She noticed Hibiki's black hair and smile resembled Makoto's. To make amends, Hibiki helped Mio sort seaweed, delighting her so much she clung to him, unable to let go. Hibiki confided that his group was heading to Jigtown to find weapons, but Mio cared only about the dishes she was learning to cook. Suddenly, Mio spotted a rare monster ahead and warned the group to be careful. Just then, a giant mantis appeared, stirred by a strong wind. Confident, Hibiki's group decided to let this monster be their challenge. Mora suddenly realized Tomoe was a high-ranking divine dragon. She tried to command the dragon with her powers, but Tomoe's strength was overwhelming. Just a slight surge from Tomoe shattered Mora's magic staff and dispelled the Magic Eye's enchantment on Lamb, freeing him from the spell. Furious, Tomoki struck Lamb with a divine weapon, wounding him severely. Seeing this, Tomoe cursed Lamb as a hopeless scoundrel. Tomoki had been insulted like that before and was burning with anger. Lamb retaliated, attacking Tomoe, but she vanished into thin air, warning Lily that if Tomoki acted foolishly again, he'd lose his life. But Tomoki was determined. His desire for Tomoe was fierce, and he vowed to win her heart. Lamb felt weak and humiliated under the Magic Eye's influence, so Tomoe decided to take him under her wing as a servant to train him further. Meanwhile, Mio was gathering seaweed for cooking practice, and tempted by its deliciousness, ate some to quell her hunger. At that moment, Hibiki's wolf spirit charged at Mio, knocking her down and soaking her clothes. Furious Mio vowed to turn the wolf into lunch. Luckily, Hibiki rushed in just in time to save her beloved companion. She then checked if Mio was hurt. Mio was surprised to see such genuine concern. Hibiki took full responsibility and made the wolf apologize to Mio. Mio noticed Hibiki's black hair and smile reminded her of Makoto. At that moment, Hibiki's wolf spirit lunged at Mio, knocking her down and soaking her clothes. Furious, Mio vowed to turn the wolf into lunch, but fortunately Hibiki intervened just in time to save her beloved companion. Afterwards, Hibiki checked if Mio was hurt, surprising Mio with her genuine concern. Hibiki took full responsibility and made the wolf apologize to Mio. Later, Hibiki took responsibility for the incident and insisted the spirits apologize to Mio. Mio was surprised to see someone so concerned for another's well-being. Hibiki, with her black hair and warm smile, reminded Mio so much of Makoto. To make amends, Hibiki helped Mio sort seaweed, which thrilled Mio to no end. She clung to Hibiki in pure joy. Hibiki confided that her group was heading to Jigtown in search of weapons, but Mio's mind was only on the dishes she was trying to master. Suddenly, Mio spotted a rare monster ahead and warned everyone to be cautious. No sooner had she spoken than a giant praying mantis appeared, stirred by a fierce wind. Confident in her group's fighting skills, Hibiki decided to let them handle the beast. Mio saw they were skilled, but their weapons were poor, and among them was a reckless blonde youth fighting dangerously just to protect Hibiki. During the mantis's attack, the youth was thrown aside, gravely injured. Seeing this, Hibiki feared losing a comrade, like her sister Navan did, and pleaded for Mio's help. Mio rebuked Hibiki for being too fragile, pushing her to be stronger. Mio's words were sharp, but carried the weight of survival, a call to rise beyond weakness, in a world where every battle could be your last. With just a few sweeping strikes, Mio cleaved the mantis in two, leaving everyone around wide-eyed with amazement. Yet as she reached to help gather materials, the mantis stirred, landing a brutal slash across her back. Mio wore the kimono praised so highly by the young master, and when it tore fury ignited in her heart, she unleashed a powerful shadow magic attack, shattering the mantis into fragments. Though victorious, Mio's sadness lingered, wondering if her precious kimono could ever be mended. Still, she resolved to carry on, to quickly escort the Hibiki group back to town. The wolf spirit, suspicious and fierce, snarled at Mio, thinking she meant harm. But Mio recalled their past encounter and stood as their protector this time, calming the wolf spirit into obedience. When Hibiki regained consciousness, she realized Mio had brought her safely back to the town. Soon after, Hibiki visited the shop to thank Mio and inquired about the kimono. Thankfully, it was repairable, and Mio, wearing a temporary set, asked Hibiki to repay her by teaching her how to cook. But the Hibiki group planned to continue training to slay monsters in the wild. Seeing this, Mio warned them not to overestimate their strength. Venturing out now would only make them prey. At this, the dwarf Belen promised to equip Hibiki with the finest weapons on the condition that, after each training session, Hibiki would return to teach Mio cooking. Still worried for Hibiki's safety, Mio's concern led Belen to request the Toa group accompany Hibiki as guardians. Finally, Hibiki accepted Mio's offer. From then on, Hibiki guided Mio through selecting ingredients and even fruit carving. Yet Mio struggled to control her strength. Every time she cracked eggs, they shattered into a mess. To make things trickier, Mio's taste buds were unlike anyone else's, forcing Hibiki to conclude that Mio's palate needed adjustment before she could truly master cooking. Meanwhile, Tomoe and Mio compiled detailed reports of their adventures. Eager for Makoto's return, the two hoped he would come home soon to hear their tales. Upon hearing this, Tsuki arranged for Aqua and Eris to stay behind to guard the shop in the Academy City, allowing Makoto to return in peace. Stepping back into his home, Makoto and Tsuki were immediately hit by an unbearable heat, a clear sign of the harsh climate shifts gripping this realm. They made their way to the house built by the O clan, where all the residents of the illusion space eagerly awaited Makoto's arrival. First, Makoto expressed heartfelt thanks for the beautiful home they had built for him. Then, raising his glass, he kicked off the evening's feast. The long-awaited reunion filled everyone with nostalgia and joy. After days of cooking lessons, Mio prepared a special bowl of soup, just for Makoto. Upon tasting it, Makoto praised it. Oh, Kiryo's perfectly suited to his palate, moving Mio to tears of joy. She also served many other delicious dishes that left Makoto in awe. Inspired, Mio vowed to craft even more unique and exotic meals next time. Curious Makoto learned that a female adventurer had recently taught Mio how to cook. After the feast, Tomoe and the others, there's a flood of news to update Makoto on. First, she's crossed paths with Tomoki, the warrior of the Empire. He may be around Makoto's age, but his soul is twisted. He's abusing the goddess's power to wage war against the demon clan. What's more, Tomoki seems to be teaching Princess Lily how to craft guns, a weapon, Tomoe glimpsed through Lily's memories. But Makoto isn't too worried. Guns in this world simply can't compete with true magic. Honestly, Tomoe wants to wipe out Tomoki's entire crew, but since Makoto hasn't given the order, she's holding back. Tomoe also reports a large lake that appeared after Makoto's battle with Sophia, but Makoto doesn't recall creating it, thinking it must be the goddess's doing. After the report, Tomoe wants to hear about Makoto's life at the academy, and comes close teasing him about how many girls he's managed to charm there. Her face reveals a hint of jealousy. But since the day is scorching hot, everyone steps outside to continue the conversation. The subordinates suspect Makoto might be the cause of the heatwave, as the weather seems tied to where he opens his mist gate, back to the illusory realm. Tomoe promises to investigate further and report back. Hearing this, Makoto realizes he can no longer roam freely on adventures. Meanwhile, Hibiki bids farewell to Mio, preparing to return to the kingdom. Mio feels a twinge of sadness. She hasn't learned many recipes from Hibiki yet. Before leaving, Hibiki thanks Mio for saving her life and also expresses gratitude to Belen the dwarf for forging her a superb sword. Finally, Hibiki invites Mio to join her group and return to the kingdom together, but Mio immediately declines, vowing to serve her master for life. Even if the world collapses, Mio will follow only him. Hibiki accepts that she can't persuade Mio and hopes one day Mio will visit the Limia Kingdom so they can cook together again. The next morning, Emma invites Makoto to admire the flower field she nurtured. Thanks to Shiki's land restoration plan, this year's harvest is bountiful, lifting the villagers' worries about food. Emma also updates Makoto about Mio and Tomoe, each proposing a new race for the illusory realm's population. Makoto wants to interview these new races, but first visits the blacksmith district to hear from the dwarf tribe leader. Recently, Mio was attacked by a monster that tore her kimono. This beast had absorbed a wind spirit, making it incredibly strong. Shiki admits he created this monster, leaving everyone speechless. Apparently, Shiki had captured many wind spirits, feeding them to monsters as experiments to see how they'd evolve. Thinking nothing had come of it, he released them all, and now he must apologize to Makoto for his reckless actions. He recalls experimenting with a mantis and a crab, which Makoto suspects is the crab emperor Tomoe had devoured. Shiki begs everyone not to tell Tomoe, or she'd erupt in rage. Later, Makoto returns to prepare interviews with the new races. Emma says she called them here to meet Makoto, and hopes he'll command respect as their leader. First is the winged tribe called the Winged Ones, but when they spoke, they hovered higher than allowed, so Emma gently reminded them to land politely. This tribe is populous and was recommended by Tomoe. They live in remote areas, relying on combat prowess to protect their villages. Makoto grants them permission to migrate here and assigns tasks suited to their strengths. Next are two girls from the Medusa tribe wielding petrification powers, so potent that a mere glance can turn someone to stone. The Medusa tribe consists solely of females, no men. Despite their oddity, Makoto allows them to settle in the illusory realm and plans to design special blindfolds to suppress their petrifying gaze. He also has methods to reverse petrification on objects, reassuring them to live worry-free here. Lastly, a tribe of high-level spirits recommended by Mio. Though tiny in form, these creatures chatter boldly, showing no respect to Makoto. Makoto wants to keep them here for reconnaissance work, but Emma angrily opposes, fearing their unruly nature endangers the realm. The spirits mock Emma, calling her a sow, acting high and mighty, which infuriates Emma enough to kick them out. After the interviews, the illusory realm welcomes two new tribes. At that moment, Mio brings some vegetables and mayonnaise to share. Makoto tastes it and finds the flavour strikingly familiar from his old world, praising Mio's cooking. Even Shiki is impressed and insists on dipping it into his hot pot to see how it tastes. Tomoe, however, declares mayonnaise could never rival the miso soup she's researching. Meanwhile, Makoto's students hear rumours about two new girls who've returned to the academy after a healing period. The academy residents dislike them for their poor attitudes and incurable obsession with boys. These girls are the Patrick heiresses, once cured by Makoto of a curse. Makoto senses the illusory realm's weather shifting rapidly. The mist gate he created is disrupting the climate. Mio fears the dampness will spoil her food, while Shiki worries sudden storms or droughts may strike. The brats' insolence was unbearable. Letting them linger in the illusion realm was too dangerous. The two immediately taunted Emma, calling her a sow, trying to act high and mighty. That was the last straw Emma snapped, sending them packing from the house. After the interview, two new races joined the illusion realm. Meanwhile, Mio brought some fresh veggies and mayonnaise to share. Makoto took a bite and instantly recognized a familiar flavor from his old world. He praised Mio's cooking delicious to the core. Even Tsuki was impressed by the mayo and insisted on dipping it into the hot pot to test the taste. Tomoe, however, claimed mayonnaise could never top the miso soup she was perfecting. Meanwhile, rumors spread among Makoto's students about two new girls. After a period of healing, they had returned to the academy, but their arrogant attitudes made them unpopular. On top of that, they suffered from hopeless infatuation. These two were none other than the Patrick sisters, once cursed but healed by Makoto himself. Sensing swift changes, Makoto noticed the illusion realm's weather shifting rapidly. His mistgate was impacting the climate. Mio feared the damp rain would spoil her food, while Tsuki worried about sudden storms or droughts. Tomoe promised to adjust the climate to ease Makoto's mind before his trip. When she heard Makoto was returning to the Academy City, Mio's heart ached. She didn't want to part with him just yet. The illusion realm's inhabitants also wished for Makoto to stay, but duty called. The next day, Makoto set off for the Academy City. Upon arriving at his shop, he found a bag of gold from Erison Aqua, a sign that business was thriving. To reward them, Makoto gifted the sisters a bunch of bananas, making their mouths water uncontrollably. Later, Makoto headed to the academy to resume teaching. Bride saw him and immediately bought a large stock of healing potions for the students. Even she admitted Makoto's remedies were not only affordable, but remarkably effective. She brought a bunch of bananas that made everyone drool with envy. Then, Makoto arrived at the academy ready to continue his teaching duties. Bride noticed Makoto's arrival and immediately asked to buy a large stock of healing potions for the students. Even she admitted that Makoto's potions were both affordable and incredibly effective. Absolutely brilliant Makoto didn't hesitate for a second, agreeing instantly and hoped Bride would keep supporting his shop. But when he returned to the teacher's lounge, Makoto was left speechless, faced with a mountain of love letters from students. Among them, a few applications to join Makoto's class stood out, and they came from none other than Makoto introduced his first new students, the elder sister, Ship, a master of fire and earth magic, and her younger sister, Juno, who excelled in physical weapons like bows and spears. Seeing them fully recovered, Makoto felt genuinely happy. Lastly, there was a female student named Karen, whom Makoto found a bit suspicious. Makoto warned the sisters that he would be very strict about their studies. The older students were a little surprised to see how friendly the two sisters were, especially, since rumours at the academy painted them as harsh and unfriendly. As class began, Makoto divided the students into two groups. The veteran students were assigned to battle a creature. Makoto summoned a warrior from the Illusion Space Lizard tribe. Makoto instructed the warrior to hold back to avoid seriously injuring the students. The other group, including the three new girls, trained directly under Makoto's watch. Their mission was to attack Makoto repeatedly, so he could learn their strengths and weaknesses. Soon, all three prepared their strikes aimed at Makoto. Juno used her bow, but her attack was too weak to reach him. Makoto advised Juno to use magic to enhance her physical body. Next came a combined magical attack from Ship and Karen. Makoto told them to focus on better concentrating their magic and increasing their casting speed. Though everyone failed on their first attempt, Makoto believed the girls would grow stronger with time. Meanwhile, the veteran students struggled fiercely against the lizard warrior. Despite their seamless teamwork, they were overwhelmed and sent reeling by the lizard warrior's power. By the end of class, everyone was so exhausted they seemed ready to drop. As always, Makoto reminded them to write reports, reflecting on their weaknesses and lessons learned. Seeing everyone's spirits sinking, Tsuki stepped in to encourage them. He said Makoto's strictness came from his high expectations for their strength. And, of course, the female students were already thrilled just to have the handsome teacher's attention. Motivated, the group pledged to work harder in upcoming classes. Meanwhile, Makoto pulled Karen aside for a private talk. Though Karen feigned ignorance, Makoto knew she was a demon disguised as a student infiltrating the academy. When her identity was exposed, Karen tried to cast a charm spell on Makoto. Unfortunately, that childish magic had no effect on him. Karen was also bitter when Makoto called her a hornless demon, but Makoto assured her he didn't hate demons and told her to relax. Just then, Tsuki arrived to inform Makoto that the scene cuts off here. Within Karen's spirit lies Rona, a fierce general of the demon clan. In the past, Shiki had crossed paths with her many times. Finding this place unsuitable for talk, Rona suggests to Makoto they move elsewhere. Soon, the three find themselves at a bustling city hot pot restaurant, ready to dive deeper into conversation. Makoto reveals he stands for neither humans nor demons. His heart beats for the open road, dreaming of becoming a travelling merchant. Rona's eyes widen, meeting someone outside all factions is rare. She admits she no longer wishes to oppose Makoto, but Shiki cautions him not to let his guard down, for Rona's charm hides a cunning mind. Intent on uncovering Makoto's secrets through seduction, Rona wants to know him intimately. Shiki bluntly explains that Rona's getting to know him means sleeping with him. But Makoto, still innocent in matters of love, shyly declines. After some teasing, Rona shares her true mission. She's investigating a horrifying secret experiment unfolding in the city. Armed with Rona's intel, Makoto entrusts Lamb with a vital task. Earlier, Lamb was sent by Tomoe to the Academy City to support Makoto, and now he must uncover the truth behind several demi-humans being kidnapped and sold. The culprits seem to be a notorious assassin guild Makoto once faced during the exams. Makoto also calls upon Aqua and Eris for backup. With just a bunch of bananas as a bribe, the two women eagerly join the mission. Still, Shiki warns Makoto not to trust Rona's every word. She always uses others as pawns to achieve her goals. Yet Rona's fanatical loyalty to the Demon King mirrors Mio's devotion to Makoto. With plans set, Shiki prepares gifts for the R-Brand sisters and leads the group to their opulent mansion nestled in the Noble District. The sisters are stunned by their luxurious surroundings. Makoto congratulates them on their full recovery, and they, surprised by his softer demeanour compared to the classroom, warmly thank him for restoring their health. From now on, the sisters vow to stand by Makoto's side whenever he calls. They also beg him to forget the sickly faces they once wore during their illness. They share how their family scolded their father harshly after the incident. Even their butler, Morris, faced reprimands for misfiling documents that forced Makoto into teaching. On the way back, Makoto senses the sisters' rough edges, just as rumours painted at the academy, yet he believes in their untapped potential to grow stronger. That night, Lamb ventures into the slums to investigate the sinister experiments on demi-humans. His findings lead him to a secret location inside the academy grounds where the kidnapped victim's clothing litters the floor. Suddenly, a shadow approaches Lamb, and with swift precision, he presses his sword to the intruder's throat. After that night, Lamb vanishes from the shop. Despite Eris's attempts to contact him, all signals go silent. The last place Lamb was traced to is the Academy's rehabilitation zone. Makoto suspects that though ambushed, Lamb isn't so easily defeated. Shiki begins to suspect Rona's betrayal. To uncover the truth, Makoto decides to inspect the scene himself. Meanwhile, Lamb finds himself imprisoned alongside Eva, the Academy's librarian. The night before, Lamb encountered a powerful enemy named Root, a mysterious force wielding dark magic that forced Lamb to keep his distance. When Lamb tried to contact Makoto, Root used a ring to seal his telepathic abilities. Though Lamb attacked fiercely, Root's power rendered his blows useless. A mere push sent Lamb flying meters away. Fortunately, Root spared his life before vanishing into the shadows. Eva, roaming nearby, attempted a rescue, but both were captured and locked away. Eva suspects the kidnappers have allies inside the academy, making escape a daunting challenge. Lamb knows Root isn't around anymore. He marked Root during their fight. Recognizing Lamb's connection to Makoto, Eva offers a hefty sum to help dismantle this sinister organization. Lamb unsheathes another sword and slices through their prison bars. Together, they infiltrate the organization's lab. Eva is horrified to find demi-human and human corpses victims of cruel experiments. Lamb discovers a hidden sacred sword tucked away in the corner and vows to destroy the lab, granting peace to those who suffered here. Outside, Shiki uncovers traces of a divine dragon, high-ranking officer. Makoto suspects it's Sophia and Lena. Shiki fired up demands to hunt them down. These foes had once wounded Makoto on the battlefield. But Lamb's cheerful arrival cuts through Shiki's excitement. Makoto is surprised to see Eva with Lamb, while Shiki's frustration simmers. Lamb returned at the worst possible moment. Lamb recounts the previous night's ordeal. A formidable enemy toyed with him like a child. Eva seeks a meeting with Makoto to share vital news. She's recovered memories about Makoto's parents from an old photograph. The man was a noble holding a prestigious title. The woman a high priestess from the now ruined kingdom of Senon. Though they were meant to wed, they were exiled from Senon. Eva doesn't know why, as the kingdom's records vanished after a devastating demon invasion a decade ago. Makoto wonders how Eva learned these secrets. She reveals her origins lie in Senon, where only she and Luria escaped the massacre, branded as cowards who abandoned their homeland. With a swift strike, he pulled back his sword. Hearing Lamb's introduction, Eva realized this man was one of Makoto's allies. Determined, Eva decided to reward Lamb handsomely for wiping out this vile organization. Without missing a beat, Lamb drew a second blade, slicing through the prison door. Together, they stepped into the heart of the enemy's laboratory. Eva's fear grew as she saw the grotesque experiments, half monsters and tortured humans turned into test subjects. Meanwhile, Lamb was lucky enough to find a legendary sword hidden in a corner. Resolute, he vowed to destroy the lab, freeing those who suffered within, granting them peace at last. Outside, Shiki detected the presence of a high-ranking divine dragon. Makoto guessed it was Sophia alongside Lena. Shiki fired up, demanded to hunt them down, old wounds from a battlefield attack fueling his rage. But just then, Lam arrived, his cheerful demeanor dousing Shiki's fury. Makoto was surprised to see Eva the librarian walking with Lam, while Shiki simmered with frustration at Lam's untimely return. Lam relayed the events of the previous night, how a powerful adversary had toyed with him like a child. Eva, eager to share, revealed she had recovered crucial information about Makoto's parents from a photo he once showed her. The man was a noble holding a significant position, and the woman a high priestess from the fallen kingdom of Sennon. Though they were once destined to be husband and wife, they were expelled from their homeland. However, Eva had no clue why they were banished, as all records from Sennon vanished after the demon tribe's massive invasion a decade ago. Makoto wondered how Eva knew all this. She confessed her origins were from Sennon, and only she and her sister Luria had escaped the demon onslaught. Since then, they bore the stigma of traitors who abandoned their kingdom. Makoto's mother, through an old photo, revealed a story. The man was a noble, holding a crucial position, and the woman was a high priestess from a fallen kingdom called Sennon. They were once destined to wed, but fate cast them out from their homeland. Eva, however, couldn't explain why they were exiled, as the Sennon kingdom's records vanished after the demon tribe's great invasion a decade ago. Makoto wondered how Eva knew all this. She confessed her origins were from Sennon herself, and that only she and her sister Luria escaped the massacre. Since then, the sisters bore the stigma of traitors who abandoned their kingdom. Yet inside, Eva burned a fierce resolve to reclaim Sennon's lands from the demon tribe. While at the academy, Eva connected with an underground group opposing the goddess, a powerful faction she intended to use to retake her homeland. But while infiltrating to gather intel, Eva crossed paths with Lam. Hearing this, Makoto grasped the tense reality and vowed to tread carefully, determined to keep Eva safe. The anti-goddess group was truly a ticking time bomb, capable of igniting war at any moment. Just then, Lam arrived with news Ryu was on his way here, accompanied by Mio and Tomoe. Ryu wasn't someone to be taken lightly. Lam's mission was to find Tsuki and bring him home immediately. Soon after, Ryu arrived, introducing himself as the Adventurers Guild leader, and shockingly, his purpose was to apologize to Makoto, leaving the trio speechless. Ryu's presence shook the scene. The tension was thick, but the apology carried weight like a storm breaking over calm seas, signaling that deeper challenges were yet to come. No sooner had Root sat down than he demanded sweets, forcing Mio to comply, and even requested a variety of teas, pushing Mio to her limits. Root reassured Makoto not to worry, saying the goddess was still unaware of Makoto's current situation. Tomoe introduced Root as a high-ranking dragon god like herself, but standing at the apex of the dragon clan as the legendary prismatic dragon. Sensing something off, Tomoe immediately pointed her sword at Root, recalling that 300 million years ago, Root was a woman, not the man he appeared now. Makoto was stunned. Root was a shapeshifter with fluid gender identity. Root even boasted he could transform into a woman to flirt with Makoto, promising he'd enjoy it, but before he could finish, Makoto was too scared and refused outright. Tomoe and Mio, furious at Root's audacity to flirt with their master, threatened to take him down. Root quickly apologized, clarifying that he hadn't come to fight. Meanwhile, Rona had promised to investigate the organization within the academy and hoped to learn more about Makoto. Root then shared the origin story of the Adventurers Guild 1,000 years ago. He married a man from Makoto's world, the very man who inspired Root to create the guild system. From there, Root established a network tasked with handling society's challenges, awarding adventurers with level cards much like a video game. Makoto was amazed the guild system mirrored the game world he knew. Tomoe wondered why Root created such a system, and Root explained that it was designed to maintain balance in the human world. As adventurers leveled up, society valued them more, motivating them to take on quests and climb higher. This mechanism encouraged fairness within society, fostering ambition and rewarding achievement. Makoto then asked Root why his husband from 1,000 years ago knew about video games. Root began to explain a paradox of time travel. Rut's arrival sparked a hunger for quests and leveling up a way to balance society's scales. Makoto grew curious. How did Root's husband, who travelled from 1,000 years ago, know about video games? Russ explained it was tied to a time travel paradox. Someone from Makoto's world had journeyed back a millennium into this one. Mio, lost in the explanation, nodded off without realizing it, and even Tomoe was baffled. Thankfully, she stayed alert. Makoto asked if it was possible to return to his original world. Rut replied it was nearly impossible, with odds as slim as what Shiki had once told Makoto. After greetings, Rut took his leave with Tomoe escorting him out. Inside, Makoto's heart ached for home, but seeing Mio asleep eased the pain as he gently covered her. Tomoe trailed after Rut to uncover truths she hadn't known before, feeling a deep sorrow people like Makoto lived only about 100 years. If Makoto were to disappear, Tomoe feared not knowing how to go on. Rut admitted he wanted to watch over Makoto's journey, to witness every moment of his life in this world, a guardian shadow unseen but ever present. Tomoe's heart sank as she learned that beings like Makoto only live about 100 years. The thought of losing him someday left her feeling lost, unsure how to carry on. Rot confessed his desire to watch Makoto's journey unfold in this world, to witness every precious moment he experiences. Rot firmly believed Makoto would never abandon the two girls to return to his old world. Instead, Makoto would find a way to shuttle between the two realms. Hearing this, Tomoe felt a flicker of reassurance. At the same time, Mio stepped outside carrying Makoto's blanket, proudly declaring it the master's love blanket, and wore it without a hint of embarrassment. After several encounters with Rona Nam, and Shiki grew increasingly suspicious of her, to the point that Shiki refused to share a hot pot meal with Rona anymore. Aqua and Eris bluntly labelled Rona as shameless. Makoto noticed his subordinate's harsh attitude toward her, so he decided to meet with Rona alone to discuss matters more calmly. Rona revealed she planned to take a break from school. The mission she sought was complete. She entrusted Makoto with handling the organization they'd been dealing with. She even admitted Makoto was the most extraordinary person she had ever met, so much so that she wanted to invite him to join the Demon King's army. Before leaving, Rona shared some advice. First, Makoto had to sever ties with Aqua and Eris. They refused to work under anyone else's command. Makoto agreed. Without Choi, they wouldn't cooperate. Rona also revealed that Shiki was possessed by a demon and couldn't be trusted. But Makoto knew their bond was strong enough that they often spoke ill of each other when apart. Rona left Makoto a talisman paper for communication and promised help if needed. Tomoe sensed Rona was a cunning strategist of the demon clan, likely trying to curry favour with Makoto to use him. Ever vigilant, Makoto reassured Tomoe, telling her not to worry. Suddenly, Makoto noticed Lam, a human, talking to him casually. Makoto immediately questioned Tomoe, suspecting she'd pulled some trick. It turned out Tomoe had given Lam some of her blood, transforming him from a mere human into one of her clan. Though Makoto was speechless, the deed was done, and he couldn't blame her. Determined, Makoto resolved to swiftly dismantle the organization within the academy, a matter vital to the safety of the Eva sisters. This time, Makoto decided to act alone without Mio or Tomoe's help. Previously, Rot had hinted Makoto was about to undergo a significant change, so Tomoe agreed to let him go solo. The teacher, Bright, was quickly captured by Makoto. Bright was a discarded pawn of the anti-goddess organization within the academy. Makoto believed no one would come to Bright's rescue. He questioned Bright about his rebellion against the goddess. Bright claimed the goddess had caused countless wars selfishly, aiding only those who served her interests. Bright insisted the goddess was unworthy to rule the world, which gave birth to the anti-goddess faction. While his reasoning seemed plausible, Bright's cruel experiments on humans seeking power were unforgivable. So Makoto decided to put Bright to eternal rest. After Bright's disappearance, academy life returned to normal. The R-Brand sisters remained the center of attention. Rumors swirled that the two were romantically involved with their teacher, Makoto. Because of this, they forbade other female students from approaching him. Some even said Bright quit because of their meddling. Meanwhile, young Yum appeared exhausted at school, looking more like an addict, hooked on power-enhancing drugs supplied by the organization. With Rona's absence, everyone expected Makoto to recruit new students for the next class. All agreed that the Lizard Clan warrior was overwhelmingly strong, impossible to beat. To counter the Lizard Clan warrior, the class strategized. They knew he relied mainly on wind and water magic and didn't use healing spells, so they assigned members to coordinate attacks. United, they swore the next class would be their victory, but their hopes were crushed when Makoto introduced another Lizard Clan warrior of equal strength, doubling the difficulty. Their carefully crafted strategy was rendered useless and they suffered a total defeat. After a while, summer vacation began, but many students stayed behind, burning with zeal to train, among them the Arbrand sisters. Patrick wrote to Makoto, asking him to escort his daughters home. Yet, Makoto's class unanimously requested he train them during the break, even offering extra pay. Determined, the Arbrand sisters refused to go home, choosing to stay and fight alongside their peers. Witnessing their passion, Makoto couldn't refuse. He decided to hold one class a week, but still insisted the sisters visit Patrick to ease his worries, especially since they had just recovered from illness. Eva invited Makoto to her room, promising to share part of her reclaimed kingdom if he helped. Makoto, modest as ever, only wished for Eva to recommend a treasured book. So Eva headed to the library to find the perfect read for Makoto. But hope turned to disillusionment when Makoto recruited yet another lizard warrior, equally matched with the first. Doubling the difficulty, the carefully crafted student strategies crumbled into complete failure. As summer break began at the academy, many students stayed behind, burning with passion to train harder. Among them were the two noble sisters from the Arbrand family. Patrick sent a letter to Makoto asking him to escort them home. But Makoto's class unanimously decided to have him train them all through the break, even offering extra pay. The Arbrand sisters, determined, refused to go home. Seeing the fiery spirit in every student, Makoto couldn't say no. He settled on holding classes once a week, but still insisted the noble girls return home to put their minds at ease, especially since they were just recovering from illness. Meanwhile, Eva invited Makoto to her room, promising that if she reclaimed her kingdom, she would grant him a portion of the land. Makoto, humble as ever, only asked for a special book she treasured. So Eva went to the library, selecting the most fascinating tome for Makoto. After many trials, Makoto's students finally triumphed over the lizard warriors. Seeing all the injuries, Shiki healed everyone. But rest was denied. They had to face the second round of battle. This time, the lizard warriors were stronger. Jin barely approached when he was blasted away, creating a fog that froze his entire group. Meanwhile, Casper's team struggled against a female lizard warrior, but Casper insulted her, calling her a bastard. Enraged, she kicked him into a nearby boulder. Not just Casper, but his whole team was beaten down. Seeing their plight, Shiki unleashed a powerful fire spell, turning the tide against their relentless foe. Her fury erupted like a storm unleashed. With a single kick, he was sent crashing into a nearby boulder. Not just Casper, but every teammate in his group was smashed to pieces by her relentless assault. Seeing their squad getting pummeled, Ship unleashed a fierce fire spell to strike back, but the lizard warrior leapt forward, silencing Ship's fiery defiance. The lizard warrior leapt forward, silencing Ship into stunned silence. By the end, Makoto had to apologize to the three students who nearly faced disaster. According to Makoto, the lizard warrior was incredibly strong. They only unleashed a fraction of their power against the students. Meanwhile, Casper called upon the lizard warrior. The whole class trained late into the night before finally returning to the dorms. Meanwhile, Tsuki was cooking up a plan for the students to hunt monsters and level up quickly. After all, they were adventurers belonging to that twisted guild leader. Seeing Tsuki's careful preparation, Makoto felt a rare sense of peace. Yet a nagging thought struck him: the shop had run out of bananas. Thanks to Makoto and Tsuki's guidance, the students had improved vastly, leveling up by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, Abelia had fallen head over heels for Tsuki, dreaming of marrying him. Even if Tsuki already had a family, she was ready to be his second wife without a second thought. The next morning, everyone decided to gather medicinal herbs as gifts for their two teachers. When they reached the spot, the whole class ran into a colossal dragon. Abelia quickly looked up information and discovered it was a low-level dragonling. To defeat it, the team needed 10 members above level 90, but the whole class barely hit level 70. Yet, undeterred, they divided positions and prepared to face the beast. Just one roar from the dragon froze everyone in place, unable to move. At that critical moment, a mysterious figure cast a spell binding the dragon with thorny vines. It was Eris, who had been wandering the forest in search of bananas. Possessing the rare ability to read the minds of forest demons, Eris punished everyone for insulting her short stature. True to form, Eris only needed to eat bananas to restore her strength. Then, with a graceful wave of her magic, she ended the dragon's threat, leaving the students stunned. Finally, Eris made the dragon vanish from the lake, gifting everyone a memorable camping experience. Meanwhile, Makoto sought out Ruth to find ways to boost his magic power. Ruth was shocked Makoto was already so strong. Why would he need more magic? Usually, a human's magic capacity was fixed and couldn't be increased, but Makoto revealed he could raise his maximum magic simply by practicing archery every day. Ruth warned Makoto that if word got out, he'd be snatched up for experiments. Still seeing Makoto's determination, Ruth sent him a secret manual for training. Whether this manual would truly help Makoto was yet to be seen. Makoto shared his wish to improve his power during these lazy summer days. After leaving the guild hall, Makoto headed to Eva's library. Eva admitted she admired people like Makoto, those burning with passion, especially during the break. Her words felt like a warm breeze, reminding us all that sometimes the fire inside us needs only a spark from someone who believes. As Makoto's journey continues, we can't help but wonder what heights will his spirit reach next. If you've ever felt the urge to grow stronger, to break your limits, while the world slows down around you, take this moment to breathe and ask yourself what's your next step, because in this story, every challenge is a step toward becoming more than who we were yesterday. Thanks for sharing this journey with me. Even in summer, you stay behind to guide the students while the teachers are all off on vacation. This time, Eva prepared a thesis on the application of magic power, a work meant only for passionate learners like Makoto. So Makoto immediately thanked Eva. He knew this book would surely help him achieve his goals. In the days that followed, Makoto arranged to visit his people at home. Beyond studying and training, he also seized the chance to cherish moments with everyone. Hearing this, Emma was so happy she almost cried. Today's plan for Makoto was a mock battle against the Winged Tribe. Before, Emma's Orc tribe had clashed with the Winged Tribe several times, always ending in defeat. But if they fought a few more rounds, Emma was confident they could finally take them down. Then, the two of them went to the forest Emma had chosen as the arena. As soon as the Winged Tribe appeared in the sky, Makoto unleashed a fire spell to greet them. He thought it was a simple move, but unexpectedly, all the Winged Tribe members were hit. So they sent out another team to the arena and regrouped to plot an attack. Seeing them hide out of sight, Makoto used his sensing ability, then cast a straightforward fire spell that wiped out the second team entirely. Finally, the clan chief, Cocoon, stepped forward to face Makoto. Kaken's assistant transformed into a giant bird to support the fight. This time, Makoto's fire magic couldn't pierce the shield, while Kaken used wind magic to speed up his next attack. But as he charged, Makoto grabbed the bird's beak and hurled it aside. Now only Cocoon remained with his bulky spear, unable to continue fighting. After the battle, Makoto pointed out many flaws in the Winged Tribe's tactics. Their biggest mistake was relying too much on flying. Fighting like that was like being a target practice dummy. From now on, they had to learn ground attack strategies from other tribes. Hearing this, Cocoon asked Makoto's permission to join the ranked battles and exploration. Makoto agreed to let them compete with other species. However, the Winged Tribe was not suited for exploration. That night, Makoto carefully read the magic power book Eva gave him, but after a while his mind was in a jumble. The book said he needed to release his magic energy, so Makoto went to a quiet place. There he unleashed a large amount of magic by casting a continuous flame into the sky. Makoto's focus was so intense, he was unaware of everything else. When he finally came to Mio and Tomoe were quietly beside him. They had come looking for him after not finding him in his room. Makoto realized he had burned his magic out and fainted, just like when he intensely focused on archery and worried his wives. So Makoto thanked both of them for always caring for him. The breakfast Mio prepared looked so delicious, Makoto couldn't help but praise it. Tomoe tried to sneak a bite from her master's plate, but Mio caught her. Following Japanese customs, Tomoe had a habit of drinking sake every morning, and today her snack was dried persimmons. But Tomoe was eating too many, so Mio warned that the persimmons might go extinct soon. After days of practice, Makoto could now use magic power outside his body, and no matter how much he released, he no longer fainted like before. At the end of the thesis, there was a chant to materialize magic power, so Makoto cast a hidden barrier and recited it to test it out. Sure enough, the magic gathered around Makoto like a shimmering slime. In this state, Makoto could unleash attacks faster. The magic itself was hard and could break a tree trunk without pain. Makoto was confident that now even fighting a goddess or a dragon god wouldn't seriously injure him. A few days later, Tomoe hosted a showcase of new skills from various races and invited Makoto to watch. Mio preferred cooking and wasn't very interested in the event. The first performers were Emma's orc tribe. Their mission was to strike a giant rock Tomoe had brought back. Empowered by Emma, the orc warriors hit the rock and scored 78 points. Next was the lizard tribe, whose attacks only scored 68 points on the rock. Then, the dwarf chief enlarged his axe and delivered a mighty blow, earning 70 points. The Medusa tribe only knew one petrification skill and scored 0, while the winged tribe's powerful strikes scored just 20 points. Next came the forest demon tribe, with Aqua and Eris. However, their revealing outfits made Makoto's two wives a bit uncomfortable. They even performed moves that looked more like clown acts than combat skills. Surprisingly, they created a giant ice barrier around the rock, then taunted other tribes to break it. But any weapon that touched the ice shattered instantly. Tomoe admitted the ice barrier was incredibly sturdy. It would take a long time to break. But Makoto quickly noticed the barrier wasn't perfect. Just moments later, he slipped inside from below because the ice didn't fully cover the rock. The Forest Demon tribe's performance earned 50 points from the judges. Mio wasn't interested at first, but now wanted to perform a bit. Drawing on Makoto's memories, she transformed variously and finally appeared in a hero's outfit. But since it was just a costume, the rock didn't score her. The final act belonged to Tsuki, and everyone eagerly awaited his skill display. Emma's ant tribe had a clear mission: strike the massive rock Tomoe brought back. After Emma empowered them, the ant warriors hammered the stone hard, scoring a solid 78 points. Next up was the lizard tribe's performance, but their attack on the rock only scored 68 points. Moving on, the dwarf tribe's chief took the stage. Enlarging his axe to colossal size, he struck with a thunderous blow, earning 70 points. The Medusa tribe, limited to just their petrification skills, scored 0. Meanwhile, the winged tribe's powerful attacks earned a mere 20 points. Next came Aqua's forest demon tribe alongside Eris. Their scanty outfits made Makoto's two wives blush fiercely. Even more surprising, they unleashed a move filled with poses resembling clowns. Little did anyone expect that together they created a massive ice barrier encasing the rock. Then with taunts, they dared other tribes to shatter the ice. But any weapon that touched it shattered instantly. Tomoe admitted the ice barrier was impressively sturdy, breaking it would take a lot of time. Yet Makoto soon spotted a flaw: the barrier wasn't perfect. In just seconds, he had slipped inside through an opening beneath. The ice didn't fully envelop the rock, allowing an entry point below. The Forest Demon tribe's performance earned 50 points from the judges. Mio initially had no interest in joining, but now she craved a moment to shine. Drawing on Makoto's memories, she transformed herself with various effects into a hero's costume. However, since it was just a costume, the rock didn't grant Mio any points. Next came the final act, Tsuki's turn. Everyone eagerly awaited what skill he would showcase. Suddenly, Tsuki unleashed the power within, transforming his magical staff into a massive greatsword. This weapon, crafted by the dwarf tribe, was said to turn its wielder into a dragon slayer god. Ready to face the Lenza Guild alongside Sophia, Tsuki surged forward, cleaving the rock in two. The crowd erupted in cheers. Only Tomoe mocked, saying a sword that doesn't cut dragons is just a useless blade. At that moment, Makoto decided to join the contest for the grand finale, ready to showcase the fruits of his long training for all to witness. As Makoto stepped forward, all eyes fixed on him in anticipation. Makoto unleashed a surge of magical energy, causing the space around him to ripple. His mana rapidly condensed, enveloping him. Shiki immediately recognized this as the legendary mana materialization technique, a power that enhances magic and forms a sturdy armor. With this armor, a single punch from Makoto shattered the rock, leaving his followers horrified. Some were so terrified they fainted on the spot, unable to voice their thoughts to Makoto. Meanwhile, from afar, among the distant observers, mysterious figures bore witness to Makoto's overwhelming might. The illusory space, initially conjured by Makoto and Tomoe, had blossomed into a thriving ecosystem, teeming with diverse flora and fauna. Even fierce beasts roamed its wilds. Yet amid this unfolding wonder, the warrior clan from the Ock tribe encountered a colossal bear. The incident was swiftly reported to Makoto by Tomoe, and thankfully, the brave Ock youth returned unharmed now under Emma's tender care. This monstrous bear had emerged from the northern forest. Mio's heart stirred with a hunger to hunt this giant beast, dreaming of a feast for all. But Makoto decisively declined. This bear was no ordinary creature. It was a sacred animal revered in many parts of Japan. Makoto himself held deep admiration for legendary dragons, though not for the small blue dragon now before him. Without hesitation, Makoto ventured alone into the northern forest, tracking the enormous bear by its claw marks carved into the trees. When it finally appeared, its fierce presence was undeniable, yet Makoto couldn't help but notice the softness of its fur. With a single precise strike, he knocked the beast unconscious, causing no harm, only a gentle defeat. Suddenly, the haunting howls of nearby wolves pierced the air as they rushed to overwhelm Makoto. Yet their assault was futile. The alpha wolf, recognizing Makoto as the rightful king of these lands, approached with caution. Makoto came not to conquer, but to converse. As neighbors, he sought peaceful coexistence with the wolves and friendship with all the forest's creatures. The alpha wolf, surprised by Makoto's strength and goodwill, listened intently. The giant brown bear from before sent its greetings, signaling that the forest's two mightiest guardians accepted Makoto's invitation to friendship. They pledged to protect the forest in his name, hoping for greater support from him in return. Yet they wondered if the colossal bird would share the same sentiment. Makoto, aware of Tomoe's fondness for persimmons, always reminded her not to pick too many, preserving some for the other creatures through every season. But before she could heed the advice, her playful addiction flared up again. At that moment, a gigantic bird appeared before Makoto and Tomoe. Tomoe, thinking of dinner, considered hunting the bird for the group's feast. Makoto's mission wasn't to invade the wolf forest, but to simply talk to forge peace as neighbors. With a heart longing for harmony, Makoto wished to live alongside the wolves in tranquility. Beyond that, he sought friendship with every creature dwelling in the forest. The wolf leader, hearing this, was astonished. Not only was Makoto powerful, but his goodwill shone bright. Even the giant brown bear from before appeared, greeting Makoto warmly. The two mightiest creatures of the forest accepted his invitation of friendship, pledging to stand as guardians of the woods in his stead. In return, they hoped for Makoto's guidance and aid. Yet one question lingered: would the colossal bird accept this bond? Makoto knew Tomoe's sweet tooth for persimmons well, always warning her not to pick too many, for every season demanded sharing with all forest life. But no sooner had he finished his warning than Tomoe was already lost in her craving, unable to resist. Just then, a giant bird appeared before Makoto and Tomoe. Tomoe, seeing it, instinctively ready to hunt and share its meat for dinner, but the bird quickly shrank down, landing gently to speak with Makoto. It revealed itself as the steward of the skies and mountains. Surprised by Tomoe's mention of a child, a secret bond between her and the Master Mio's jealousy flared quietly nearby. The bird shared tales of the fantastic realm's creatures, many unknown even to Makoto and Tomoe themselves. Hearing the wolf's stories, the bird sought to serve under Makoto's command. Seeing this, Makoto accepted the bird as a new companion and gave it a name. Tomoe's jealousy surfaced openly, but Makoto assured her his true companions were only Tomoe, Mio, and Tsuki. Even little Komoe, always yearning for Makoto's love, happily carried 4 baskets of fruit home. Meanwhile, Makoto's students Abelia and Jin had arranged to meet elsewhere, their stories unfolding in parallel. Makoto reassured him that his true servants were only 3, Tomoe, Mio, and Tsuki. Meanwhile, little Keimo, always craving Makoto's affection, willingly carried 4 baskets of fruit home. Meanwhile, Makoto's students Abelia and Jin arranged to meet and talk. It turned out Abelia was trying to woo Tsuki, so she wanted to learn about the teacher's type. But Jin, having only trained once with Tsuki, knew nothing about him. Jin shared that his training was fueled by a burning desire to defeat the Azure Dragon after a humiliating loss to the beast. The defeat left Jin restless, and Abelia understood the whole class's bitterness. They made a pact to hunt down the Azure Dragon before summer break ended. Both were thankful to Makoto for their progress, and since neither had family, they stayed in the city that summer instead of going home. Jin revealed that his village once had a fierce girl forced to battle demon beasts with unimaginable power. It was her strength that captured Jin's heart, his first love. Since then, he'd shadowed her to offer aid. But when village orders forced them to investigate a wild forest, their fate twisted. Lost inside a secret lab, the girl uncovered a terrifying truth about her origins. Suddenly, a chimera monster attacked. Though colossal, she fought without fear, slashing down the beast with deadly precision. Yet, inexplicably, she snapped into madness, becoming a monster herself. That moment was Jin's last glimpse of her. Feeling powerless, Jin threw himself into rigorous training at the academy, determined to find his first love and stand by her side. Above all, he vowed to conquer the Azure Dragon. Makoto received word from Eris that his class was readying a revenge mission against the Azure Dragon. Lam also reported that the Brand sisters had returned to the Academy City, undoubtedly plotting with Jane for the coming battle. Eris warned that the Azure Dragons were gathering near the water source. Sensing something suspicious, Makoto asked Tsuki to investigate. Eris predicted the students would return to the old site to seek the Azure Dragon. Makoto decided to clear the dragons away, saving one for Jane's group. Eris could only pray the Azure Dragons would survive Makoto's wrath. Tsuki ventured deep into the forest and found an ancient missing dragon statue, while Makoto discovered a matching one, proof someone had performed a ritual to summon the 7 Azure Dragons. Tsuki suspected the culprit was the demon tribe and planned to infiltrate the forest for answers. Meanwhile, Makoto returned to the lake to hunt the dragons. First, he teleported one to Jane's group, then froze a path with his magic and plunged into the heart of the monstrous horde. The dragons unleashed their breath attacks, but their feeble strikes bounced off Makoto's magical shield. Now he was ready to punch every last one down. Meanwhile, Tsuki uncovered that a rebel faction of demons opposed the current demon king and was behind the dragon summoning ritual. Yet details were scarce, and the mystery remained unsolved. After beating down the dragons, Makoto took a tail back for Mio to craft. Jin's group found the Azure Dragon and immediately launched their attack using Makoto's taught strategies to bring it down. First, Izumo the mage enhanced their strength with magic. Then, one member drew the dragon's attention, setting up the perfect ambush. When the dragon breathed fire, the mages formed a protective shield, while attackers like Casper empowered their weapons and struck with fierce blows. Casper's flaming sword made the dragon roar in agony. Finally, Ship delivered the finishing move, conjuring a colossal boulder by merging elemental magic. To trap the dragon in place, Izumo created a magical cage. The boulder crashed down, triggering a massive explosion. Everyone was stunned, barely believing the dragon had been shattered into pieces. They celebrated their newfound strength. Meanwhile, Sophia and Lena returned to their old village. Sophia was the fierce girl Jane once loved, and the laboratory was the lair of the rainbow dragon Ruto. Sophia uncovered the crushing truth: she was a creation of Ruto. This revelation drove her mad, and she abandoned Jane and the village, swearing vengeance on all dragons and seeking to confront Ruto. Soon, summer break ended and students rushed back to the academy, preparing for the autumn festival. Crowds flooded the city, filling shops with customers. Makoto heard that the festival included a martial arts tournament, so his students practiced fervently. The event also attracted other nations scouting for talents, making it feel like a grand job fair for graduates. Makoto readied his merchandise during the festival, but Ruto unexpectedly showed up, urging Makoto to join the festivities. Makoto had to send him away, buried in work. He couldn't believe such a carefree guy like Ruto was the leader of the Adventurers Guild. Tsuki sought to learn from Ruto, who had once conducted many experiments. Suddenly, a cleric named Sinai visited Makoto's shop, complaining that Makoto's potions were too effective but priced too low, threatening local sellers' businesses. Sinai proposed that Makoto hand over potion sales to his temple, but Makoto refused, insisting it was his own trade. Sinai didn't stop there and tried to pressure Makoto further. The tension hinted at brewing conflicts beyond the battlefield. As the festival lights flickered and battles raged, undercurrents of rivalry, loyalty, and hidden agendas wove through the academy. Every character stood at a crossroads between power, friendship, and the shadows of their past. If you've ever felt torn between duty and desire like Makoto and his allies, take a moment to breathe. What would you fight for when every choice carries a weight heavier than a dragon's breath? This story reminds us that sometimes the fiercest battles aren't against monsters, but within ourselves, between fear and courage, love and vengeance. Thanks for sharing this journey with me. Let's hold close the moments where anime touches the wounds we thought only we bore, and maybe find our own strength in their struggles. And if you were in their place, would you choose forgiveness or revenge? Remember, even a small light can guide the way through the darkest forests. Makoto knew he had to hand over the formula for the medicine, sensing a dark scheme brewing within the church. It seemed they were tangled in human experiments, so Makoto decided to trust them with the recipe, seeing this as a golden chance to uncover their secrets. The next morning, Makoto and Tsuki arrived at the grand building serving as the church's headquarters, a place once dedicated to worshipping the goddess. A bitter sting lingered in Makoto's heart toward that deity. Soon, they met the female bishop of the church, who sensed Makoto's voice had been stripped away. The bishop promised to help him, but no sooner had she spoken than she suddenly excused herself and left, leaving Makoto confused. It turned out Makoto hadn't shown enough reverence, so she refused to engage further. Reluctantly, Makoto had to apologize to Shay for his lack of decorum. True to his word, Makoto delivered the formula for the healing medicine. Shay, full of questions, wanted to chat more with him. Though hesitant to reveal business secrets, Makoto answered every question from Shay, including how merchant Brand Patrick became his benefactor, guiding him to rent his shop and sharing trade secrets. After Brand Patrick's wife and child fell victim to a curse, he lost faith in the goddess. Seeing Shay investigating Makoto cut the conversation short. Just then, the bishop returned. Apparently, she had tried to read Makoto's thoughts, but failed. Maybe Makoto's suspicion of the church made his formula seem suspicious. The bishop believed Makoto was no naive boy despite his gentle facade. Meanwhile, Eris, the jester, proudly boasted to Jin that she could knock out those lizard warriors without breaking a sweat. Just as Makoto returned to the shop, he asked Aqua what the heck was going on. Aqua spilled everything for just a cup of banana milk. Turns out Jin had sneaked in to eavesdrop on Eris's secret moves to defeat the lizard warriors. Tsuki grabbed Eris by the collar, threatening punishment for her chatter. The jester had to kneel crying and promising never to repeat her blabbering. Makoto warned Jin he'd expel him if he ever cheated in school again. That evening, Makoto strolled through the city festival, soaking in the lively scene. Suddenly, he sensed some shady figures tailing him, so he led them into a narrow alley to lure them out. From their gear, Makoto recognized them as assassins. Gathering his magic, he unleashed a barrage of blasts that sent them crashing into walls except for one last man. This was the very assassin who attacked Makoto during the academy trials, still bitter over his failure to defeat him. Makoto sensed a darkness lurking and deliberately led his foes into a narrow alley, baiting them to reveal themselves. Recognizing their attire as belonging to the Assassin Guild, Makoto summoned his magic, unleashing rapid blasts that slammed his enemies into the walls, leaving only one, standing the very one who had attacked him during the academy entrance exam. This last assassin, still bitter over his failure to defeat Makoto, rallied his comrades for revenge. Proudly brandishing a dagger forged from the scales of a high-tier dragon, he charged with deadly intent. Makoto chuckled with disdain. Lena's reputation was no better than these petty killers. The assassin swung, wildly desperate and reckless, like a madman wielding a rusted blade. With a single, thunderous punch, Makoto knocked him unconscious on the spot. Wanting no further entanglement with the Assassin Guild, Makoto cast a cleansing spell to wipe them out entirely. Returning to the festival, Makoto's spirit had dimmed. The thrill of celebration faded. Choosing to unwind, he decided to practice archery. Just then, Tomoe returned from a weather survey reporting on fog gate locations crucial for maintaining the realm's climate. However, these sites were controlled by demons. Tomoe was ready to wipe out the demon forces if Makoto gave the order, but he preferred to avoid war and postponed any conflict. The tension between peace and battle hung thick, a delicate balance Makoto had to maintain. That morning, Makoto's two wives woke up early while he was still lost in dreams. When he finally rose, the shop was already packed with customers, leaving Aqua and Eris scrambling. Luckily, Ram and a dwarf came to help Tsuki manage the crowd. Tsuki had planned to wake Makoto early, but Mio and Tomoe vetoed it. They had already enjoyed watching Makoto enough before heading out to stroll with Roos. Meanwhile, special guests suddenly appeared at Makoto's shop, a high-ranking delegation from the neighbouring Lauren Kingdom, catching Makoto's attention. That night, Makoto's team gathered for a delicious feast at a city hot pot restaurant. But Tsuki the god brought both ice cream and mayonnaise sauce, threatening to pour them into the hot pot, a move that left Makoto speechless. With so many customers today, Luria and Eva were working at full throttle. Tomoe and Mio agreed the festival was incredibly fun. Beyond exotic dishes, the students were diligently training for the tournament. Seeing this, Makoto invited his two wives to watch the competition and soak in the festival's joy. Meanwhile, high-ranking officials from various nations held a meeting right in the Academy City. It turned out the Lauren Kingdom demanded Limia return their former priestess who had voluntarily joined Hibiki's hero team to fight the demons. But Lauren accused Limia of holding their priestess hostage, sparking a fierce conflict between the two kingdoms just before the demon assault. Back at the hot pot, the group drank until they were wasted and started wreaking havoc like a bunch of lunatics. Thankfully, Makoto stayed clear-headed and took charge of bringing everyone home. Meanwhile, Princess Lily was tailing Makoto with a dark agenda. The festival's second day was for evaluating students through social magic, with students mingling with nobles. Here, Makoto reunited with Merchant Patrick, but behind Makoto Yum's predatory gaze fixed on him, Patrick led Makoto to meet his wife Ilza, and the couple expressed deep gratitude for Makoto's care of their daughter. Witnessing their harmony sparked a twinge of envy in Makoto. He realized he needed to build more connections. Yet the visitors who approached Makoto were the Lauren Kingdom's delegation. Using his sensing ability, Makoto detected two guards who were demons, though the accompanying woman seemed unaware. Meeting for the first time, she introduced herself as Shisu, tasked with caring for Lauren's priestesses. Makoto learned Lauren highly valued their priestesses, as they could communicate with high-level spirits and held significant social status. The country reminded him of Japan. Shisu suspected Makoto secretly used something from her land, a sign called Sage, displayed on his shop's signboard. Sage was a rare script known only to a few Lauren elites. Shisu revealed that sages were highly knowledgeable people from a distant place like Makoto himself. But when Shisu pressed him, Makoto denied being a sage, and even feigned ignorance of some Japanese characters she wrote. Before leaving, Shisu reiterated her belief that Makoto was definitely a sage and promised to visit again. Outside, Shisu crossed paths with Princess Lily, who knew about Shisu's conversation with Makoto. Since meeting Tomoe, the hero Tom Muki had been infatuated with her, which irked Lily. Lily wanted to gather as much intel on Makoto as possible, but after a brief chat, Lily sensed that Makoto and Shisu weren't close yet, so she shifted topics. Lily shared that her empire was researching gunpowder technology and sought Shisu's sage knowledge to advance it. However, Shisu, wary of the princess, withheld any information. Besides, gunpowder in this world was a mere toy compared to magic. Frustrated by Shisu's silence, Lily planned to use the two demon guards under Tomoki's enchantment to do her bidding. Meanwhile, Ilza caught her two daughters and scolded them fiercely, knowing they used to bully friends and teachers, tarnishing the Brand family's noble reputation. Though they'd grown better, punishment was still due. Facing their mother, the girls huddled together, trembling in silence. That night, the merchant couple met Makoto privately to thank him, even offering for him to care for their daughter forever. Just then, the unruly students led by Yum barged in to cause trouble. Though Makoto had met them before, he couldn't recall who they were. Yum was furious but powerless, forced to leave with a bitter warning to crush Makoto's students at the martial arts tournament. Once they left, Makoto reassured the worried parents he would protect their children. But try as he might, he couldn't remember who Yum was, until Tsuki reminded him of the hot pot incident. The next morning, Tomo, Mio, and Rus drew lots to see who would accompany Makoto. Unexpectedly, Rus drew the short straw, much to the dismay of Makoto's two wives. Then, Makoto asked about the sage script from Lauren, but Rus gave a vague roundabout answer, leaving Makoto none the wiser. Mio brought Makoto some freshly fried meat, and his praise made her beam with joy, planning to learn how to cook it herself. But their happiness was short-lived, as Rus demanded Makoto's attention again, sparking jealousy between the two ladies. Rus noticed Princess Lily persistently trailing Makoto, so he graciously handed Makoto over to the two wives, eyeing the situation warily. The festival's layers of intrigue, friendship, rivalry, and hidden agendas weave a tapestry that pulls us deeper into Makoto's world, where every smile hides a story and every step is a dance with destiny. If you've ever felt caught between loyalty and ambition like Makoto, balancing peace and conflict, take a breath and ask, what would I fight for in a world that never stops testing me? In the end, this journey reminds us that Beneath the magic and battles, it's the human connections that truly shape our fate. Thanks for sharing this adventure with me. Makoto stepped outside with his wife to talk to that woman, then led both of them to meet his students. It was their first encounter, so they exchanged names. The students were stunned to learn that these two girls were far stronger than Shiki. Tomoe sensed the fierce determination burning in the students' eyes. No wonder they were chosen by their master. But Mio looked at them as nothing more than chicks freshly hatched from their shells. Naturally, this sparked a noisy quarrel between the two girls, leaving Makoto speechless. Meanwhile, Shiki, after investigating Yum, reported back to Makoto that Yum was a high-ranking noble bearing the royal bloodline of the Sugarcane Kingdom. This meant Makoto had just made an enemy of a powerful and influential figure like Yum. Surely Yum would make things difficult for Makoto's class during the grand tournament, so Makoto warned everyone to be on guard. The students hearing this showed fierce resolve, which pleased Makoto greatly. Makoto then decided to impose restrictions on the upcoming battles. Everyone grew uneasy, puzzled by his intentions. He forbade the students from using their signature weapons and even banned some of their body-enhancing skills. Shiki explained that this would push everyone to develop greater strength and real combat skills. Once they overcame this challenge, Makoto promised to welcome new students and raise the level of future lessons to help them mature. Lily suspected Russ was behind aiding Makoto's guild, but in truth, Russ just liked hanging out with Makoto and wasn't offering protection. Lily also revealed that the Empire's hero was after Tomoe, and now sought to seize her by force. However, she warned that Makoto's guild was filled with terrifyingly strong figures, and if war broke out with Makoto, Lily's empire would be wiped out. Yet the princess remained delusional, showing no fear. Previously, Russ helped Lily by providing valuable intel, and now he advised her to focus on the coming battle against the demon tribe at Stellar Fortress. Meanwhile, Makoto faced dirty tricks from Yum's noble subordinates. They even poisoned his food with laxatives and sent assassins after him. Although Makoto handled these threats, they refused to relent. This morning, they used Patrick to invite Makoto to the Merchant Guild's headquarters. Knowing it was a trap, Makoto ignored the invitation and instead went with his two wives to the arena to watch his students' matches. But the Yum family had manipulated the grand tournament, forcing Makoto's students to fight each other. This crossed a line Makoto couldn't tolerate. He resolved to teach these schemers a lesson they'd never forget. The opening match was between Dana and Juno. Because of the noble's dirty tactics, the two close friends were forced to fight without mercy. After a fierce battle, Dana emerged victorious. Next came the duel between Jan and Casper, both level 97 and among the tournament's highest-ranked contestants. The organisers made it harder by only allowing wooden swords and even placed 3 dolls on the battlefield to complicate matters. End of provided script segment. The contestants had to endure damage in place of each other. This was the method to prevent severe injuries. But Mio believed that once she intervened, even 100 of these dolls wouldn't withstand the heat. Besides, the two fighters were only allowed to use limited supportive magic. No offensive spells were permitted. As the referee finished explaining the rules, both gripped wooden swords and charged fiercely at each other. Tomoe noticed that Casper's evasive movements were clever and precise, but Jin maintained relentless attacks, forcing Casper into a defensive stance. When time ran out, the dolls were still intact, showing neither side had won. However, Jin claimed victory by the referee's decision. Mio thought that, in a real fight, Jin would surely lose because he threw all his strength into attacks that lacked impact. Jin understood this too, so he wasn't satisfied with his win. The next match involved 2 students outside Makoto's class, but they immediately fell unconscious after exchanging blows. Tomoe concluded that, aside from Makoto's students, the rest were just rookies. Mio even said they were less skilled than the lowliest goblins. The following duel was Abelia versus Ship. Though both were long-range mages, Abelia boldly charged at Ship, casting a spell. But Abelia's exposed back was caught by Ship's fiery magic. Before Abelia could recover, Ship unleashed earth magic to completely restrain her. The crowd gasped in awe. This was their first glimpse of spirit magic. Trapped and unable to escape, Abelia quickly surrendered. Though Ship won impressively, some nobles were displeased, suspecting Patrick had bought her powerful magical gear to overpower competitors. Lily and Limia argued that how a victory was won didn't matter because her warriors dominated the battlefield, not needing one-on-one fights. Criticizing anyone's fighting style was like insulting their champions. As tensions rose, Ryu stepped up to calm everyone. The next match pitted Ship against Izumo. Ship immediately raised an earth shield, and Izumo's attacks couldn't penetrate it, but Izumo was hit by Ship's fire magic, suffering minor injuries. Ship sealed another victory in this round. Then Jin and DNA faced off. Jin timed his enhanced magic perfectly, dealing heavy damage to DNA and securing another win to advance. The third round's opening battle featured Ship versus an upperclassman. Before the opponent could strike, Ship buried him beneath the floor. The referee loyal to Yum's team hesitated to declare Ship the winner. Ship then conjured a towering pillar of fire, nearly obliterating her opponent. She knew he belonged to Team Yum and only wanted to intimidate him. Ship was furious at this petty tournament controlled by nobles. Next was Jin against Yum, a noble who shamelessly brought top-tier gear into the fight. The referee ignored this. Before Yum could swing his sword, Jin knocked his weapon away. Yum resorted to power-boosting magic, but his poor skill caused him to lose his weapon again. Frustrated, Yum complained to the referee, but even with bias, he couldn't avoid pain from Jin's attacks. Jin delivered a decisive strike, ending the match. As Yum lay defeated, the referee declared Jin victor. Makoto was pleased with his student's performance. Despite inferior gear, Jin's skill far outmatched Yum. Now, bitter Yum planned revenge in the team battles, even considering performance-enhancing drugs. Meanwhile, the singles final between Ship and Jin was underway. Makoto trusted Jin had a plan against Ship's spirit magic, but Jin was quickly trapped by a binding spell, unable to move. Ship followed with a powerful fire attack, swiftly ending the match. Today's singles champion was a beautiful mage under Makoto's guidance. Makoto hoped all students would push themselves in the upcoming team battles. Suddenly, he received troubling news from the Merchant Guild. The guild leader was forcing him to report to their headquarters tomorrow. Patrick informed Makoto the situation was serious, but he couldn't help. Upon hearing this, Makoto's students knew Tsuki would replace their teacher at the arena tomorrow. This delighted Abelia, who had secretly admired Tsuki. However, the tournament rules capped each team's total level at 365, meaning Makoto's class could only field 3 members. Despite heavy bias from organisers, Makoto's class still dominated other classes, earning respect from nations. Yet Makoto had to face the city's Merchant Guild manager. Initially, the manager suspected Makoto of colluding with demons. Makoto denied this forcefully, saying his shop had always operated honestly. The manager then questioned Makoto about his logistics, but since most goods came through illusionary space, Makoto couldn't reveal details. The manager's relentless interrogation angered Makoto deeply. It became clear the manager wanted Makoto to share his secret sales methods. Unable to comply, Makoto planned to settle things with money. Hearing this, the manager demanded Makoto surrender 90% of his revenue just to continue business peacefully. This exorbitant price enraged Makoto. He refused to accept it. But refusal meant forced closure or being branded a demon ally, turning him into humanity's enemy. With no choice, Makoto had to partially reveal his transport secret, a high-level subordinate using teleportation magic. Mio, knowing Makoto was being oppressed by the Merchant Guild, demanded to wipe them out entirely. But Tomo felt this was too simple a solution. He worried that such a reckless move could bring more trouble than relief, hinting that sometimes battles are won not by force, but by patience and strategy. Sometimes all it takes is a snap of the fingers to fix things, but Mio knows that running a business demands more than brute force. It requires understanding people. Hearing this only deepens her sadness, especially as none of the 3 can offer Makoto any real help. Then Tomoe suggests Makoto take this chance to sever ties with humanity and forge an alliance with the demon clan. Makoto finds this idea fitting. After all, he had entertained such thoughts before, so he decides to cede part of his territory as a gift to the demon clan. Everyone beams with joy, relieved that Makoto has regained his spirit. First on his path is the Kenon Kingdom, the homeland of his parents, where their love story began before they travelled the world and eventually ended up on Earth. Sinon is also home to the 2 sisters, Luria and Eva. Before heading there, Makoto plans to meet Eva to discuss these matters. Upon hearing this, Tomoe laughs heartily, sensing the upcoming journey will be full of excitement. Tomoe's unwavering faith in his young master leaves no room for doubt. Though Makoto knows the two heroes side with humanity, he chooses to ally himself with the demon clan, sending a bold challenge to the goddess. Since childhood, Young met Luria at the sacred grounds of the Kenon Kingdom, and they vowed to fight side by side forever. The noble class was decaying, and Young swore to become a shield protecting the people from all dangers. Just seeing Luria's smile was enough to fill him with joy, a precious fragment of his bright past. But now, Young is a failure, forced to use every trick in the book to win at this tournament. Meanwhile, Makoto has decided to forsake humanity and join the demon clan, meaning he can no longer stay at the Academy City. His only hope now is to ensure the students compete safely. He immediately contacts Rona, asking her to order the demon clan to withdraw completely from the Academy until the martial tournament concludes. Rona agrees without hesitation. She was once a student like them, but secretly she harbours her own hidden agenda. Next, Makoto calls Eva to share his plans. Seeing his serious resolve to side with the demon clan shocks Eva deeply. Makoto understands he will eventually leave this place, but not before witnessing the students' efforts until the very end. Everyone is now training hard for the next round. Among the students, Tomoe is particularly impressed by the young man Mr. Casper, promising him a reward worthy of his efforts. But Casper is far from happy. Tomoe's reward turns out to be a grueling training session akin to hell. Just then, Tsuki arrives with news the upcoming match will decide who reaches the finals. Determination burns in every competitor's eyes. Meanwhile, Young wears an expression that screams, "I've lost my mind." Tomoe suspects he's overdosed on power-boosting drugs. Tsuki notices the necklace Young wears, though its power is unknown. All four sense a dangerous aura surrounding the academy. The team of three, led by Jin, will face Young in this match, while the other four prepare for their battles ahead. If you've ever felt caught between two worlds, humanity and something darker, take a breath. Makoto's journey reminds us that sometimes choosing a path means leaving behind everything you know to find a new kind of strength. And as the tournament heats up, these young warriors fight not just for victory, but for their dreams, their futures, and the hope that even in chaos, bonds can be forged stronger than any blade. So when Young's wild eyes and mysterious necklace hint at unseen dangers, remember every shadow hides a story, and every battle is more than just a fight. It's a step toward who they truly are. Tension crackled in the air as Jin, burning with frustration for being sidelined, urged the team to fight with everything they had. No mercy for Yum. No matter what potions he swallowed, Jin vowed to beat him down so hard he'd forget his name. But little did anyone here, not even Makoto, know that the necklace around Yum's neck was the true puppeteer paralyzing him, stripping away control of his own body. In that moment of helplessness, Yum's mind drifted back to the pillars of his life. First was Hibiki, the valiant warrior who once taught him swordsmanship. Yum confessed his dream of joining Hibiki's brave band, and Hibiki had promised they'd fight side by side once he graduated from the academy, two comrades bound to face the demon clan together. Hibiki was Yum's shining beacon of heroism, the warrior he admired most. Next was Luria, Yum's dear little sister. But when they reunited, cold reality struck. Luria had no memory of Yum treating him like a stranger. At that exact moment, Yum's minions arrived, overhearing that Luria was nobility from the Kenon Kingdom. They bitterly recalled how Sinon was ravaged by demons, and how Luria's family was likely wiped out. Those painful memories ignited a fierce anger in Luria. Her parents had sacrificed everything to let her escape, yet these thugs accused her of cowardice, fleeing instead of standing and fighting. Even Yum joined in criticizing her desperate will to survive. But Luria slammed down the truth. Those who never faced such horrors had no right to insult her. With that, she excused herself to return to the hot pot restaurant. As she turned to leave, one thug shoved her violently, calling her rude and ungrateful. Just when things looked bleak, Makoto arrived like a storm, rescuing Luria and schooling those bullies with a swift lesson. Meanwhile, Ilum lingered in the shadows, silently nursing his jealousy over Makoto's closeness to Luria. Luna then approached Yum, slipping him potions to boost his body, and magic power driven by a twisted desire to see Makoto driven away. Yum greedily overused the drugs until his mind blurred, unaware he was being manipulated like a marionette by Luna. Later, she gifted him a necklace said to enhance magic resistance, but In truth, it was a deadly weapon forged by the demon clan. Back on the battlefield, Izumo and Juno charged forward, their bodies supercharged for combat. Their mission: hold back Yum's minions so Jin could focus solely on Yum. But after gulping the potion, Yum's attacks grew ferocious, pushing Jin to his limits. Jin knew Makoto was watching from the sidelines. He couldn't afford to disappoint. Izumo and Juno tore through the enemy ranks with martial prowess. Juno boasted to Izumo she'd defeated more foes than him. But her excitement faded when she saw Jin absorbing Yum's relentless blows alone. The plan was to attack Yum together, yet Jin fought like a lone tempest, battering Yum's armor to the brink of shattering. Despite the onslaught, Yum's doll remained untouched, a haunting symbol of his lingering spirit. Meanwhile, Yum screamed and swung his sword wildly, like a drunken warrior lost in chaos. Sensing Yum's unstable state, Jin called for the referee to assess his condition, but the match pressed on as if nothing was wrong. Fueled by hatred for Makoto, Yum yelled his rival's name over and over. Jin paid no mind to the insults. His focus was on breaking the armor encasing Yum. When the moment arrived, Jin signaled his teammates to prepare the finishing move. First, he pressed his sword to Yum's mouth and hoisted him high. Yum used wind magic to suspend himself in midair, setting the stage for Juno to unleash a flurry of spear strikes, relentless and precise, leaving Yum defenseless. Makoto watched in awe. Juno's fighting style pulsed with the spirit of Japan itself. Then, with flair, Juno hurled her spear at Ilum as the final blow. Two young men gasped in horror, fearing Juno would fall, but she revealed she had mastered flight magic, soaring and colliding with them in a dazzling collision. Unable to fight any longer, Yum's defeat was called by the referee. Makoto stepped onto the arena, ready to congratulate Jin's team and check on Yum. But Makoto's students suddenly adopted defensive stances. Illum's necklace was absorbing the dark magic swirling around the arena. Tomoe and Mio, witnessing this, feared Yum was beyond saving his body, twisting into something no longer human. Tsuki revealed the puppeteer behind this chaos was none other than the demon Luna. Makoto refused to believe it. Luna had once honored his request. This betrayal shattered his trust, while Mio's fury ignited vowing revenge on the demon clan for exploiting her master. Earlier, Makoto had confided in Eva about his grand plan to restore the Senin kingdom and bring his merchant guild there. Now, all those dreams lay in ruins, crushed by his own innocence. Meanwhile, Luna gleefully anticipated capturing the world's pivotal players, including Limia's king and Princess Lily of the Ilum Empire, now morphing into monstrous abominations. In Yum's twisted mind, only one thought remained: a desperate apology to Luria. But this darkness wasn't isolated. Across the city, many were transforming into colossal beasts, sending civilians fleeing for their lives. If Makoto's group didn't act, the demon clan's victory would mark humanity's end. As the city descended into chaos, Yum's transformation completed, forcing Makoto's students to evacuate the arena. Everyone urged Makoto to step in and help, but he hesitated, wanting to assess the unfolding disaster a little longer. Then, Eva and Luria arrived, reporting the city overrun by monsters, a clear sign the demons intended total annihilation. When Makoto asked about Eva and Luria's resolve to reclaim their homeland, they vowed total sacrifice. Hearing this, Makoto arranged a safe haven for them until the demon assault ended. Yum, meanwhile, continued absorbing dark magic to fuel his power. Makoto's students braced for battle while he searched for a way to bring Yum back from the brink. Tsuki warned this task was as tough as it was troubling. He shifted focus to cleaning up the shop and slipping quietly out of town. Then, Tomoe hatched a plan straight from a classic samurai tale. If Makoto could help humanity repel the demon invasion, they'd owe him a debt of gratitude. Not to mention the chance to turn the tide and protect the fragile hope flickering in this war-torn world. Sometimes it's not just about power, it's about the bonds that push us to stand when the darkness closes in. If you've ever felt powerless, like these characters, take a moment to breathe and ask yourself, when the world falls apart, what light will you hold on to? Because sometimes in the heart of chaos, anime reminds us that even a single spark can ignite the courage we never knew we had. Thanks for joining this roller coaster of emotions and battles. May this story inspire you to fight for your own kingdom, whatever that may be. And if you ever find yourself lost in life's labyrinth, remember even the faintest light can guide you through the darkest night. The Merchants Guild would have to respect Makoto, seeing him as an ally of justice. When Tomoe mentioned this, Makoto found it reasonable, though, if he helped humanity, the demon clan would brand him their enemy. Yet Makoto believed that Rona had betrayed him first, so now he would act freely. In my opinion, that giant Yo must admit Rona is a fierce woman for devising such a plan. Besides, Yo successfully upgraded the ring that seals the goddess's power. So no matter how strong the hero Hibiki is, he's no match for him. Both of these two firmly believe the demon clan's golden age is about to return. Makoto told the two sisters Luria and Eva to come to his shop for protection. Meanwhile, the merchant couple, Patrick, worried about their daughter, came to ask Makoto. When they learned their daughters planned to fight monsters, Patrick was deeply anxious. Only after his wife scolded him did he regain composure. Patrick decided to take refuge temporarily at the Merchants Guild. Makoto was surprised to learn Patrick was acquainted with the guild's representative, especially since yesterday Patrick had pushed him to the edge with unbearable pressure. Makoto summoned 2 lizard warriors to shadow and protect the Patricks. Meanwhile, in the arena, students scrambled to devise a plan against Yum. At that moment, the Academy's mage team arrived to join forces in exterminating the monster. They combined various elemental spells and unleashed a storm onto Yum's face. However, the pendant hanging from Yum's neck absorbed most of the attacks. Only lightning element managed to inflict minor damage on his body. Seeing the monster unfazed, the mage team prayed to the goddess for a surge in magic power. But Elum extended some tentacles and struck the mages completely, defeating them. Tsuki called Eris's side and learned there were about 50 monsters in the city, plus their communication magic was weakening, making long-distance contact impossible. After defeating the Academy's mages, Yum devoured them one by one. Watching their comrades turn to food shattered the demon students' confidence. Mio blamed Miki for spoiling the students so much, leaving Makoto speechless. Still, Mio wasn't wrong. She urged the students to focus on their strengths to improve. So Makoto asked Mio and Tsuki to direct students from outside, encouraging them to face danger consciously to gain experience. Meanwhile, Makoto planned to go with Tomoe to rescue key figures from various nations now in panic after the mage team's defeat. Upon arrival, Makoto met Rut, a guest of the Academy. Also, there was a very important person Makoto couldn't immediately recall. After some mental effort, Makoto remembered it was the Academy's principal. Tomoe said she would use teleportation magic to safely evacuate everyone here, but the principal thought Tomoe was boasting no one had teleported such a large group before. Indeed, no one believed Tomoe since teleportation is high-level magic not easily done. Seeing Makoto doubted Rut, volunteered to jump into the teleportation portal, stunning the principal. Then, appearing on the opposite stands, Tomoe proves that teleportation is safe and even helps conceal her power. She claims her teleportation ability comes from her sword. Everyone around trusts Tomoe and repeatedly asks her to teleport them to safety. However, the delegation from the Kingdom of Limia stays behind to witness Young's fate, since he is a noble of their land. Seeing this, Tomoe leaves the teleportation sword with Makoto and escorts the guests with the King of Limia. Suddenly, the king asks Makoto to teleport him down to Ilum, believing that Young might regain consciousness if he hears his voice. But Young is still rampaging, wildly attacking Makoto's group of students. Luckily, Mio and Shiki stand nearby, directing the defense, allowing them to hold their ground with no injuries so far. At this moment, Young's father and king arrive, calling his name. But no matter how they reach out, Young has fully transformed into a monster. Even Makoto feels Young is beyond saving, now unable to return to his human self. The students manage to sever one of Young's arms, but he quickly regenerates it. Everyone is shocked, never expecting the demon tribe's rebirth ability to be this powerful. Mira tells everyone to steady their minds for battle and reorganizes the formation. Meanwhile, Makoto suddenly notices a white tentacle monster staring at him with sharp eyes. In a flash, it charges and takes down the king's guards. Despite the monster's threat, the Prince of Limia bravely steps forward, leaving Makoto speechless. So Makoto uses magic to punch the beast away and rescue the prince. When Makoto touches him, he's surprised by something soft. Putting aside the prince's gender for now, Makoto knows he must deal with the monster first. With just one arrow, Makoto blasts the creature into oblivion. Turning to the prince, he hopes this royal won't cause any more trouble. The group has been attacking Jung all this time, but he keeps regenerating, so Mio insists on decisive strikes with fire magic to finally defeat him. Jung lets out a roar, like the dragon from before. Abelia realizes this roar is dangerously powerful, anyone hit could die. Determined to end Jung quickly, she asks the ship to enchant her arrow with fire. Though risky, Abelia wants to impress Shiki with a bold move. She leaps up to find a clear shot, while her teammates support her from below. Just as Ilum prepares to strike Abelia's ship, uses earth magic to restrain Ilum's arm, causing his attack to miss. Abelia seizes the moment and fires her flaming arrow straight into Ilum's face, forcing him to scream in agony. After all their efforts, the team finally destroys the monster ravaging the academy. The Limia delegation feels sorrowful for failing to save Jung. Witnessing Makoto's actions, Russ realizes he's getting deeply involved in this world. Tomoe also admits Makoto has many plans. For now, Makoto is still lost, uncertain about his path. But when it comes to strength, no one in this world rivals him. Not even a high-level divine dragon like Russ can harm her master. Russ thinks Makoto will eventually overthrow the goddess. Makoto is pleased with his students' performance, especially Abelia's. He apologizes to the king of Limia for not saving Jung. As for the prince, Makoto is embarrassed and unsure how to explain their earlier awkward encounter. Makoto informs the king he will evacuate the civilians outside, while the king plans to send troops into the academy to quell the chaos. He asks Makoto to teleport the entire army here. Mio is happy to see Makoto back and assessing the situation. Shiki has also healed Abelia's wounds without leaving scars. Mio thinks Abelia's attack was dangerous, but in the end, they succeeded in destroying the monster. Jin admits he hesitated to finish off Jung because Jung is still human beneath it all. This decision puts their classmates in danger. Makoto encourages his students not to worry and to rest, but they seem energized after the fight and want to go out hunting monsters. Seeing this, Makoto stops them, saying monster hunting is someone else's job, and now they must obediently evacuate under Mio and Shiki's guidance. Meanwhile, Makoto wanders the city to check the situation. Returning to his shop, he's heartbroken to see it trashed by monsters. Fortunately, he had stored his goods safely in his illusionary space warehouse. Suddenly, Makoto hears a scream from the red light district. Opening the door, he sees several ladies of the night struggling against a giant white octopus monster. Among them is Este, a former adventurer with an incredibly alluring figure. Makoto quickly blocks the monster's attack and tells Este to lead everyone to safety. It turns out these ladies are regular customers who buy his stamina potions, so he feels responsible to protect them. With just a few simple moves, Makoto knocks the monster into the wall. Seeing it about to explode, he creates an earth wall to shield his clothes from the mess. Then he steps outside, admired by the ladies. Makoto introduces himself as a City Academy teacher and the owner of their favoured potion shop. Grateful for their support, he directs them to a safe evacuation spot. Meanwhile, Mio and Shiki lead the students toward the shelter, but halfway there, Mio says she must return to handle something urgent. She heads back to the arena to confront Jung again, knowing there's still a spark of life inside his slime-like form. Jung recognizes Mio as someone close to Makoto. He reveals he was deceived by others, leading to his current state. Even though he's now just a mass of flesh, he can still move and wants to fight alongside the warrior Hibiki to become her shield. Hearing the name Hibiki, Mio recalls someone who taught her to cook. But she believes her Hibiki is an adventurer, not a warrior, probably just two people sharing the same name. Mio wonders if these Hibikis are truly different souls, or if fate has intertwined their paths somehow. In this tangled web of deception and survival, the bonds between these characters shine like fragile sparks, reminding us that even in darkness, the heart yearns for connection and redemption. Mio showed no mercy towards Yum's desires, for she was determined to punish him. Without hesitation, she sliced Yum's festering corruption in two. It turned out Yum had cursed Makoto before something Mio could never forgive. She even unleashed dark magic upon Yum, inflicting unbearable pain. Yum believed Makoto hated him and sent Mio to punish him, but Mio revealed it was her own will. Her master would never tolerate someone like him. After enduring Mio's relentless punishment, Yum's presence completely vanished from the earth. A day later, Tomoe reported about 80 mutated monsters roaming around. Teleportation and telepathic communication had become unusable. trapping citizens inside the city as transport ground to a halt. Despite the tense situation, Mio still managed to grab a bite to ease her hunger. Tsuki had acquired a magical device blocking human communication, but the demon race remained unaffected, able to communicate freely. Meanwhile, the Academy and allied nations mobilized troops to cleanse the city, urging Tomoe to push Makoto to act swiftly before others stole his glory. Tomoe had deceived others by claiming that Makoto's sword's teleportation power would shatter if overused. The growing number of mutants was blamed on drugs or demon jewelry. Lam argued it was the result of experiments on human bodies, having once infiltrated the Academy with Eva and witnessed their specimens firsthand. Makoto deduced the demons had long prepared everything to attack the Academy, though their true goal remained a mystery. The next morning, Makoto greeted his familiar friend with cat ears named Bo. To avoid human conflict, Bo lived quietly in a secluded city corner. Makoto believed that after this incident, humans would cherish their bond with the cat tribe, more especially with an adorable eared member like Bo, who no one could resist. Aqua and Eris reported the city's situation to Makoto, who then granted them freedom to hunt monsters at will. As the two girls left, Este's older sister arrived to greet Makoto. It turned out Este wanted to connect Makoto with her boss to discuss future business. Makoto was delighted by the prospect of Este's help, but worried after all bosses in certain trades are often crime lords. The principal grew furious with Makoto's tendency to wander among citizens in danger, disobeying orders. Makoto was at a loss, unsure of the old man's true intentions. Only when Princess Lily and Shisu defended Makoto did the principal relent. The headmaster of the Dark Guild was furious Makoto kept rescuing people, ignoring orders. Frustrated, Makoto was at a loss, unsure of the elder's true motives. Only when Princess Lily and Shisu defended Makoto did the headmaster relent and entrust him with a mission to eliminate monsters north of the city. Grateful for their support, Makoto learned that armies from various nations were en route to the Academy City, just as Tomoe had predicted. Lily also wished to speak privately with Makoto once the chaos settled, signaling a new chapter in his journey. Tomoe felt joy seeing Makoto grow closer to the headmaster. This bond would help restore his reputation. She believed her master was destined for greatness. Makoto vowed to work tirelessly until the city knew his name well. Students were evacuated to dormitories, all exhausted from the recent turmoil. To lift their spirits, Makoto's group needed to act swiftly. Makoto visited his class's lounge and announced the city's dire situation. Despite their eagerness to fight, he forbade them from going out. His own battle was just beginning. Though the students pleaded, Makoto's resolve was firm. He prepared to leave alone, carrying the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. If Makoto left, the dorms would be vulnerable, so Jin decided to stay and protect everyone. Seeing this, Makoto was pleased, but remained cautious, asking Akka and Eris to stay behind as well. Just as they arrived in the northeast, Makoto's group witnessed a monstrous horde feasting on civilians, swiftly crushing every obstacle in their path without mercy. Soon, they reached the Trade Guild headquarters, guarded by two fierce warrior lizards. Before entering, Makoto warned Mio not to provoke the guild representative. Yet Mio still held a grudge. At the sight of Makoto, Patrick rushed forward, asking about his two daughters. Only after confirming their safety did he breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Makoto felt tense facing Zara, the guild's representative. But this time, Zara seemed kinder, inquiring about Makoto's losses during the demon tribe's attack. It turned out Makoto had brought two powerful guardians, making Zara hesitant to cause trouble. Seizing the moment, Makoto asked Zara about the guild's damage, but Zara was too shy to reveal details. So, Patrick stepped in, explaining that many merchants were in chaos from looted goods. Hearing this, Makoto reassured Zara that he would soon clear out all the monsters. Zara's jaw dropped, hearing how strong Makoto was, and from then on he became surprisingly cooperative, ready to follow Makoto's lead. Makoto then asked Zara to recover the demon tribe's cursed jewelry, promising to leave Tomoe behind to assist. Seeing only 9 monsters left in the city, Makoto devised a game for Tsuki and Mio. Whoever slayed more monsters would have their wish granted. Excited by such a grand prize, the two eagerly accepted the challenge. Zara remained fearful after learning Makoto's strength. Just a few people, and Makoto had wiped out nearly all monsters in the city's northeast. Yet days ago, Makoto had trembled before Zara, clueless about trade. Makoto's shop sold quality goods at shockingly low prices, threatening to disrupt the market and unsettle other guilds. Makoto's guild was packed with terrifyingly strong figures, so no merchant dared cross them. Trading by force like that, Zara predicted the goddess would soon punish Makoto. Still, no matter what Zara said, Patrick stood firmly behind Makoto, convinced he would break through business boundaries to become an outstanding merchant. Partnering with Makoto was like striking gold. Although both loved money, Patrick and Zara upheld business ethics, never profiting from war, since it had stolen many loved ones. Zara disliked Makoto for profiting greatly from weapons, so Patrick invited him to visit Makoto's shop in Jig, hoping to change his mind. Zara brightened at the chance to meet Patrick's family there. Patrick jokingly threatened to punch Zara for daring to fancy his wife. Meanwhile, Tomo returned after reclaiming all cursed jewelry from the demon tribe, bringing supplies for Zara to distribute, boosting Makoto's guild's reputation. Suddenly, Tomo noticed Mio smiling alone, clearly thrilled. Makoto revealed the monster-slaying contest with a wish as the prize. Tomo grew deeply envious, frustrated Makoto hadn't offered her such a priceless reward. Meanwhile, Mondo thrived battling monsters northwest of the city, easily pinning one down and transforming it into greenery with his clan's sacred technique. Lamb arrived, reporting Makoto was inspecting the city. Mondo worried if Aqua and Eris, Makoto's disciples, were meeting expectations. But first, Mondo and Lamb had to clear out the remaining monsters. The principal forced Makoto's students into battle, but they defied him since Makoto forbade it. Noticing the principal's frantic push for fighting Eris, convinced Aqua to use their previous technique to encircle the dorm, barring anyone from leaving. They donned their scanty outfits once more, making Aqua embarrassed to no end. When she tried to refuse, Eris grasped her hand, preventing escape. After combining their powers, the two feline warriors created a solid ice barrier sealing the dorms. But soon, they realized they were trapped inside. To no exit. That afternoon, Mondo apologized to Makoto for the chaos caused by his wild disciples. Luckily, food remained inside, so Makoto told him not to worry. To boost the city's morale, Makoto planned to distribute supplies, a move sure to raise his merchant guild's fame. Spotting Mio, quietly smiling, Tomo guessed her joy was profound, prompting Makoto to reveal the monster-slaying contest and its priceless reward, a wish granted by him. Tomoe's eyes sparkled with jealousy upon hearing this. How could Makoto bestow such a priceless reward on Mio without a word to her? Meanwhile, Mondo was excelling, clearing monsters in the city's northwest with raw brute strength. He easily slammed a beast to the ground. Then, channeling the forest demon tribe's sacred skill, he transformed the monster into trees, weaving greenery over the city like a living tapestry. Lam arrived, updating that Makoto was inspecting the city left and right. Mondo's worry grew. Would Aqua and Eris meet his master's high expectations? But first, Mondo and Lam had to clear this batch of monsters. The principal had forced Makoto's students outside to fight, but they resisted, citing Makoto's orders. On the other side, Eris noticed the principal's frantic pressure, pushing students to battle. Eris quickly called Aqua to use the technique from before sealing off the dormitory to keep everyone inside. The two donned their scanty battle outfits again. Much to Aqua's embarrassment, she could barely handle the awkwardness. Meanwhile, Aqua was about to, just as she was about to refuse, Eris gripped her hand tight, sealing her escape. After a fierce combination of spells, the two leopards conjured an unbreakable ice barrier, encasing the dormitory in a frozen prison. But then, realization dawned. They too were trapped, locked inside, with no way out. That evening, Mondo had to apologize to Makoto for the chaos caused by his two leopard disciples. Luckily, the dorm still held enough food, so Makoto told him not to worry. But Mio thought there was some wisdom in locking the students away. It kept them from being forced into battle, a bittersweet shield. Tomoe planned to liberate the city by tomorrow and distribute supplies swiftly, racing against time before enemy forces could invade. Meanwhile, Shiki and Mio would spread the truth that the demon clan was behind this attack, so the Makoto Trade Guild would be hailed as heroes, protectors of the people. Hearing this, Makoto had to admit these three were trustworthy. Only the two jesters, Aqua and Eris, were a bit unpredictable. Aqua wondered how Makoto had managed to enter such a solid barrier, and Eris revealed that he had tunneled underground to sneak inside. She also reported sensing the mastermind lurking near the wealthy district where monsters were gathering in droves. Makoto absorbed this information, the weight of the coming storm settling in his heart as the battle for the city's soul quietly tightened its grip. Grateful, Makoto thanks Eris for her stellar work, and now wants to lead both of them outside to relax. Yet the two cling to each other, trembling with fear of the master in charge of punishments. That night, Shitu meets Makoto after hearing about his strength and begs him to restore the telepathic communication ability. This is the united wish of all three kingdoms, and she hopes Makoto will give his all. Meanwhile, Tomoe reveals to Root some upcoming tasks she and Mio will quietly eliminate all those troubling Makoto without letting him know. Right then, Makoto contacted Tomoe, announcing he was about to restore the communication spell. He shot an arrow skyward, bursting like fireworks that lit up the entire city. That dazzling display marked the return of the communication spell to the Academy town. As the connection was restored, the three sovereigns received grave news. The chaos stirred by the demon tribe at the Academy was merely bait. The real assault was a full-scale demon legion attack on their kingdom's capitals. King Limia believed the warriors and armies were fiercely battling, and so the three rulers requested Makoto's teleportation magic to bring them home. When Makoto arrived, King Limia shared his desperate plea. The situation was dire, as the demon legion closed in on Limia's kingdom and empire. The demons had disguised themselves as humans to avoid detection. Makoto noticed two of Shitu's guardians were actually demons in human form, proof the enemy had infiltrated deep into Lauren's central kingdom. King Limia and Princess Lily, anxious for their land's fate, asked Makoto to teleport them back to their kingdom. But Tomoe spun a tale, claiming the teleportation sword was overused and nearing its limit. They had no choice but to beg Makoto for help, promising to repay him in full. Makoto agreed, and the two immediately hailed him as a godsend, but this was all a performance between Makoto and Tomoe. In truth, casting teleportation spells was a breeze. Just open the mist gate, and they could return home in an instant. Tomoe pretended to sob as her sword shattered, but Makoto knew it was just a toy. Tsuki reflected on how humanity had long underestimated demon power, which now brought them such harsh consequences. Tsuki believed the demon's true aim was to invade Limia and eliminate the kingdom's female warrior. From what he knew, the Empire's warrior was weak, relying on hypnotic skills to create puppets. Meanwhile, Limia's warrior possessed a natural charisma that easily attracted strong-willed allies. Fearful of her bright future, the demons were determined to destroy her. Hearing this, Makoto felt a strong urge to support the warriors after all they were from his old world. But because of Tomoe's earlier act, Makoto was now unable to use teleportation. Ryu recognized Makoto's cleverness in restoring the communication spell, and his recent contributions had truly won the hearts of many. In this tangled web of loyalty, power, and deception, Makoto stands as a beacon, a flicker of hope amidst encroaching darkness. If you've ever felt caught between worlds, remember sometimes the smallest lights shine the brightest. Thanks for sharing this journey with me. The villagers were caught off guard as a golden light suddenly descended from the heavens, leaving Ritsu utterly stunned. Meanwhile, Makoto and Shiki realized that the wretched goddess was attempting to summon them. Thinking quickly, Makoto hurled an anchor into the ground to avoid being dragged upwards by her. But Shiki warned Makoto that resisting the goddess would brand him as an enemy in the eyes of the people, forcing Makoto to reluctantly accept the teleportation to meet her. Upon arrival, Makoto's frustration boiled over, and he angrily threw his divine arrow at a mirror to force her to reveal herself. Though it had been a long time since their last encounter, the goddess's voice remained as grating as ever. She confessed that the demon army had grown too numerous and ferocious, so she needed Makoto's help. Hearing this, Makoto mocked her weakness, saying she had to rely on someone like him. He even threatened to side with the demons, which infuriated the goddess. She warned Makoto that if he disobeyed, she would destroy him. But Makoto knew she lacked the power to take his life. In fact, he regarded her as a fake, incapable of controlling the world. Makoto's harsh words enraged the goddess, who threatened immediate annihilation. Just then, her subordinate reported the arrival of a distinguished guest from the primordial world, someone whose power even the goddess feared. Forced to lower her tone, she ceased her defiance toward Makoto. Seizing the moment, Makoto agreed to rescue humanity, but only if she rewarded him properly. The goddess, pressed for time to entertain her guest, accepted without argument. Yet Makoto suspected the reward would be delayed, causing her to reconsider. Sensing this, Shiki requested the goddess grant Makoto the ability to understand the common language. Makoto agreed, knowing the goddess's curse had long silenced his communication with humans. True to form, he cursed her foulness once more, much to her irritation. Desiring to end their quarrel, the goddess restored Makoto's speech with a powerful spell that caused him pain upon reception. Now bearing his reward, Makoto had no choice but to follow her mission. Soon after, she dropped him and Shiki back to the mortal realm just as before. Though free to fly, Makoto maintained a composed expression to avoid detection. He instructed Shiki to cloak them in shadow magic. If the goddess was preoccupied, this was a rare chance to act. Makoto then summoned Mio and Tomoe to entrust them with a crucial task to lead the Illusion Realm's army in capturing the kingdom. Both girls were thrilled this was their first chance to fight on their own behalf. They returned swiftly to the Illusion Realm to rally the troops. After days of training, the warriors were ready to face the demon army. Before battle, Tomoe gave an impassioned speech to boost morale, and the soldiers shouted their determination to claim victory for Makoto. Tomoe then opened a mist gate to transport the army to Senon. Upon arrival in Sinan territory, Mio used her silk threads to scout enemy forces, quickly assessing their numbers and positions. She decided to teleport directly into the fortress to strike, refusing to wait. That night, Tomoe vowed to unleash her full power and warned everyone to keep clear of her path. After the two commanders advanced, Emma took over, leading the army preparing to storm the city gates. As the demon guards prepared to change shifts, they spotted the approaching army and hastily fortified their defenses. Emma conjured a magical shield to block their arrows, then enhanced a lizard warrior's strength and speed with her magic. With a single charge, he shattered the fortress gates and sent the guards flying, clearing the way for the soldiers behind him to pour inside and wreak havoc on the enemy. The lizard warriors proved fierce, overpowering the weak demons who couldn't mount any real resistance. Emma then unleashed her magic to sweep the city gates clean, leaving no enemy alive. Meanwhile, sisters Eva and Luria were brought to the Illusion City by Mio's people, though they wondered why they were summoned here. As it turned out, Makoto was on his way to reclaim the Kenon Kingdom. For the sisters to take charge, they needed to learn the skills of national restoration. From planting crops to land management, nothing was left out. The demi-human tribes here pledged their full support. Mio had infiltrated the fortress and encountered a demon lord named Lep, who claimed to be a mutant dragon, but took the form of a giant serpent. Mio introduced herself as a Senon native, insisting that the kingdom still lived, and promising to destroy Lep to offer the land to her master Makoto. Lep, impressed by Mio's boldness, accepted her challenge. Meanwhile, Makoto and Shiki were descending toward the kingdom of Limia, poised to meet the warriors from his world. Under Makoto's orders, Emma's army hunted down the remaining enemy deep inside the fortress. Mio fought Lep fiercely, her clothes torn but her spirit unbroken. Secretly, she was rehearsing gun techniques from Makoto's world. Previously, amazed by guns that could pierce steel today, she fired a dark bullet at Lep's armor. But Lep's armor reflected the bullet, seriously injuring Mio. Thanks to her powerful healing ability, she recovered instantly. Lep warned her against using that move again, but Mio switched angles and shot 4 more bullets, sending Lep flying. The enemy forces push deep into the fortress, while Mio takes a beating, her clothes torn to shreds. But in truth, Mio is practicing her gun stance in Makoto's world. Before, she marveled at pistols that could pierce steel, and now she's crafted a dark bullet to test against Lep's armor. However, Lep's armor reflects Mio's bullet, injuring her severely. Thanks to her powerful regeneration, Mio's wounds heal instantly. Lep warns her not to use that move, as he can easily counter it. But this time, Mio switches her shooting angle and sends 4 bullets flying, taking Lep out for good. Over here, Tomoe swiftly wipes out weak demon tribes. Seizing a moment's peace, Tomoe slashes the ground with her sword, cracking the earth around her. She declares this scar the new border of Senon once the kingdom gains independence. Confident, she believes the demon tribes are too busy battling heroes to reach here anytime soon. Before this, the demon army had massed heavily, closing in on the Empire's capital. Meanwhile, Rona sneaks into the capital to gather intel on hero Tomoki. Just then, Sophia and Lena arrive, asking Rona about what she discovered. Rona reveals all the strength Tomoki received from the goddess, especially his nighttime healing power, nothing else remarkable. Soon after, the trio receives shocking news. Princess Lily has returned to the capital. Sophia decides to head back to Stella's demon fortress, but secretly wants to linger in the capital toying with hero Tomoki a bit more. Upon seeing Sophia's overwhelming power, Tomoki's team starts trembling with fear. Tomoki himself is furious, brandishing his spear and diving headfirst into battle. Over here, Lena wipes out the Imperial soldiers, absorbing their souls to heal wounds suffered, fighting Makoto, and restoring his upper-tier divine dragon strength. Suddenly, Lena used teleportation magic to place Sophia atop Tomoki's dragon. Facing the hero's team, Sophia boldly introduced herself as the dragon-slaying goddess. Without hesitation, she lunged at Tomoki, but the brave female knight reflexively shielded him from harm. It seemed Tomoki's team was still unaware of Sophia's true motives. Sophia then dropped the bombshell she was an ally of the demon clan, and she'd heard that Tomoki was strongest at night, so she came to challenge him. Tomoki tried to use his devil's eye to charm Sophia, but it had no effect. Still, he loudly proclaimed he would defeat her despite his much lower level. Witnessing Tomoki's fierce resolve, Sophia only grew more exhilarated. She unleashed a slash that clipped the dragon's wings, sending the mighty beast off balance. Sophia then challenged Tomoki's group to fight on the ground where there'd be room to unleash their true power. Before the battle began, Sophia warned Tomoki that if he died, the empire itself would fall. Yet Tomoki clung stubbornly to the goddess's gift, showing no fear. With that, Sophia charged at Tomoki, but it was only a clay clone created by his allies. The muddy figure hardened instantly, making Tomoki believe Sophia was completely restrained and ready to be finished off. He signaled his team to attack together, but Sophia scoffed, saying that was far too weak to faze her. In response, Tomoki summoned a dazzling array of powerful weapons and fired directly at Sophia. The explosion that followed shook the very air, yet all it did was dust Sophia's clothes. Impressed, Sophia acknowledged Tomoki's skill in combining multiple elemental attacks. Seeing her overwhelming strength, Tomoki's team began to tremble, but he himself burned with fierce determination. With raw passion, Tomoki grasped his spear and charged at Sophia with reckless abandon. Meanwhile, Lena swept through the Imperial soldiers, absorbing their souls. This dark power healed his wounds from the battle with Makoto and restored the strength of a high-level divine dragon within him. Back with Tomoki's team, they were utterly overwhelmed by Sophia's relentless assault, unable to rise from the onslaught. Watching their hero get battered, despair settled over them, helpless to intervene. Fortunately, Tomoki's nighttime healing ability kept him on his feet, slowly pulling himself back from the brink. Meanwhile, Tomoki's team lies crushed under Sophia's assault, unable to rise. Witnessing the hero getting beaten down, their resolve falters completely, leaving only despair in the air. The scene continues beyond this point. Knowing his helplessness, unable to do more, Tomoki was lucky to possess a healing power that awakened at night, allowing him to rise again towards Sophia. She longed to witness the true strength of the brave warrior Tomoki. Hearing this, Tomoki promised to show Sophia his most powerful move, but first, Sophia needed to escort his team safely back to the royal capital. Just then, Lena returned to answer Tomoki's request, helping his team return unharmed. Yet the power Tomoki was about to unleash wasn't a blessing from the goddess. He conjured a crimson orb of dark magic, resembling a fiery core. When the orb exploded, the land around was blasted away, creating a massive crater. Still, Sophia survived unharmed, forced to admit Tomoki's attack was fiercer than Makoto's arrow from before. But every power has its flaw. Afterwards, Sophia contacted Rona to report the battle with Tomoki, weaving a lie that Tomoki fled after using his ultimate attack, escaping before being defeated. Exhausted, Sophia planned to return to the demon fortress, but before she could leave, a divine summoning light shone down on the kingdom of Limia. Sophia recognized it was Makoto calling, so she and Lena headed there to rescue him. Meanwhile, Makoto and Shiki were flying straight into Limia's capital, with Shiki helping conceal Makoto's identity by donning the superhero armor Mio had crafted. The Hibiki hero squad was thrown into chaos by the sudden demon assault their forces nearly wiped out. The team decided to retreat from the capital to preserve their strength, planning to reclaim it later. But Shia refused to abandon the fight, determined to protect the people. Hibiki urged her to listen. This squad had to survive to keep hope alive, for humanity to fulfill the wishes of those lost in battle, including Navan, a beloved mentor, and Limia's army commander, deeply worried as the demon horde slaughtered civilians and closed in on the city. Before they could move, the fortress wall shattered. An enormous demon general named Yo appeared. Hibiki's anger flared. Yo was an old enemy. She donned a power-enhancing outfit, blessed by her guardian spirit, ready to avenge her fallen comrades. Though Hibiki was losing control, her team begged her to retreat immediately. Yo threatened that if she fled, he would annihilate everyone in the capital. He claimed his tactics were cowardly, but justified by the brutal war between races. If Hibiki truly cared for the people, she had to defeat him. Understanding the stakes, Hibiki charged with her sword blazing, her teammates casting spells to amplify her strikes. Yet Yo effortlessly blocked the attacks and delivered 4 devastating punches, wounding her severely. His elemental gauntlets made every hit sear with unbearable pain. Just as Yo prepared his finishing blow, something crashed to the ground. It was Makoto, clad in Mio's superhero armor. Though embarrassed by the suit, Makoto wore it to conceal his identity and was stunned to see Hibiki, his old friend from the previous world, standing strong. Makoto's appearance shocked everyone, especially when a skeleton emerged from the smoke behind him. He ordered Shiki to prioritize protecting the hero squad, but warned against calling each other's names to avoid revealing their identities. Yo instantly marked Makoto as an enemy and blocked his path, while Makoto wondered why Hibiki dressed so boldly. Then, looking down at his own superhero suit, he realized he was even worse off. Standing before Yo, Makoto urged him to abandon the Stellar Fortress and return to the demon lands. Makoto had no intention of fighting the demons. If they left peacefully, he would spare them. But Yo refused, vowing to take Hibiki's life. If Makoto dared to stand in his way, he'd gladly strike him down too. Yo recalled a white-clad warrior who once blocked him, surely the fate of a hero, and promised to crush Makoto here and now. Makoto effortlessly blocked Yo's powerful punch and told Hibiki's team to fall back, avoiding any interference. Yo, confident in his multiple arms, unleashed a flurry of blows to overwhelm Makoto. Though blasted away, Makoto claimed the punches lacked real power, while his own strike sent Yo flying dozens of meters. Makoto called that hit the Dragon Slayer's palm. Yo laughed, finding the fight with Makoto more thrilling than with the hero squad. Hibiki wanted to rush to aid Makoto, fearing he was outmatched, but Shiki insisted it was unnecessary. Help now would only get in Makoto's way. Shiki recognized Hibiki's sword as forged by dwarves. He revealed that he once created the wind spirit monster, so the blade must be made from its material. When Hibiki questioned this, Shiki proudly declared himself a mad scientist, obsessed with experiments. Suddenly, 2 demon generals with bull heads and horse faces appeared, encircling the hero squad. Shiki erected a magical barrier to protect them, warning no one was to step outside. If they did, he would eliminate them immediately, as his sole duty was to guard Hibiki under a pact with the goddess. Hibiki's teammates were frustrated, but powerless. They knew defying Shiki would make him an enemy. Resigned, Hibiki obediently watched as Shiki engaged the foes. He dodged the bull-headed demon's strike and countered, then crushed the horse-faced one's attack, dismissing them as mere cattle. The dragon-smashing punch with his knuckles was the final blow. Yo felt that fighting alongside Makoto was even more thrilling than battling the warriors. Behind them, Hibiki wanted to rush in to support Makoto, fearing Yo was too strong. But Shiki insisted it was unnecessary, as helping now would only get in Makoto's way. Spotting Hibiki's sword, Shiki instantly recognized it was forged by dwarves. He revealed he once created a wind elemental monster, so this sword was surely crafted from the beast's materials. When Hibiki questioned him, Shiki proudly declared himself a passionate LCK experimenter. At that moment, 2 beastly demon soldiers appeared surrounding the warriors' team. Shiki formed a protective barrier around them, warning no one was to step outside. If any of Hibiki's comrades crossed the line, Shiki vowed to eliminate them immediately, as his sole duty was to guard Hibiki under the goddess's pact. His comrades were frustrated but powerless, knowing arguing would turn Shiki into an enemy. Seeing this, Hibiki obediently stood back to watch Shiki fight. Shiki dodged the bull-headed demon's strike and shattered the horse-faced demon's attack. The 2 warned Shiki to leave before interfering with their mission to annihilate the warriors. But Shiki dismissed them as mere livestock, provoking their anger. He mocked, "Bulls are only for meat and horses just serve as mounts." Then, Shiki prepared to unveil his true power, releasing the 13 levels of magic, symbolizing various weapons. The demon soldiers trembled as Shiki lightly tapped his staff, causing spikes to erupt and impale the bull-headed demon. He then unleashed fiery spells, forcing the demons to scream in agony. Nearby, Makoto marveled at Shiki's swift, efficient takedown. But Yu seized the moment to sneak a punch at Makoto, who barely flinched and coolly asked if that sting hurt his heart. Yo explained the demons were prepared for sacrifice upon invading the royal city. Then Yo launched a punch with elemental gloves aiming to push Makoto down. Despite wearing 4 elemental gloves, Yo's blows were effortlessly blocked by Makoto. Yo admitted he didn't want to drag the fight out any longer and planned to give his all. Seeing this, Makoto reminded Shiki to be ready. It all happened so fast. Yu, seizing the moment when Makoto wasn't looking, landed a sneaky punch. Yet Makoto barely flinched. With a calm gaze, he asked if Yu's heart ached witnessing their comrade fall like that. Yu replied coldly that when the demon tribe attacked the royal capital, they were already ready to sacrifice themselves, and said no more. Yu unleashed a fierce punch with his elemental glove, slamming Makoto down. But no matter that Yu wielded all 4 elemental gauntlets, Makoto effortlessly blocked every strike. Yu admitted he didn't want to drag the fight out any longer, and vowed to give it his all. Seeing this, Makoto quickly urged Tsuki to boost their warrior team's defenses. At the same time, he told Yu his sole purpose right now was to protect their warriors. So Makoto held back, only unleashing a fraction of his true power, no need to reveal all his cards. Then, Makoto launched the all-killing skill from his super armor set. Mio had designed this skill to fire rocket-like projectiles mirroring a superhero's attack. Makoto was speechless while Yu scrambled to block the missiles swirling around him. Makoto even fired his armored elbow straight through Yu's notoriously tough skin. Seeing that didn't faze him, Makoto switched tactics and fired an anchor shot to trap Yu's movement. Then, Makoto dashed forward and delivered a crushing hook punch that sent Yu staggering back. Makoto thought, this armor is no mere toy, it's downright exhilarating, but Yu's regeneration was shockingly fast. He spun back and launched a surprise counterattack. Thanks to the armor's flight ability, Makoto easily dodged Yu's kick. Then he unleashed a powerful recoil kick that blew Yu's midsection away. Watching Makoto fight like this, the warrior team couldn't help but be amazed. Though Makoto urged Yu to surrender, the demon refused. Instead, Yu threw Makoto into a corner and rained down furious punches. Alarmed, the warrior team called out to Tsuki for backup, but Tsuki remained calm, confident Makoto would endure. Tsuki released a debilitating mist that spread across the royal capital. This mist drained the energy of both human and demon troops alike, leaving them exhausted, until Makoto gave the order to recall it. After relentless punches, Yu's arms began to tire, but Makoto stood firm, surprising Yu deeply. Makoto admitted he felt some soreness, but praised Yu, sensing he couldn't defeat him. Frustrated Yu let out a deafening roar meant to rally all demon forces. Makoto assumed the demons were gearing up to fight harder, but instead Yu commanded his subordinates to unleash a forbidden power, a devastating force taught to him long ago by Nava. When the warrior team saw the flower emblem on Yu, they recognized it immediately. It was the Rose Mark. Tsuki warned that the Rose Mark was a magical artifact granting immense power, but at a terrible cost it consumes the user's soul until nothing remains. What Yu was wielding was an upgraded version of this terrible curse. Makoto couldn't believe Yu would force his subordinates to use such a thing, but Yu declared that even if it meant sacrificing lives, the demon tribe was determined to wipe out humanity, and now he would wield the Rose Mark to annihilate them all. Right after Makoto Yu crushed the seal embedded within him, unleashing a surge of power that flooded his entire being. As Yu absorbed this newfound strength, he stood ready to face Makoto in battle. The warrior team feared that if the demon clan wielded this power, humanity in the royal capital wouldn't stand a chance, so they decided to rush outside to protect the people. But Shiki cast a barrier trapping the whole group inside. Despite Hibiki's desperate pleas, Shiki remained unmoved. Her comrades kept insisting they had a plan to wipe out the demon clan and begged Shiki to lift the barrier so they could go save the civilians. Hearing this, Shiki saw the warrior team as nothing more than Makoto's old student stubborn humans who cling to their beliefs no matter the circumstance. So she decided to give them a chance. If they could break the barrier themselves, she would acknowledge their strength to save humanity and decide whether to let them go. This barrier was crafted from knowledge Shiki learned from the clown sisters Aqua and Eris. Only by shattering it could they prove their power. Hibiki, confident in her strength, took up her sword to test the barrier's limits, but no matter how fiercely Hibiki swung, the barrier remained unscathed, even when her arms trembled from exhaustion. Driven by her burning will to save humanity, Hibiki pushed herself to the limit. When Hibiki finally collapsed, her teammates rushed forward to encourage her. In her moment of despair, her spirit was transported to another realm, where the voice of the multicolored dragon Russ echoed, revealing her consciousness was trapped there while her body remained outside. Russ explained that the warrior Tomoki had once been brought to this space, and occasionally he granted special privileges to chosen warriors. If Hibiki wished to gain power, Russ needed to assess her potential through a series of questions. Hibiki answered every question with heartfelt honesty. Impressed, Russ offered her a choice of powers. She first selected the ability to control the world itself, which Russ accepted, but at a steep price: all her magic power and 80% of humanity's life force. Naturally, Hibiki refused. She then chose the power to erase others' magic. Russ found this too trivial. Even Makoto could do that easily. Surprised, Hibiki wondered if Makoto's superhero armor was from Russ, but Russ laughed, saying only a fool would wear such gear. It was just Makoto hiding his identity, and that Russ knew Makoto was already strong enough. After some thought, Hibiki picked the ability to transform others' emotions into her own strength. Russ agreed it suited Hibiki's natural charisma, and the cost was reasonable, just half her magic power. Upon her acceptance, Russ granted her this ability and returned her spirit. Back outside, Hibiki seemed changed. Shiki, worried, harnessed the collective emotions of the team and turned it into power. With just one strike, Hibiki shattered Shiki's barrier. The path was clear. The warrior team would now go save the people. But Shiki sensed an approaching danger and tried to stop Hibiki. Meanwhile, Makoto fought while ordering Shiki to protect Hibiki. Yu, on the other hand, hesitated to take lives, knowing he might need the demon clan's help later. At that moment, magical attacks flew toward Makoto, and Yu spells he recognized as Sophia's. Knowing he had to handle Yu first before facing her, Makoto's armor suggested breaking the magic suppressing Yu. Using magic sensing, Makoto located and destroyed the rose seal on Yu, instantly nullifying his power. But before Makoto could rest, he spotted Sophia chanting a spell in the sky. Though it seemed she needed minutes to finish, Sophia suddenly condensed the incantation and teleported behind Makoto, swinging her sword at him. Dodging the blow, Makoto dispelled his armor to confront her directly. Makoto hadn't expected Sophia to survive their previous battle. Sophia was thrilled to face him again and shocked that he could block her deadly slash, proof he was far stronger than the Empire's warrior. Makoto initially thought Sophia had killed the warrior Tomoki, but she revealed that Tomoki had entertained her so much she spared his life. Makoto advised Sophia to return home as he had just amused her. However, Sophia and Lancer saw Makoto as an obstacle that had to be eliminated, and Sophia was ready to go all out. Just then, Rona arrived, pleading for both sides to stop the fight. But upon seeing Makoto, she hesitated and couldn't speak. Yu was aware of Makoto's pact with the goddess to oppose the demon clan. Makoto admitted he only made a contract with the goddess, not serving her, and still remembered Jonah's betrayal back at the Academy City, so he couldn't side with the demons any longer. Makoto recalled that after those events, the demon clan was supposed to avoid the Academy City. Yet Eris claimed a mastermind was hiding in the Noble District, suggesting many demi-humans were colluding with demons there. Runa urged Makoto to retreat, promising cooperation with the demon clan if he did. Makoto refused, insisting the demons must leave the city. Rona thought Makoto was delusional, battling both Yu and Sophia at once, but Makoto declared he could handle all three simultaneously. Yu acknowledged Makoto's strength. He had used the rose seal and still couldn't defeat him. Runa grew worried for Yu's life, but Makoto had already destroyed Yu's rose seal. Sophia, realizing Makoto's true power, decided to unleash everything she had to fight him. The demons were the ones who needed to retreat from the city. Hearing this, Rona thought Makoto was overestimating his power, facing both Yo and Sophia. But Makoto asserted that even with all three attacking, he still held his ground. Yo acknowledged Makoto's strength, noting that even his rose mark failed to bring him down. Luna was terrified for Yo's life, but Makoto had already destroyed Yu's rose mark. Sophia, realizing Makoto's true might, decided to unleash her full strength against him. She also wanted the demon faction to know Makoto was the demon who created the massive lake on the battlefield last time. All three, including Makoto, were shocked since he had blacked out and forgotten everything from that battle. Sophia then vanished, preventing Makoto from locating her. But thanks to her magic-concentrated armor, Makoto easily resisted H's sword strike. He recalled Sophia's pattern of surprise attacks and had trained to boost his defense since then. Seeing that sword play was ineffective, Sophia switched to dark magic. But with a mere wave of his hand, Makoto dispelled the darkness. He then challenged Sophia to use her prideful strongest attack. This time, Sophia enhanced her sword and attacked Makoto, but it still had no effect. Nearby, Rona and Yo wondered what material Makoto's armor was made of to be so resilient. Makoto explained the armor was a technique materializing magic energy. Thanks to Sophia, Makoto gained deeper insight into its endurance. Now Makoto was ready to show Sophia a new level of power. It still had no effect. Nearby, Rona and Yo were baffled, wondering what Makoto's armor was forged from to be so unyielding. Makoto revealed to Sophia that this was the technique of materializing magical power into physical form. Thanks to Sophia, Makoto gained a deeper understanding of his armor's endurance, and now he was ready to show her its true strength. Meanwhile, R had transformed Sophia into a living camera to observe the battle with Makoto. Sure enough, Makoto was the strongest interdimensional warrior R had ever encountered. Previously, Makoto had asked R about techniques to maximize magic output, being the only one capable of pushing his mana to the limits. To their surprise, he had succeeded in materializing magic into armor. Just by looking at Makoto's armor, R couldn't help but exclaim how incredible it was. After a prolonged duel, Sophia realized Makoto's speed was nothing extraordinary, but the armor's defense was overwhelmingly formidable. She was powerless. Even Makoto praised Sophia for her ability to wield the powers of different dragons. This time, Sophia summoned the strength of the fire dragon to launch a long-range attack. Her orb fired beams of energy at Makoto, but his armor effortlessly deflected every strike. According to Sophia, that was the fire dragon's most powerful offensive technique in the dragon tribe, yet Makoto remained unscathed. Forced to change tactics, Sophia found herself caught off guard when Makoto suddenly counter-attacked, pushing her back. At that moment, she realized the armor wasn't just for defense, it could strike as well. Though Sophia could block a single blow, when Makoto unleashed a flurry of attack, she was forced to dodge desperately. Seeing Sophia take cover behind a rock, Makoto twisted his strike to force her out. Now Sophia could only circle around, unable to mount the fierce assault she had before. Makoto warned Yo not to act recklessly. Any interference would be met with immediate retaliation. When Makoto paused his assault, Sophia finally seized the chance to heal. She confessed that after her previous defeat, she had gone on a relentless spree slaughtering dragons to absorb their powers. Now, Sophia's strength could obliterate entire nations, but she had yet to devour Ryu Vansak to claim his power. With those words, Sophia transformed into the Dragon Slayer god form. Though her appearance was unsettling, she was determined to give everything to defeat Makoto. Yet, compared to Ryu Vansak, her power was nothing. Seeing that Makoto knew the true name of the Dragon Vansak, Sophia resorted to intimidation, trying to extract information forcibly. Sophia revealed that after her last defeat, she went on a frenzied rampage slaying dragons and absorbing their strength. Her power had grown enough to destroy an entire nation. Yet she hadn't yet consumed the multicolored dragon Ryu. With that, Sophia transformed into her dragon-slaying goddess form. Though her form looked bizarre, she was determined to give everything to defeat Makoto. But compared to Ryu Harus, Sophia's power was nothing. When Makoto mentioned Ryu's true name, Sophia tried to pry it from him, but Makoto casually said he and Ryu had recently been hanging out for drinks, which only infuriated her more. In a fury, Sophia slashed a chunk of Makoto's magic armor. She then switched back to dark magic to weaken his armor. Just as Yu tried to jump in and heal her, Makoto caught him, warning that if he returned, he'd be destroyed. Makoto then launched a fiery rocket punch, sending Yu flying far from the city. Sophia quickly closed in and shattered Makoto's magic energy. But Makoto gathered his magic in an instant, reaching out to grab Sophia, then cast a burning spell to test her new form's defense. Sophia screamed in agony, and with mercy, Makoto finally brought her down. Meanwhile, the warrior team flooded into the city to exterminate the demon clan. Though just ordinary demon soldiers, they wielded rose marks, making even killing a few a challenge. Seeing Sophia scream in pitiful agony, Makoto showed mercy and struck her down. On the other side, the team of heroes surged into the city to annihilate the demon tribe. Though these were mere common demon soldiers, their rose marks made even felling a few a lengthy ordeal. The warriors also had to battle the weakening fog conjured earlier by Shiki. Just then, Shiki spotted Lena's flying swords and erected a barrier halting every blade. Despite Shiki's protection, Commander Ui was hit by stray fire, gravely wounded, forcing the team to prioritize his healing. Lena landed transforming into a colossal dragon, while Shiki advanced to meet him ready to exchange blows. Shiki introduced himself as a high servant of the Demon Lord Makoto. Hearing Demon Lord, Lena immediately recognized the stakes Shiki had to be eliminated first. Back here, Sophia was toyed with by Makoto, left helpless as her magic armor regenerated no matter how she slashed. With a single punch, Makoto sent her flying several meters. Seeing Rona prepare to cast a spell, Makoto warned her sharply any shady move and he'd end her on the spot. Makoto's cold steel sent chills through Rona's soul. Once a naive kid, now a force to be reckoned with. Rona vowed to abandon Fortress Stella and stop targeting the heroes. As for Sophia, a mere demon guest, Makoto could pummel her as he pleased. With that, Rona, petrified, asked Makoto for leave. At that moment, Sophia emerged from the wreckage, her sword fused to her hand. She had merged with Lena's power, wielding his weapon as a trump card for desperate times. Threatened, Sophia was advised by Makoto to use her strength only against weaker foes. Feeling mocked, Sophia scoffed that Makoto's attacks paled compared to the Imperial heroes, who was not only adorable but devastating in battle. Makoto acknowledged the Empire's hero's might, explaining why Sophia unknowingly fell under his enchantment. Fuming at being charmed by a lesser foe, Sophia refused to believe it. Yet Makoto saw the unmistakable sign of love. Sophia spared the Imperial hero's life. If she wished to break the spell, Makoto pledged his aid. So far, Sophia had failed to land a single blow, or even outwit Makoto in their banter. Infuriated, Sophia sprouted dragon wings and surged forward at breakneck speed, playing all out against Makoto. But he matched her pace, delivering a brutal knockout punch. Sophia could only hope Lena would arrive soon to back her up. Makoto warned that Lena was unable to come. Their underling Shiki was far stronger. Meanwhile, Shiki and Linnea were locked in a fierce, balanced duel. Occasionally, Lena gained the upper hand, causing Hibiki to worry, though Shiki stood firm as Lena's swords inflicted no real damage. Lena, eager to reach Sophia, pushed to end the fight quickly. Returning to human form, he vowed to personally end Makoto, unaware Shiki shared the same threat. To any who dared harm Makoto, Shiki promised a heavy price. The two faced off, preparing to unleash their final decisive moves. Lena believed his next strike would crush Shiki, but Shiki deftly countered with his staff. Witnessing such a high-caliber battle left the heroes awestruck. When Lena seemed to gain an edge, they grew concerned for Shiki. Hibiki urged him to lift the fog to let the team join the fight. But Shiki insisted he faced no trouble against this dragon, and that if the team stood still, he would save the gravely injured Ui soon. The group doubted this claim, who would expect a beast like him to rescue a human. Only Hibiki trusted Shiki and agreed to his terms, begging him to clear the fog first. Shiki dispelled the fog, freeing the team to move. Lena summoned more swords, preparing his next assault. It was revealed that Lena's swords were alive, a secret Roos had once shared, and now proved true. These swords were souls of challengers who had dared oppose him. Furious that Shiki knew so much about the dragon tribe, Lena vowed to turn Shiki into one of his swords. As Lena launched his blades, Shiki cast a magic circle shield, shattering them in moments. Shiki said Roos had told him all of Lena's powers, surprising Lena that a bonehead like Shiki was acquainted with their leader. Shiki then chanted a spell, transforming his staff into a sword ready to show what a sword-wielding mage could do. Lena sneered, claiming Shiki's blade was mere evil energy with no legendary aura. Shiki retorted that legendary swords were trash unworthy of him, then unleashed 6 layers of magic to empower his weapon. Like always, Anna went off to save someone alone. Hibiki trusted Shiki's words and vowed to follow his orders, only asking Shiki to lift the fog to keep the group safe. Shiki then lifted the mist, allowing the team to move freely, while Lena called for reinforcements. The swords readied themselves for the next wave of attacks. As Shiki understood all of Lena's swords held the souls of warriors, a truth Russ had once revealed now proving eerily accurate. These swords were the remnants of those who had dared to challenge him before. Lena's fury ignited when he realized Shiki knew so many secrets about the Dragon Clan. In his wrath, he vowed to turn Shiki into one of his own swords. As Lena unleashed his blades, Shiki conjured a magical circle to shield himself, and in a blink, every single sword of Lena shattered into fragments. Shiki revealed that Russ had shared with him all the powers Lena possessed, leaving Lena stunned that a mere scrapper like Shiki could be acquainted with the Dragon King himself. Then, chanting an incantation, Shiki transformed his staff into a sword ready to reveal the might of a sorcerer who wields a blade. Lena sneered, noticing Shiki's sword radiated only dark energy, lacking the legendary glow his own blades carried. But Shiki dismissed legendary swords as relics unworthy of him. With that, he unleashed 6 layers of magic, channeling immense power into his blade. Meanwhile, Lena hurled countless swords, all forged from royal soldiers, elite warriors of the capital, into the fray, confident their strength would elevate his own. Lena aimed to test if Shiki could withstand his relentless assault, but Shiki found it laughable. How could those common swords match his refined weapon? With a fierce charge, Shiki slashed through the mediocre blades, severing a few fingers from Lena's hand in the process. This is the fate of those who dare steal from Makoto, Shiki declared, avenging a past injury. Now Lena would pay for his crimes. As Shiki shattered Lena's next volley, he realized they were swords of fallen heroes, condensed into a magical orb and hurled at him. Yet Shiki effortlessly deflected the spell. Closing the distance, Shiki unleashed a flurry of strikes that forced Lena onto the defensive. He even summoned dark energy to bind Lena's movements. When Shiki swung his decisive blow, Lena struggled to break free, but with his swords destroyed, his arsenal was nearly empty. Inwardly, Shiki thanked the dwarves who had forged his weapons, for their craftsmanship had saved him. With a simple spell, Shiki healed every wound inflicted on his body, restoring himself fully. With that ominous aura controlling Lena, Shiki unleashed a decisive slash. Lena struggled to break free, but all his swords shattered under Shiki's fierce assault. His arsenal was vanishing fast. Quietly, Shiki thanked the dwarves who forged his weapons, because with a blade, this fine confidence surged even against the toughest foes. For Makoto's sake, he vowed not to spare someone like Lena. Lena, meanwhile, couldn't believe how easily this servant of Makoto was overpowering him. To make matters worse, his hand was turning to stone, cursed by a blade's dark magic, slowing his every move. Shiki sensed it. Lena's speed was fading. Then, with a final strike, Shiki destroyed Lena's last swords and sliced through one of his legs. Trapped, Lena had no choice but to try turning the party of heroes into his own weapons. But Hibiki and the others quickly held the line against his assault. The priestess was busy healing wounds, so someone had to shield her. Shiki felt lucky. If the priestess turned into a sword, this fight would be lost. After stabbing one Lena, turned that person into a sword as well. He believed it was only a matter of time before Shiki himself would become another blade under his command. Furious, Shiki charged, shouting that he would serve only Makoto his entire life. This time, Lena's strike found its mark, piercing Shiki, and a cruel joy lit his eyes. Lena imagined himself crowned as the new Dragon Lord ruler of the world, but his triumph was short-lived. Shiki's laugh echoed before he sliced Lena in two. It turned out Shiki had used his own body as a decoy and slipped behind Lena, who never saw it coming. The squad of heroes was stunned. Who would expect such a handsome warrior to hide inside such a frail shell? But Shiki was far from pleased. Revealing his true form to humanity, broke a promise. Now it was time to keep his word and heal Ui. With a simple spell, Shiki restored every wound on Ui's body. Seeing Ui whole again, the brave team felt deep gratitude towards Shiki, someone who vowed to repay this kindness someday. Hibiki, curious, asked if Shiki was truly a servant of the Demon Lord. Shiki advised her to forget such questions and focus on helping the people instead. There was no room for distractions. The warrior party was overwhelmed with gratitude towards Shiki, and one vowed to repay his kindness someday. Meanwhile, Hibiki couldn't help but ask Shiki if he was a servant of the Demon Lord. Shiki urged her to forget such notions and focus instead on helping the villagers. Seeing the tension, Shiki urged Hibiki to let go of the past. Her focus needed to be on checking the welfare of the people not entangled in a web spun by someone like him. As Shiki walked away, Hibiki reflected deeply on recent events. She believed the demon relic she carried belonged to her old world, and that Shiki was somehow tied to the Makoto Trade Guild. she vowed to uncover their secrets. Meanwhile, the clash between Sophia and Makoto raged on unresolved. Sophia realized that Lancer had already fallen before Shiki, and a loud, triumphant laugh escaped her lips. Long ago, they had made a wager if Sophia died first, she would become Lancer's sword. If he fell first, Sophia would absorb his body. Now, having absorbed Lancer, Sophia's body brimmed with newfound power. Makoto watched curiosity piqued, wondering what tricks Sophia might unleash with her enhanced strength. Always ready to face the storm, Makoto braced himself. Sophia declared she would reveal her final trump cards. With a grand gesture, she expanded her domain, enveloping Makoto in a new suffocating space. Proudly, she announced that he had been dragged into the Sword Hell, a realm where legendary blades rest waiting for their fate. The battleground was set a crucible, where Makoto's resolve would be tested against the weight of ancient power. The air thrummed with tension promises of an epic showdown vibrating with every breath. But Makoto wasn't sure what tricks she had up her sleeve for such a loud proclamation. To uncover more, he used magic sensing to investigate this realm, and discovered it amplified the power of its wielder. Moreover, Sophia could symbiotically bond with the swords here, each blade forged from Sophia's very life force. Even Sophia herself was startled that Makoto knew all her secrets. Yet Makoto felt a twinge of annoyance. Sophia's power was a boring cliché. Makoto drew his bow and revealed that his real strength wasn't magic or hand-to-hand combat, it was his mastery as an archer. Without hesitation, he let fly an arrow shattering many swords in its path. Each broken sword caused Sophia deep pain, for they were fragments of her soul. Even when Sophia charged to attack, Makoto punched her away with ease. Then he dispelled his armor to return to archery form. His next arrow unleashed a wide area blast that left Sophia trembling in fear. With that strike, Makoto obliterated a large number of Sophia's swords, leaving her powerless against a monster like him. His following arrows destroyed every sword inside her territory. Before finishing Sophia, he revealed his true name, Misumi Makoto. Just as Makoto prepared his final shot, Sophia suddenly heard a call and dashed off. Joyfully, she discovered Lena had hidden a powerful secret here. When Makoto attacked Sophia again, she drew a katana slicing through his arrow. Makoto was surprised to find Lena's secret weapon was a katana. If someone had transformed into a katana, surely they were a Japanese reincarnator like him. The sharp blade easily cut through Makoto's magical armor, forcing him to dispel it and switch to speed. He was about to show her what a true master archer could do. Makoto conjured a magical platform to continuously change his shooting angle. Though Sophia could slice arrows, she couldn't hit Makoto, the man was simply too agile. As Sophia entered his sights, Makoto fired an arrow pinning her to the wall, followed by another striking her chest and shattering her territory. After defeating Sophia, Makoto planned to destroy the demon fortress next. Using magic, he built a ladder to the highest vantage point. His magic sensing revealed the stellar fortress dozens of kilometers away. As an archer, Makoto never missed. The arrow flew clean and true, utterly demolishing the fortress. Elated, Makoto felt his mission from the goddess was complete. Then he dispelled his magic and fell freely to the ground to savor the moment. Waiting below was Tsuki, who greeted him with joy and confirmed warrior Hibiki's safety. Makoto was pleased. This battle had revealed his true strength. Tsuki reported that the warrior team wanted to repay their debt, but the city was still busy with rebuilding. The kingdom of Limia faced a tough road to recovery after the war, but Makoto trusted Hibiki to handle affairs well. Now it was time for Makoto and Tsuki to return to their fantasy space home. After days of relentless fighting, Makoto finally returned home to rest. All the warriors of Fantasy Space gathered to welcome their lord back. Makoto was surprised to learn Emma's team had won, without a single loss. Only one young lizard man had been injured after a teammate accidentally stepped on his tail. The campaign had been a total victory, conquering the Sinnoh region. Tomoe, with free time on her hands, created a cliff to mark the new national border. Meanwhile, Mio faced off against a demon general, easily defeating him. Mio even turned him into a lizard god. Makoto was speechless. During battle, Mio had gotten hungry and bit the demon general's weapon. Not yet satisfied, she kept attacking until he transformed into a lizard. Makoto couldn't believe this lizard god was an ally of Yu and Rona. He announced that Tsuki had defeated Lena. Seeing Tsuki praised by Makoto, his two wives couldn't help but grow jealous. though Tsuki insisted he only supported his Lord Makoto's wives didn't buy it and dragged him aside for a lesson. Finding no further reports, Makoto dismissed the conference. But rest was still out of reach. The academy principal urgently called for Makoto's help. Monsters were still wreaking havoc in the city, despite having handed over the extermination task earlier. Fortunately, after some rough treatment, Tsuki had recovered his senses. Lam and Master Mondo arrived to lend a hand, sparing Makoto from trivial matters. Together, they swiftly defeated the last two monsters. Mondo's final punch turned them into trees, marking the end of the monster extermination mission. From the next day, the Academy City began receiving aid to rebuild infrastructure. Lauren sent a squad of Dragon Knights to help transport supplies. Meanwhile, Shisu planned to visit Makoto's shop to greet him. Tomoe suddenly appeared in the city, startling Tsuki, who quickly made an excuse to escape her questioning. It turned out Tomoe was sulking because she hadn't faced any major enemies during the recent battle. But Makoto knew she was the one who brought the Four Seasons back to fantasy space, a great achievement he deeply appreciated. Hearing this, Tomoe outwardly blushed, but inwardly beamed, happy to finally receive sincere praise from her lord. Soon after, Makoto began giving directions. Students are busy clearing the rubble inside the academy, while the two sisters, along with Juno, have been sent to the Merchant Guild to assist their father. But Patrick, who dotes on his daughters, insists they rest, and lets their father handle everything. Amid the cleanup, Jin grows curious about Makoto's age. Yet since Makoto's true age is even younger than the students, Jin can't help but feel a sharp sting of jealousy. Makoto declares that the first priority is restoring the city to its former glory, so he decides to give the class a break from school to focus on cleaning up. The whole class is stunned. What kind of teacher just cancels class like that? Turns out Makoto treats teaching as a side gig to earn some spare change. That evening, Makoto meets with Esther's boss as promised. But to their surprise, Esther's boss turns out to be Zara, the Merchant Guild's representative, and the two are left speechless upon seeing each other. Esther quickly reveals to Zara that Makoto is the very saviour who once saved her life. This forces Zara to break the silence and thank Makoto personally. Zara then shares that many merchants who opposed Makoto perished in the chaos, and he's also received requests from nations like Limia and Lauren to support Makoto's business ventures in the city. Now, deeply impressed by everything Makoto has achieved, Zara plans to grant Makoto lifelong free access once the shop reopens. After racking his brain, Makoto realizes this place is actually a brothel, but he declines, feeling he's not mature enough to enjoy the company of the ladies there. That night, Makoto goes to meet the Prince of Limia's kingdom, though he still doubts if this is really the prince haunted by the strange softness he felt the last time they touched. The prince wants to repay Makoto for saving his life, but Makoto insists he has no demands, reassuring the prince not to worry. As Makoto leaves, he senses Rus's presence nearby and approaches him. Rus apologizes for sending Sophia to interfere, but Makoto knows well that Rus was watching the battle through Sophia's eyes, revealing a strange, almost obsessive bond between them. Rus thanks Makoto for cleaning up Sophia's mess, but Makoto reminds him that Sophia is still alive. He hasn't finished her yet. Makoto decides to leave the task of ending Sophia to Rus, treating it as a debt he must one day repay. Meanwhile, Sophia wanders the forest, severely injured from her fight with Makoto, intent on finding Rus to settle their score. She hears his voice and initially mistakes him for one of Makoto's allies, but when Rus steps out of the shadows, Sophia can scarcely believe her eyes. Makoto decided to let Rot deliver the final blow, entrusting him to settle all debts with Sophia. He promised himself that this favour would be repaid one day. Meanwhile, Sophia, badly wounded after her fight with Makoto, wandered the forest intent on finding Rot to settle their score. But then, a voice echoed through the shadows. At first, Sophia thought it was one of Makoto's allies, but when Rot stepped into the light, Sophia's disbelief froze her in place. Standing before her was the multicoloured dragon she had sought for so long, a living myth made flesh. When Sophia struck with her sword, Rot effortlessly nullified the attack. As the head of the Adventurers Guild, he always knew Sophia's moves before she made them. Sophia, however, was confident she believed her newfound strength was enough to defeat Rot. Rot laughed coldly. Sophia and Lancer were both his creations. Sophia born from his blood mixed with human essence, Lancer forged from 2 lives in a reckless experiment. Now these twisted children of his had joined forces for evil. Sophia blamed Rot for creating them and plunging her into chaos. But Rot argued it was Sophia's fragile heart that doomed her. Her inability to control ambition and power led her to fall and ultimately become a loser in this deadly game of fate. The final act of this tragic dance was about to unfold, and the shadows watched in silence. Burning with resentment, Sophia lunged at Rot with her sword seeking revenge. But Rot, clad in magical armor like Makoto's, was untouchable. Then, he used magic to pull the high-level dragon souls from Sophia's body. Stripped of the goddess's protection and dragon souls, Sophia was powerless. Knowing he'd resurrect them later, Rot sealed the souls in eggs, entrusting the dragon's guardianship to them. But for Sophia, Roos still held a shred of mercy, sparing her life instead of ending it as Makoto had demanded. Meanwhile, Hibiki's brave squad sought the king's blessing to journey to Lauren. Earlier, Shiki advised them to return the Vunu to her homeland, so Hibiki kept their mission secret from the king. Tomoki lay bedridden after his defeat by Sophia, yet he vowed to reclaim all he lost. On the other side, Rona and Yo watched helplessly as the stellar artillery fortress crumbled and Sinan fell under Makoto's control. Yet both smiled, savouring the heavy blow dealt to humanity. Now, Rona plans to meet Makoto, aiming to lead him to the Demon King. Makoto had accomplished many vital tasks recently, so he held a grand feast to thank everyone's efforts. He hoped that if darkness ever returned, they'd stand united to overcome it. After his speech, Makoto raised his glass to commence the celebration. Inspired, Tomoe smashed a barrel of sake, urging everyone to party hard. The Wyvern tribe requested permission to scout Sinan, which Makoto granted, trusting they'd give their all. A dwarf praised the Japanese sake, declaring it absolutely divine. Meanwhile, the Brain Tribe warriors and the Lizard God eagerly planned to resume training tomorrow. Mio invited Makoto to taste a new meat dish. After one bite, Makoto raved about its deliciousness, making Mio beam with pride. Makoto asked about Eva and Luria, only to learn they faced harsh training under Emma's orders. Reluctant to argue, Makoto accepted. As the feast wore on, everyone grew intoxicated, and the Aqua Aeris sisters performed their usual dance to liven the crowd. The jester troupe gathered on stage, turning the night into a wild celebration. Tomoe and Shiki agreed the sake tonight was top tier, fueling their revelry. Mio reminded Makoto of his promise from before, which suddenly made him recall a vow to grant her a wish if she won. After some bashful hesitation, Mio confessed she wanted to become Makoto's lover, but innocent Makoto, a naive virgin, hesitated to take the bait just yet. Flustered, Mio quickly changed the subject to cooking rice making. Tomoe and Shiki burst into laughter. The 3 friends ended up play fighting as usual. Later, Makoto gathered them for a heartfelt talk. He admitted he'd never truly accomplished anything alone, but with Tomoe by his side, he faced powerful foes worldwide. Thanks to Mio, Makoto savoured unique dishes and wore expertly crafted armour to battle formidable enemies. And with Shiki's help, he became a teacher at the academy and opened a thriving shop. Makoto realised everything he had was because of these 3 and wanted to thank them with something precious, his family name,